Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The moment the arrow struck the ground near his feet, Sebastian Swan's expression twisted with irritation. A faint tick pulsed on his forehead as he turned toward the direction the shot had come from. He had noticed the presence of patrolling centaurs when he entered the forest. His original plan had been simple: approach them, offer a few polite words, and request an audience with their leader. Civil, respectful. Clearly, they weren't interested in that approach. The arrow had been loose from the shadows. No warning, no provocation. Fortunately, Sebastian could tell it was more of a warning shot than an attempt to harm him. If it hadn't been, the centaurs would already be learning the hard way how quickly magic could strike back. He glanced sideways at Dumbledore, who stood calmly nearby, completely unfazed. It was as if he expected this kind of welcome. Typical. A moment later, the rhythmic pounding of hooves echoed through the undergrowth. Da-da-da-da. Two tall centaurs emerged from the brush. The one leading had a ruddy mane and beard, his lower half the reddish-brown of a muscular stallion. He wasted no time. Drawing his bow to full tension, he pointed the arrow directly at Sebastian. Wizard, the centaur growled. This is the forbidden forest of the centaurs. Leave now, or I swear, this arrow will pierce your skull before you can even lift your wand. Through my skull? Sebastian almost laughed. Come on, then. I won't even move. Let's see if that twig can break through my iron armor charm, not to mention the layered protection spells. But he kept those thoughts to himself. Dumbledore was watching, and Sebastian knew how to play the game. Be polite before resorting to force. Be polite before using force. Plastering on a calm smile, he stepped forward. I am Sebastian Swan, Deputy Headmaster of Hogwarts, he announced. I come on behalf of the school to speak with the chief of your tribe. Bane, calm down, the second centaur said cautiously. Let's hear him out. But the red-maned centaur, Bane, snorted with contempt. Hear what? Anyone can show up and claim they're from Hogwarts. And what if he's here to harm our leader? Will you take the blame, Sander? Sebastian's eyes narrowed slightly. Bane. Of all the centaurs, it had to be him. He remembered the name from the original records, stubborn, proud, and deeply prejudiced against wizards. Trouble was inevitable now. Sebastian opened his mouth to speak again, but Bane cut him off. I don't care who you say you are. You're not meeting our chief. If Hogwarts wants to speak, let Dumbledore come himself. Until then, you'll leave under escort. As he spoke, Bane gave his bow a visible shake, the threat unmistakable. Sebastian's smile vanished. He stepped forward slightly, the sunlight catching the cold gleam of his eyes. Let me correct you on 2 points, he said softly. First, this forest does not belong to the centaurs. It belongs to Hogwarts. And second, I don't appreciate having weapons pointed at me. How dare you? Bane's face darkened with rage. This land has always been ours. You arrogant little. He pulled his bowstring taut, preparing to fire. But before the arrow could be released, the bow suddenly cracked. Ice spread from the grip, shattering the weapon into frozen shards. From the bushes came startled voices. Our bows, what's going on? They're breaking. Sebastian didn't even glance at them. Amateurs. You think you can sneak up on me? Hide and strike from the shadows? He'd sensed the others the moment he entered the clearing. A trio of centaurs trying to remain hidden, clearly hoping to flank him. He almost pitted them. Almost. Bane, however, wasn't deterred. Roaring in fury, he charged. Eat my hoof. Sebastian's face darkened. Enough. With a flick of his wand, a massive crystal of ice surged up around Bane, freezing him solid. Everything but his furious, shouting head. You coward. Let me out. Face me like a... Silencio, Sebastian muttered. Bane's mouth kept moving, but the forest fell blissfully silent. Turning to the remaining centaurs, Sebastian spoke in a low, clear voice. Don't worry, I won't kill him. But his tone left no room for argument. Sanders' eyes widened. He couldn't even fight back. What kind of magic is this? Panic spread like wildfire. Run, go back, and warn the others. Sander cried out, if you can escape, go. But before any of them could move, a silent wave of frost surged outward. Ice crawled across the ground, freezing hooves in place mid-stride. They were trapped. When did this happen? Sanders stammered, staring at his unmoving legs. I didn't even feel it. Brother Sander, I can't move. My hooves. Desperation seeped into the air like fog. Then came the voice again, calm, precise, and utterly unbothered. Did I give you permission to leave? Sander flinched. What do you want, wizard? To start a war with the centaurs. Sebastian gave a humorless chuckle. A war? You flatter yourself. What qualifications do you have to start a war with me? Let me be clear. I'm here on Hogwarts' behalf. I came to speak with your leader, peacefully. But this one, he said, motioning to the frozen Bane, wasn't particularly welcoming. I did what I had to do to avoid bloodshed. You should be grateful. A silence fell over the clearing, thick with fear and frost. Sebastian sighed, brushing imaginary dust from his robes. I really am a friendly person when people don't try to shoot me. Easy to talk to? Do you even hear yourself, you fool? Sanders' face was twisted with grief and indignation, yet he had no strength to argue. Sebastian caught the look and smiled faintly. You don't believe me? Then let me show you some sincerity. He flicked his wand toward the forbidden forest. A low hum followed, then shards of glittering ice came shooting through the trees, floating high above. Sanders' eyes widened. Inside each crystal was the frozen body of an acromantula. His whole body trembled. More than 20 of them. Every centaur knew how dangerous those 8-eyed monsters were. Yet here they hung, caught like insects in amber. One wizard had done this alone. If Sebastian had come with malice, Sander and his patrol would already be corpses. Sander swallowed hard, his voice finally steady. Professor Swan, thank you for sparing us. What business do you have with our clan leader? Sebastian waved his wand lazily. The bindings around Sander and his companions vanished, leaving only Bane locked in ice. It doesn't concern you. Take me to your leader. And Bane, Sander asked carefully, it attacked me. Punishment is necessary. But don't worry, I won't kill it. Without another glance, Sebastian strode toward the centaur village. Sander hesitated, then ordered 3 of his kin to remain with Bane while he hurried after the wizard. The centaur's settlement lay deep in the forest, in a clearing of soft green grass ringed by towering trees. It was their shield, their home, their world. Huh, what's that in the sky? A young centaur cried, squinting upward. Looks like ice, but it's summer. There's something inside the ice. Acromantulas. A roar of disbelief spread through the camp. The sight of so many slain spiders flying overhead shook even the proud hunters. Then a foal sprinted in, shouting, Chief, Brother Sander returns, with a wizard. The spiders are his trophies. The camp erupted in shock. Their chief emerged, frowning deeply. Sander rushed forward, whispering the truth. The chief's face darkened, Bane frozen, humiliated. An insult to their tribe. But the power Sander described made him hesitate. He faced Sebastian. Professor Swan, why have you come here? The rules are clear. Wizards are forbidden from entering the centaur's forest. Sebastian's smile vanished. The centaur's forest? Without Ms. Hufflepuff sheltering your ancestors, you wouldn't even exist here. And now you dare to claim this land as your own? How ungrateful. The tribe erupted with shouts and curses. This is our forest. Kill him. Sebastian's patience snapped. His magic flared, crashing down like waves. Centaurs staggered under the pressure, barely able to breathe. I'll say this once, Sebastian's voice boomed. The forbidden forest belongs to Hogwarts. He gestured, and the ice-bound acromantulas dropped to the earth one by one, shaking the ground. Who agrees, and who dares to oppose? Fear spread through the herd. The aura pressing on them was suffocating like facing a dragon. Even their chief struggled to remain upright. Finally, with effort, the leader forced out his words. "Professor Swan, calm yourself. The forest is Hogwarts. We will not dispute that. What is it you want from us?" Sebastian's voice cut like iron. "From today, your tribe will pay rent to Hogwarts." The chief's eyes flickered with bitterness. "But we have no galleons." Sebastian's smile returned. "No need. You're close to nature. Gather herbs from the forest, deliver them to Hogwarts. You can also reclaim land and plant more. Each month, Hogwarts will collect them. After meeting the quota, extra herbs can be traded for coin or for food and grain. That way, when winter comes, your foes will not starve." The chief hesitated. It meant abandoning their old ways, shifting from hunters to farmers. But refusal was impossible. For the tribe's survival, he nodded slowly. The negotiations stretched until the sun began to set. When Sebastian finally left, he wore a look of quiet satisfaction. That was when Dumbledore appeared. "Well done, Sebastian. I feared this might end in bloodshed. By the way, I've reached out to an old friend. He's willing to train your staff in handling magical creatures." Sebastian's eyes lit up. An old friend? Could it be Uncle Newt? After much thought, this is the only person who fits the bill as Dumbledore's old friend and can guide the employees in dealing with magical creatures. "Is it Mr. Newt Scamander?" "Yes." Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "I contacted him after you went to the Forbidden Forest. When he heard that we were going to deal with the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, he was very enthusiastic and expressed his willingness to help." Hearing this, Sebastian became interested. Uncle Newt is extremely mysterious, and his place of residence has always been a mystery. No one knew where he lived except Dumbledore and his old friends. Anyway, until now, Sebastian has never met Uncle Newt once. To be honest, he really wanted to meet Dumbledore's favorite student. After all, this is an invisible rich man who, when he was young, liked to wander around with a box of magical creatures. The number of magical creatures in his trunk was certainly not as many as those in the Forbidden Forest. However, Uncle Newt's magical creatures are rarer and more precious than each other. For example, the eggs of the bird snake, this magical animal, are all made of pure silver. I remember that in the original book, Uncle Newt also gave Jacob a box of bird and snake eggshells to help Jacob open a bakery. So, Sebastian really wanted to see whether the output of the Forbidden Forest could compare to the output in Uncle Newt's box. Who knows? When Uncle Newt sees that the output of such a huge Forbidden Forest is so small, he might just wave his hand and send those rare materials directly to Hogwarts. Looking at Dumbledore's smiling face, Sebastian understood the other meaning of him calling Uncle Newt over. This is the first time in 1,000 years that the Forbidden Forest has been developed. In the absence of precedent, Dumbledore had no idea what would constitute overexploitation of the Forbidden Forest. In this case, the presence of Uncle Newt, an expert on magical animals, will undoubtedly make both parties feel more at ease. All for the sustainable development of the Forbidden Forest. Sebastian actually welcomes this situation. His own employees are blessed to receive guidance from world-renowned magical animal experts. The key is that it's free. To reassure Dumbledore, Sebastian smiled and suggested, "I suggest that Mr. Scamander be the examiner for the employees. Only with his approval can employees go alone to deal with the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest." In addition, the signing of the magic contract can also be arranged after Mr. Scamander leads his employees to the Forbidden Forest to collect materials for the first time. At that time, we can discuss the details of the contract one by one under the advice of Mr. Scamander. These words really touched Dumbledore's heart. He nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, I think Newt will take care of that." Considering that Uncle Newt is also an avid fan of magical animals. In order to avoid disagreements in the future on how to deal with the eight-eyed spider, Sebastian decided to give Dumbledore a shot of prevention first. By the way, Headmaster Dumbledore, did you know there are so many acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest? Sebastian waved his wand, and the giant ice crystals floating in the sky shrank one by one and flew into Sebastian's traceless stretch wallet. Seeing this, Dumbledore's smile gradually disappeared and he became silent. To be honest, he had absolutely no idea about this situation. He only knew that Hagrid raised a giant eight-eyed spider in the Forbidden Forest, but he never expected that Hagrid also found a wife for it and bred a colony in the Forbidden Forest. Merlin's blessing. So far, no naughty students have encountered this kind of danger. Otherwise, I, as the principal, would be a sinner. Dumbledore opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Principal, this is not a joke. Sebastian advised slowly. Unlike centaurs, acromantulas eat people. Although the school rules clearly prohibit students from entering the Forbidden Forest, for Gryffindor students, entering the Forbidden Forest is not a rare thing at all. What if we encounter an acromantula and something tragic happens? In fact, it's not just Gryffindor students who go into the Forbidden Forest. Sebastian knew that among the students who would be enrolling this year, there was a little girl who particularly liked to go into the Forbidden Forest and play with the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. Principal, Sebastian took out the magic camera. This is why I attacked these acromantulas. He made a copy of the magical image and handed it to Dumbledore. I suggest that you stay with Hagrid. Listen to what these spiders have to say and see how they react to people other than Hagrid. In the future, I hope that the treatment of the acromantula can be done in my own way. Hearing Sebastian's firm tone, Dumbledore nodded and agreed to Sebastian's request. According to the time, Hagrid will be back soon. A trace of fatigue flashed across Dumbledore's face. I will go talk to him directly after we leave the Forbidden Forest. In that case, you should bring Hagrid's pet to him as well. Sebastian waved his wand in the direction of the eight-eyed giant spider's territory, and soon a huge spider flew over. This is Hagrid's pet, Aragog. He is so old that he can no longer see. Please take him to Hagrid and let him live there in his old age. Although, after being repaired by themselves, the eight-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest will become much more obedient, and for a while, the threat of these spiders to students will be greatly reduced. However, the danger of the Forbidden Forest is not limited to this. Hagrid will continue to mess around and conduct experiments in the Forbidden Forest. Calculating the time, in 2 years, Hagrid will start crossbreeding fire crabs and manticores to breed disgusting creatures like the exploding-tailed scroots. This is something that all students hate, and because of this, many students have developed a resistance to the care of magical creatures class. In order to prevent this situation from happening, Sebastian decided to start with the acromantula and let Dumbledore take the initiative to persuade Hagrid. By the way, I heard that Hagrid is interested in conducting some magical animal hybrid experiments. Headmaster, Hagrid's ideas about magical creatures are different from those of ordinary people. Please take this opportunity to have a good talk with Hagrid and make him give up this dangerous idea. Hearing this, Dumbledore frowned. Fantastic animal hybrid experiment? This is strictly prohibited by law. Hagrid actually had such an idea. Big head. As the two of them reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore extended his wand and made Aragog float behind him. After saying goodbye to Sebastian, he walked slowly towards Hagrid's cabin. Why? I hope Hagrid won't be too sad. Within 2 days, Newt arrived at Hogwarts with his suitcase. Newt has always been known for his enthusiasm for magical creatures. This time he was invited to Hogwarts to train staff to help them get along better with these magical animals. Newt was very excited when he saw Dumbledore. He barely took the time to rest, and after a hasty greeting with Dumbledore, he immediately suggested heading to the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore, are we going to the Forbidden Forest to see magical creatures? Don't rest. Let's set off now. Tina also advised me to rest more, saying that I am old and these things should be done by young people. But how can I sit still? This is the Forbidden Forest development, and the magical animals inside must be treated seriously. Although time has left many marks on Newt, he is still the same as when he was young and can't sit still when he hears anything about magical creatures. The Forbidden Forest is home to a wide variety of magical animals, which is simply heaven for Newt. There was an irrepressible light flashing in his eyes, as if he was unwilling to wait even a moment longer. I won't go. Dumbledore was cheerful after seeing this old friend. "This is Sebastian, and his staff will be accompanying you to the Forbidden Forest." Looking at Uncle Newt chatting and laughing with Dumbledore, Sebastian smiled. Fortunately, Grindelwald has not left Nurmengard yet. Otherwise, after seeing this scene, who knows what kind of trouble would have happened. In order to build a good relationship with this big boss, Sebastian turned into a guide and personally took Newt and his employees on a deep trip to the Forbidden Forest. Faced with a variety of magical animals, Newt introduces their habits and characteristics one by one, how to deal with emergencies, and how to safely collect materials from them. It was only now that Sebastian felt the charisma of Uncle Newt's personality. Uncle Newt has a natural affinity for magical animals, and the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest are all willing to take the initiative to get close to him. When communicating with young employees, he always has a smile on his face, speaks in a gentle tone, and his eyes are full of encouragement and expectation. In just one morning, these young employees became Newt's fans. Since the holiday, Sebastian had hardly a moment of free time, and it was not until July 5th that the development work in the Forbidden Forest came to an end. Just as he was about to enjoy a moment of peace and quiet, he received a letter brought by an owl. "Dear Sebastian, the Wolfsbane potion has been successfully developed, and the letter comes with a complete potion recipe. July 14th is the night of the full moon, and I would like to take this opportunity to show everyone the effects of the Wolfsbane potion. Therefore, I really need your help. Your old friend, Damo Chris Belby." Sebastian smiled slightly as he read the contents of the letter. "Good. Finally, there is a result. Since Damocles needs my help, I have to help him no matter what. Isn't it just to show everyone the effect of the Wolfsbane potion? Simple. Just hold a press conference, and the theme is caring for the lives of werewolves and building a harmonious magic world." The press conference was held at the Ministry of Magic. At that time, we can invite celebrities from all walks of life to let everyone witness together what the difference will be between a werewolf after drinking the Wolfsbane potion. Faced with such an achievement that came right to his doorstep, Fudge would definitely be very happy. With the support of the Ministry of Magic, the name of the Wolfsbane potion could be spread in just one night. Sebastian immediately wrote several letters and sent them out by owl. Then he went straight to Wolf Herbgarden, a subsidiary of Swan Alchemy. This is a special company. What makes it different from other companies is that all the employees here are werewolves. In the wizarding world, werewolves have always had a very difficult situation. These werewolves usually look no different from ordinary wizards. However, every full moon night, they will turn into werewolves, lose their minds, and pose a great threat to the people and environment around them. In particular, when bitten by a transformed werewolf, the bitten person will also become a werewolf. This situation caused them to be discriminated against and excluded by most wizards. Therefore, werewolves are usually forced to hide their identities and live a secluded life, unable to participate in normal social work and life. They have extremely limited employment opportunities and often struggle on the poverty line. It was precisely because of poverty that a number of werewolves followed Voldemort during the last Wizarding War in a bid to change their fate. After all, if a person can't even take care of his food and clothing, he is always likely to take risks. However, there are still many kind-hearted werewolves who, as victims of the Wizarding War, are unwilling to become Voldemort's lackeys. Sebastian founded this company specifically to prevent even this group of werewolves from turning to Voldemort. In this way, all employees are werewolves and no one dislikes anyone else. After getting stable jobs, these werewolves worked very hard, fearing that they would be fired and live a precarious life again. Arriving at the Garden, Sebastian went straight to the person in charge, Old Pete. Old Pete originally lived in Nocturne Alley, and when he met Sebastian, he was still looking for food in dumpsters. And now, he has completely lived a decent life. As soon as he saw Sebastian, Old Pete came up to him excitedly. "Boss, are you here to inspect our work? Don't worry, my colleagues are working very hard, and no one is slacking off. Everyone cherishes this hard-earned job. Don't worry." Sebastian smiled and patted Old Pete on the shoulder. "Sit down and talk slowly." Boss, for more werewolves have recently joined the company. Here are their information. We've used Veritaserum to identify them all. They're all honest people. They haven't done anything harmful to the world. No problem. I'm confident you can do it. Sebastian quickly glanced at the information, then looked at old Pete. Are all the protective measures in place when the moon is full? Don't worry. No one will work on the full moon day, and no one is allowed to go home. Everyone must stay in their respective staff dormitories. I've been personally supervising them since daytime, locking them up one by one with alchemical chains. Until the inspection is complete, I will lock myself away to be absolutely sure. After the transformation, I lost my mind and could not think of using the key to open these chains. Although it's a bit harder, it's the safest way. We all know that if things go wrong, it will be difficult for this company to survive. Therefore, no one has any complaints. After all, everything is for living. Sebastian nodded and smiled. My friend invented a wolf poison potion that can keep werewolves sane during a full moon. This way you won't have to work so hard on the full moon night. In order to promote this potion, I need you to go to the Ministry of Magic with me on this full moon night and demonstrate the effects of the Wolfsbane potion to everyone. Well, are you willing? Willing, of course. Any hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to Mr. Swan. Old Pete said without hesitation, No problem, boss. I'll do whatever you say. Don't rush to express your opinion. Sebastian smiled and waved his hand. Listen to what we're going to do first. There will be a press conference at the Ministry of Magic on the night of the full moon. At that time, a werewolf will need to drink the Wolfsbane potion in public, so that everyone can see that one can still remain rational after transforming into a werewolf. For safety, this werewolf will definitely be locked up. There is no dignity at all in this situation. Are you still willing? Dignity? Hearing this word, old Pete smiled bitterly. From the day I became a werewolf, the word dignity no longer had anything to do with me. Whether it's repeatedly hitting a wall when looking for a job or being so hungry that you have to rummage through the trash can for food, there is no dignity at all. It was not until I came to Wolf Herb Garden that I felt the existence of dignity again. So, as long as Mr. Swan asked me to do it, I would not hesitate at all. It's just being locked in a cage and treated like a dog. It's no big deal. What's more, this Wolfsbane potion is of great significance to werewolves. After drinking it, the threat posed by werewolves will be greatly reduced. In this way, people's prejudice against werewolves can be changed to a certain extent. As the manager of the Wolf Herb Garden, I have to give something for the werewolf community. Thinking of this, old Pete looked at Sebastian with burning eyes and said firmly, Let me do it. I'm already over 60 years old. I don't care about dignity anymore. I think it is very meaningful to take advantage of this press conference to improve the reputation of werewolves. Besides, I can also make Wolf Herb Garden famous and attract more hesitant werewolves to join. Why not? Hearing old Pete's firm words, Sebastian nodded with satisfaction. Yes, old Pete is still very responsible, and he really does what he says he will do when something happens. I was originally planning to have Lupin come. Sebastian adjusted his collar, but considering that Lupin's career has just started on track. Before he finished speaking, old Pete smiled and said, Forget it, forget it. He's the only lucky werewolf out there. Let it be a movie star. I heard that a large number of wizards have accepted Lupin's werewolf role in film and television dramas. This is a good sign. Thinking of Lupin, a smile crept up old Pete's brows. This young man joined Wolf Herb Garden at basically the same time as himself. Later, he was lucky enough to be selected by director Lockhart and became a werewolf in a film and television drama. Because of his existence, many people's attitudes towards werewolves have changed greatly, from complete disgust to pity and heartache. Let Lupin be a glamorous movie star. Let me, an old wolf, handle the things like being treated like a dog. Because of him, the reputation of werewolves is getting better and better. Our employees in the herb garden are all happy for him. By the way, boss, old Pete paused. Speaking of the herb garden, I want to ask you, are we going to expand the scale of our herb garden? Of course. Sebastian raised an eyebrow. Any concerns? It's like this. Old Pete rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, We heard that Hogwarts has started to develop the Forbidden Forest. A large portion of the output of the Forbidden Forest is various herbs. I'm worried that there will be too many herbs and that will drive prices down. After all, the consumption level of the magic world is there. It is possible that so many herbs will not be used up. It turns out I was worried about these issues. Sebastian suddenly realized. Generally speaking, old Pete's concerns are very justified. However, this worry is completely unnecessary, and the reason behind it cannot be explained in detail to old Pete. After all, Sebastian's market blueprint includes more than just the wizarding world. Once the statue of secrecy is broken, the muggle market will be endless. Can't use up all the herbs? It doesn't exist at all. Thinking of this, Sebastian smiled knowingly and comforted old Pete. Don't worry, all the herbs will be used up. Just feel free to expand the scale. This is why Wolf Herb Garden was established in the valley. As he spoke, Sebastian took out a piece of parchment and handed it to old Pete. I won't show you the formula for the Wolfsbane potion for now, but I have written down all the herbs related to the Wolfsbane potion on this parchment. You're planning to expand the scale, so just prepare according to the materials above. However, don't expand the scale blindly. The number of employees is limited, so don't let them become overwhelmed. Old Pete was so excited that he opened the parchment with trembling hands and began to read. Merlin, these materials are not cheap. It's only because I have a stable job now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford this Wolfsbane potion. Scale up. Must scale up. Among these materials, if you can grow them yourself, you can reduce costs as much as possible. For the sake of their own wallets, I don't believe any employee would complain about the hard work. The beneficiaries of the Wolfsbane potion are all werewolves. Thinking of all the werewolves, the smile on old Pete's face faded, and he looked at Sebastian with a frown. Boss, we haven't found any trace of Fenrir Greyback. Old Pete felt a little uneasy. This is a task that the boss has ordered must be completed, but I don't know if this guy Greyback has heard any news. He is extremely alert and will hide at the slightest sign of trouble. Even the radical werewolves who followed him hid themselves, with no signs of showing up. Sebastian's eyes gradually turned cold when he heard the name Greyback. Fenrir Greyback, a notorious wanted criminal. His evil deeds are numerous, and unlike most werewolves, he not only attacks humans when transformed during a full moon, but also deliberately hunts and bites others in his normal state. Greyback has a morbid habit of attacking children before the full moon, hoping to strengthen the werewolf community in this way. Lupin was bitten by this guy and turned into a werewolf. Keep following his news, Sebastian said grimly. It's disgusting to let this scum live even one more second. If you have any news, notify me directly. As long as I catch him by the tail, he won't survive. Besides him, you should also pay more attention to the news about those radical werewolves. Once they have the intention to attack people, do not show mercy. The reputation of werewolves has finally started to improve, so don't let a bad apple spoil the whole barrel. Sebastian stood up and said, That's all for today. Go get busy. Remember to rest these few days. I'll pick you up in the evening of July 14th, and we'll go to the ministry together. July 14th, evening. When Sebastian saw old Pete, he was surprised to find that old Pete was still wearing the work clothes of Wolf Herb Garden with a big logo on it. Why don't you dress more respectably? Sebastian asked with a smile. At least wear a suit and tie. This is the most respectable dress in my eyes. No matter how expensive your clothes are, they can't compare to this. Old Pete puffed out his chest with pride, his pride evident in his words. I want to use this press conference to let everyone know that werewolves can also work hard. Since you insist, I certainly support your decision. Sebastian checked his watch and motioned to old Pete. It's almost time. Grab my arm. Apparition. After a squeeze, the two appeared in a narrow, dilapidated street. At the end of the street, an almost forgotten red telephone booth stood there quietly, looking like it had seen a lot of time. A lot of the red paint on its surface had peeled off, revealing a mottled metal surface. Right here, Sebastian whispered, pointing to the phone booth and walking quickly over to it. Boss, please lead the way. You clearly have permission to apparate directly into the Ministry of Magic. Old Pete was a little embarrassed. Now you have to squeeze into this phone booth with me. Don't worry about it. This is your first time at the Ministry of Magic. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, it would be much better if I just accompany you. The identity of a werewolf is very sensitive. If Old Pete were to come alone, there would be many twists and turns. Sebastian smiled slightly and said, "You are the protagonist tonight. I can't let my employees suffer here." With a creaking sound, Sebastian pushed open the door of the telephone booth and squeezed in with Old Pete. What an unpleasant experience. This place is too small, and the Ministry of Magic doesn't know how to improve the visitor entrance. Sebastian complained as he picked up the phone receiver and dialed the number on it. 62442. It's so old-fashioned. It still uses a rotary dial. It doesn't even seem to keep up with the times and switch to a digital phone. According to the analysis of the stupid netizens in the previous life, these 5 numbers mean magic. However, Sebastian couldn't understand why it was interpreted this way. As the dial buzzed and reset, a cold female voice suddenly sounded in the phone booth. The voice did not come from the microphone, but echoed clearly around them, as if an invisible woman was speaking next to them. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and purpose." The voice was so cold and not enthusiastic at all. No wonder ordinary wizards didn't like dealing with the Ministry of Magic. "I'm Sebastian Swan, and I've been invited to attend the press conference tonight." Next to him is the werewolf Old Pete, the protagonist of tonight's press conference, who will personally verify the effect of the Wolfsbane potion. The receptionist seemed a little surprised to hear Sebastian's words, and her voice became much more enthusiastic. "Hello, Mr. Swan. You don't need any credentials at all. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. As for Mr. Pitt, please pin the badge on your chest. This is your credential for entering and leaving the Ministry of Magic tonight." Ding! A square badge slid out of the phone's coin slot. It clearly read, "Werewolf Pete, Wolfsbane Potion Tester." Sebastian took the badge and handed it to Old Pete behind him. It wasn't until Old Pete pinned the badge on his clothes that the receptionist's voice sounded again. "Mr. Pete, please come to the security check desk at the end of the main hall for a security check and to register your wand." As soon as he finished speaking, the telephone booth began to tremble and slowly sank into the ground like an elevator. A harsh friction sound was heard, and Sebastian couldn't help but worry whether there would be any problems with this magic elevator. So backward. Sebastian couldn't help but complain. This crappy elevator is so bad that even dogs don't want to sit in it. It was pitch black, without even a light. Bad review. I'll talk to Fudge about this tonight, and let Swan Alchemy take over the business of improving the visitor entrance. The reason is that the entrance is too shabby and affects the image of the Minister of Magic as a wise and powerful person. I believe Fudge will be happy to pay for it. The phone booth finally stopped, the door opened automatically, and a gust of fresh air blew in. Looking at the scene in front of him, Old Pete was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Before my eyes was a magnificent hall. The floor of the hall was paved with black marble, as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light from above. The walls were inlaid with many golden-laid fireplaces, and every few seconds, one could see green flames flashing as wizards entered and exited the fireplaces. In the center of the hall is a huge fountain, with a group of pure gold statues standing in the center of the fountain. The group of statues consists of a wizard holding a magic wand, surrounded by witches, centaurs, goblins, and house elves. So this is what the Minister of Magic is like. Old Pete sighed. Seeing Sebastian waiting patiently by the side, Old Pete smiled sheepishly. "I'm sorry to embarrass you, boss, for acting like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Where should we go next?" Sebastian laughed and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Come with me. I will be your guide." After walking a few steps, the two came to a table with a security check written on it, and a listless wizard sat behind it. After seeing Sebastian, the wizard's eyes lit up, and he stood up suddenly and greeted him. "Good evening, Mr. Swan. Minister Fudge was just talking about you. This is the werewolf you brought here, right?" The security guard frowned and took out a metal rod and swept it towards Old Pete. With just 2 quick glances, he quickly dodged to the side, as if old Pete was carrying a plague. "Mr. Swan, please come in." "Oh, no need to double-check." "No need." The security officer forced a smile. "He is the person you brought here. I believe he will not mess around here." Sebastian smiled and nodded, then led old Pete to the press conference hall. "Boss, is the Ministry of Magic's security so lax when dealing with werewolves?" A hint of doubt flashed across old Pete's face. Intuitively, he felt that the security check process should be more complicated. "Don't think too much," Sebastian smiled and took old Pete into a hall full of magic elevators. How could it be that simple? If an ordinary werewolf came here, he would have been surrounded by 4 or 5 security guards and then go through more than a dozen troublesome security check procedures. If you fail in even the slightest aspect, you will be politely asked to leave and come back next time. The reason why Sebastian brought old Pete with him personally was to avoid these troubles. After all, Sebastian's reputation still counts for a lot in the Ministry of Magic. Riding the magic elevator all the way down, the two soon arrived at the floor where the press conference was held. As soon as Sebastian opened the elevator door, he saw a familiar person walking in front. The familiar black robe fluttered up and down, looking very stylish. Seeing this, Sebastian grinned and shouted loudly, "Hello, Severus, wait for me. Let's go together." Hearing Sebastian shout, Snape turned around and spoke calmly. "You're here now? I thought you would come earlier to deal with your complicated interpersonal relationships. I heard that you invited a lot of potion masters to support Damocles." He nodded coldly to old Pete as a greeting. "The sun hasn't completely set yet. It's still early. Besides, I need to go get my staff here." Looking at the cold Snape, Sebastian didn't care. On the contrary, he felt that Snape had been polite enough not to spray venom at old Peter. After all, Snape hated the existence of werewolves. In order to prevent the atmosphere from becoming dull, Sebastian prepared to pick topics that would interest Snape. For example, Harry's teaching progress. Although, according to Dumbledore, Harry would need to stay at his aunt's for a month first. But he just had to sleep at the Dursleys at night. During the day, Harry is still free and can go wherever he wants. Even in the original book, Harry would go to the nearby park to play during the day. According to Sebastian's plan, Harry could take the night bus to Swan Manor during the day and then practice magic at Swan Manor. However, the Ministry of Magic prohibits underage wizards from using magic outside of school. However, this decree is basically aimed at young wizards living in the Muggle world, and young wizards living in the magical world have no such worries at all. For example, in a wizarding gathering place like Diagon Alley, the Ministry of Magic has no ability to distinguish whether the wizards using magic are underage children or adult wizards. Therefore, if Harry wanted to practice spells, he had to come to Swan Manor. However, Sebastian was too busy to teach Harry himself, so he simply let Snape take over Harry's study tasks. It has been 3 weeks since the holiday. I wonder how the two of them are getting along. Thinking of this, Sebastian smiled and said, "It's been so many days since the holiday. How is Harry's study progress?" When Snape mentioned Harry, his expression relaxed a little, no longer so cold. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, and he said cheerfully, "Very good. I have almost finished learning the 3rd grade potions. I will start teaching him 4th-year potions in the next 2 days." "So, Harry is a quick learner," Sebastian nodded. "It seems that he has completely inherited Lily's talent for potions." Snape nodded in agreement, his expression softening when he heard Lily's name. "Since there is no place to practice spells, I didn't take him to practice spells. Wait a couple of days. After Harry returns to Swan Manor, you can teach him about spells. By the way, did you know that Harry is a very sensible child, completely different from his jerk father?" No one knew what he was thinking about, but a smile from the bottom of his heart appeared on Snape's face, and he looked very happy. Seeing this, Sebastian was a little surprised. What's going on? Why this expression? What on earth did Harry do to make Snape so happy? This is the first time I have received such direct praise. He looked at Snape as if he wanted to know more. Snape didn't keep the secret, but held his head high and said proudly, "Harry is very sensible." He will take the initiative to make lunch every day at noon. I have been telling him not to waste his time on such trivial matters. I could just do it. But he didn't listen at all. He even said that it was hard for me to teach him potions, so I just had to sit down and he would be fully responsible for lunch. There's nothing I can do. I can't persuade him, so I have to let him do it. You know what? Harry's cooking skills are pretty good, and the food he makes is delicious. Fragrant. Sebastian's jaw dropped to the ground when he heard this. How could it not smell good? When Lily's son cooks for you, you will always find it delicious. You have completely defeated James Potter. Look, even though you said that Harry didn't listen to you, what's with the boasting in your words? With a smile on his face, he looks like an old father. Fortunately, it's holiday now. Otherwise, seeing your behavior, I might just give Harry 100 points. But, Severus, please be more careful. The food you cooked must be so bad that Harry was forced to cook on his own initiative. Sebastian was too lazy to expose this, and instead joined Snape in praising Harry. His words were full of envy and jealousy, which made Snape extremely happy. He was still smiling all the way to the press conference hall. Unlike the luxurious entrance hall of the Ministry of Magic when you first enter it, the decoration here is in a completely different style, appearing very majestic and solemn. As soon as the three people came in, they attracted the attention of everyone present. A wizard in his 30s brightened up, walked up quickly, and hugged Sebastian. Sebastian, thank you so much. Originally, I was thinking of asking your Swan Media to report on it. I never thought that you would join forces with the Ministry of Magic to make this matter so grand. That's good. The promotion of the Wolfsbane potion will be much smoother. Congratulations, Damocles. Your years of research have finally paid off. I'm so happy for you. Sebastian patted the wizard on the back enthusiastically. Thanks to the Wolfsbane potion, the threat posed by werewolves has been greatly reduced. The entire wizarding world is indebted to you. No way. Damocles smiled embarrassedly. I think the development of Wolfsbane potion is not difficult. It's just that too few potion masters care about werewolves, so this credit falls on me. You said it very well. After hearing Damocles' words, Old Pete walked forward excitedly and bowed solemnly. What is this? Seeing Old Pete's actions, Damocles was a little at a loss. I'm a werewolf, tonight's drug tester. You can call me Old Pete. Old Pete's voice trembled a little. Forgive my rude interruption. It's really that you just said it very well. In the wizarding world, there are too few wizards who care about werewolves. Everyone simply regards werewolves as aliens. However, few people care. Most werewolves are poor people. They did not become werewolves voluntarily. Before becoming werewolves, they were ordinary wizards or even children. They were just victims who survived the werewolf attacks. They haven't done anything wrong, but they're being treated unfairly. Mr. Damocles Belby, you are not only a master of potions, but also a person of noble character. Having said that, Old Pete was about to salute Damocles again. This made Damocles a loss. He hurriedly helped Old Pete up, stammering and not knowing what to say. Damocles' face flushed. He was obsessed with potion research all day long, immersed in various complicated experiments, and seldom took the initiative to interact with people. Different from ordinary potion masters, Damocles never pursues fame or wealth. He has only one goal in mind: to seek welfare for werewolves. Although his research results seemed unpopular in the potion world, he didn't care. He understood that the reason werewolves were struggling at the bottom of society and living in hardship was largely because of the great harm caused by their transformation. The emergence of Wolfsbane potion can solve this situation well. It is a well-known fact that werewolves are extremely poor. Because of this potion cannot bring huge profits and cannot attract those colleagues who only care about wealth and reputation. Damocles was well aware of this, and he never expected that his research would bring him much wealth and glory. Therefore, even though he is a master of potions, basically no one would take the initiative to visit him. To put it simply, Damocles is a solitary researcher with lofty aspirations. He is unfamiliar and clumsy in dealing with human relationships, and often does not know how to respond to other people's enthusiasm or hostility. As if he saw Damocles' predicament, Snape took the initiative to step forward and speak to Damocles. Damocles, I looked at the potion formula you gave me and found a big problem. Question? Damocles' eyes lit up when he received the key words, and he quickly looked at Snape. Also from Slytherin House, he is 1 year below Snape. He admired Snape's talent for potions, and they often discussed potions together during school. Therefore, he was very curious about what the problem was that Snape was talking about. I don't know if you've noticed, Snape said in a smooth voice, that most of the ingredients in your recipes are very expensive. For poor werewolves, they probably can't afford the cost of wolf poison potion. Hearing this, Damocles frowned and said, Indeed, I have also discovered this problem. So, my next research goal is to reduce the cost of wolfsbane potion as much as possible. Severus, do you have any ideas? Speaking of professional issues, Snape became interested and discussed the ingredients in the recipe one by one with Damocles. These two people, he didn't care what the occasion was and just ignored his surroundings when talking about potions. As the protagonist of today, Damocles must socialize with others and cannot just chat here all the time. Sebastian shook his head helplessly, and just as he was about to interrupt the two of them, he heard a familiar voice sounded not far away. Merlin's beard. Look who these people are. Sebastian, Severus, and today's protagonist Damocles are all young talents from Slytherin. Sebastian grinned and looked at the person who made the sound. It was his old dean, Horace Slughorn. He, along with Dumbledore and Mr. Bolton, the headmaster of St. Mungo's Hospital, walked towards the group with a smile. Albus, look, they're all students I taught. Aren't you envious? Not at all, Dumbledore quipped. In my eyes, they're all students who have just graduated from Hogwarts. Sebastian, is this Damocles the potion's master you have been recommending? Although Dean Bolton is in his 70s, he does not look old at all, and he speaks with full energy. Under such circumstances, they were able to focus on discussing the improvement of the potion formula. It really lives up to its reputation. Dean Bolton was very interested in Damocles and started a conversation with him directly, praising his original intention of researching wolfsbane potion. From Dean Bolton's words, everyone quickly learned that every year there are a few patients who are bitten or scratched by mad werewolves on full moon nights. Although these patients will be taken to St. Mungo's Hospital, the healers could only treat their wounds from werewolf bites and then watch them transform into werewolves. Now, as long as the wolfsbane potion is promoted, the probability of being attacked by a mad werewolf will be greatly reduced. Those kind werewolf wizards can also slowly reintegrate into normal life. While everyone was chatting, Sebastian secretly took Horace aside, took out a can of beautifully packaged pineapple preserves, and put it in his hand. Dean, this is a special preserve I brought for you. Sebastian raised an eyebrow. Please put it away quickly. Horace was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling and kept patting Sebastian's shoulder. Sebastian quietly asked Horace about the preparation of the elixir, and after learning that it would be ready soon, the two returned to Damocles again. As he approached the group, Sebastian heard Dean Bolton's powerful voice. Albus, if the wolfsbane potion is successfully tested, I suggest that we jointly nominate Damocles to obtain a second-class medal of the Order of Merlin. No problem, Dumbledore nodded. Damocles' contribution is fully worthy of an Order of Merlin. Hearing this, Sebastian beamed with joy. Nice. I helped Damocles not only to help him gain fame, but also to let more people know this hardworking potion master. It was more about helping Damocles get a nomination for the Order of Merlin. You know, in order to win the Order of Merlin, you not only need to make outstanding contributions to the wizarding world, but you also need to find a nominator. If the nominee is a recipient of the Order of Merlin, the approval efficiency will be greatly improved. If there is no nominator, one can only wait for the Order of Merlin to automatically initiate the nomination. In this case, when it will be passed depends on fate. Sebastian used his connections to invite many big names in the magic world for this very purpose. After Dean Bolton left, Sebastian took Damocles directly to other parts of the hall and talked with many officials from the Ministry of Magic and even members of the Order of Merlin one by one. Such a good opportunity doesn't come along every day, and we can't let Damocles sit there discussing the formula and waste this opportunity. The meeting lasted for 2 hours until it was getting dark, and a group of people came into the press conference hall. Reporters adjusted their magic cameras or prepared parchment and shorthand quills. Aurors began to maintain order and asked people in the hall to take their seats as quickly as possible. Soon, Minister of Magic Fudge appeared at the podium of the press conference. He cleared his throat and spoke cheerfully, caring for the social life of werewolves and building a harmonious wizarding world. I declare, the press conference officially begins. Fudge stood on the podium, looking very energetic. Hee, this is an achievement that comes to your doorstep. From today on, whenever people talk about werewolves, they will never forget that I am the first Minister of Magic to care about the lives of werewolves. Everyone can see how he has devoted his life to the stability of the wizarding world until his death. You know what? Sebastian is really nice and always thinks of me when something good happens. Moreover, his brain is very useful. Last time he cared for the dragon, this time he cared for the werewolf, and he can always think of new ideas every time. From this point of view, it wouldn't be surprising if next time I was asked to care for some strange and bizarre magical animals. It's a pity that Sebastian is the richest man in the wizarding world and doesn't value the position in the Ministry of Magic, so he can't use it fully for his own benefit. Otherwise, he must be assigned the position of Deputy Minister of Magic so that he can give me more advice. But it doesn't matter. As the Minister of Magic, I can make it easier for Swan to do alchemy. I believe Sebastian can see my sincerity and reciprocate. Fudge cleared his throat, looked down at the audience in front of him, and began to talk about the latest situation in the wizarding world. Ladies and gentlemen, our Ministry of Magic has achieved many brilliant achievements in the past year. He paused and glanced around. First of all, we have achieved a great victory in the fight against dark wizards. Under my leadership, our Aurors have successfully arrested dark wizard after dark wizard. There was applause and low-pitched discussions from the audience, and the reporters' flashlights kept clicking. Sebastian clapped his hands in boredom, with an impeccable smile on his face. This Fudge is really bullshitting. He keeps bragging about his achievements, as if the magical world cannot survive without him. Damn, the theme tonight is werewolves, and tonight is a full moon night. The moon will rise soon. It will be fun when old Pete turns into a werewolf and bites Fudge directly. Finally, Fudge ended his boring speech and began to express his concern for the werewolf wizards with a sad face. I have to say that as a qualified politician, Fudge's acting is so natural. If you simply look at his current performance, everyone will only think that he is a good minister who truly cares about werewolf wizards. As we all know, every full moon night, werewolves will transform into wolves, then lose their minds and indiscriminately attack all humans around them. Fudge's tone gradually lowered. The victims will be transformed into new werewolves, and the perpetrators often do not do it out of their own will. This situation has always plagued the wizarding world. Fortunately, Fudge changed the subject and his tone became excited. Our potion master, Mr. Damocles Belby, invented the Wolfsbane potion. And the Wolfsbane potion can allow werewolves to retain their human sanity when they transform, so they don't have to worry about causing harm to others during the full moon. Of course, seeing is believing. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic invites everyone to witness this historic moment together. Next, please welcome Mr. Damocles Belby. Fudge looked down at the manuscript, and after confirming the name on it, he said loudly, "And tonight's special werewolf guest Old Pete will make a presentation for everyone." Good job. There were only 5 minutes left until Moonrise, and Fudge had no time to waste. Sure enough, each of these standard politicians is a master of time management. Sebastian looked at Old Pete beside him and nodded encouragingly. After getting a signal from Sebastian, Old Pete plucked up his courage, stood up, and walked toward the podium. Seeing Old Pete in the crowd, the reporters turned their cameras and took a lot of photos of him. Among the group of reporters, there was a lady wearing glasses and with delicate makeup. A shorthand quill was floating in front of her, writing something on the parchment without anyone controlling it. Wolfher Garden? Never heard of it. It seems that these werewolves have gathered together, and I wonder if they are plotting something. This is big news. Your article will definitely be on the front page tomorrow. It's a pity that the Daily Prophet is now in decline. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to earn a lot of money for my royalties. I want to see for myself who is brave enough to sit with this werewolf and not be afraid of being bitten by him. Perhaps that person is the boss behind Wolfherb Garden? Otherwise, how could he be so bold? Very good. This point should also be included in the article. Although there is no evidence, it does not prevent me from making reasonable speculations in the article. But I am Rita Skeeter, and I have the responsibility to reveal some truths to my readers. Thinking of this, she adjusted her glasses and looked excitedly in the direction where old Pete was coming. Suddenly, her eyes fixed and her whole body began to tremble. What's going on? Only the seat next to Sebastian Swan was empty. Could it be that he is the boss behind the werewolf? When she was hesitating, she suddenly saw Sebastian looking at her coldly. This glance was like a sharp arrow piercing her heart. She felt her blood solidify instantly. A chill ran up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her feel as if she had fallen into an icy cave. For a moment, it seemed as if the whole world had stopped, leaving only those cold eyes that were infinitely magnified in her mind. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Why are you still looking at me? Rita was a little overwhelmed. She couldn't help but avoid looking at Sebastian, trying to escape the oppressive feeling of the moment, but she found that she couldn't divert her attention at all. That's right. On article. Rita's face turned pale, as if she had been stung by a bee, and she suddenly grasped the shorthand quill that was still writing the article. Looking at the words on the parchment, Rita felt a little scared. But I dare not write this. If I really send this article out, that devil will block my door again tomorrow. She picked up the parchment covered with words and began to write on it in large sections. We should sing praises, praise the other party as an entrepreneur with a global vision and who has made outstanding contributions to the stability and development of the wizarding world. We should praise the other party for creating a fair and just working environment for werewolves, allowing them to work with peace of mind and give full play to their talents. We should praise the other person, praise him for not being stingy with money, donating generously, and supporting various charitable causes and social projects, making the entire magical world more harmonious and beautiful because of his existence. Rita became more and more excited as she wrote. She was so immersed in it that she didn't even care about the press conference. Seeing Rita's attitude, Sebastian nodded with satisfaction. This Rita, just now she was trying to make trouble again. It seems that he needs to be beaten from time to time before he will behave himself. Thinking of this, Sebastian withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to this jumping clown. He looked at old Pete on the podium, looking forward to the show tonight officially starting. The hall had changed drastically at this time. Under an unknown magic, the ceiling gradually disappeared, revealing the night sky outside. In the center of the rostrum stood a huge alchemical iron cage, with alchemical chains inside as secondary insurance. Old Pete came out of the iron cage, first took off his work clothes from Wolfherb Garden, folded them carefully, and placed them neatly on the ground. Wearing a vest, he walked into the iron cage and skillfully locked his legs and waist tightly with alchemical chains. Then he took the wolfsbane potion from Damocles across the iron cage, raised his head, and drank it all in one gulp. The aurors in charge of security clenched their wands and surrounded the podium. They stared at old Pete in the iron cage vigilantly, fearing that he would break the cage and attack someone. After all, the wizards who came today were either rich or noble, and they couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. Looking at the aurors who were facing a formidable enemy, old Pete smiled and sat down on the ground calmly. Only when he looked at Damocles and Sebastian did his eyes reveal gratitude. Hey, this werewolf is quite courageous. He is not at all nervous with so many people watching him. He looks calm as if this is his living room. I thought so too. He looked more comfortable sitting in the cage than I did. This shows that he trusts Damocles and the wolfsbane potion. Don't talk, don't talk. The moon will rise soon. Look carefully, it's rare to see a werewolf transform. Time passed quickly amid the whispers of the crowd. The moment the moon rose, old Pete's body began to tremble violently, as if he was in severe pain. His bones made a creaking sound, and his body quickly stretched and gradually became taller. As his body lengthened, his skin began to change. Black hair emerged like a tide, quickly covering his entire body. His nails became pointed and long, as sharp as blades, and his palms and soles began to deform, turning into strong and powerful claws. Under the surprised or disgusted gazes of the crowd, his face twisted and deformed. His nose and mouth gradually lengthened, turning into a ferocious wolf head. The sharp teeth were exposed from the mouth, flashing a cold light, looking extremely terrifying. After the complete transformation, old Pete was a little overwhelmed by everyone's gazes. He didn't want others to see his ugly appearance. However, after just a slight hesitation, he straightened his chest again and showed it to the audience. Reporters' flashbulbs kept flashing, feverishly recording old Pitt's transformation. Some curious reporters tried to walk up to the podium to take close-up photos of the werewolves, but they were all stopped by the Aurors. Not only the reporters were curious, but the wizards present also stretched their necks, opened their eyes wide, and tried hard to observe every detail of the werewolf's transformation. Many wizards even took out magic cameras and filmed everything in front of them like reporters. Seeing old Pete's calm appearance, many wizards were extremely disappointed. This performance was far from their impression of the ferocious werewolf. Is this a werewolf? It looks ordinary and doesn't seem like a big deal. Yeah, except for the wolf-like appearance, there's nothing special about him. It doesn't look that scary. I don't know why there are werewolves injuring people every year. This looks like this. I feel like I can beat 10 of them. Didn't they say that there would be a signature wolf howl after the transformation? Why isn't it howling? That's enough. This is a wizard, not a wolf. Show some respect. The wizards present started arguing and expressed their opinions one after another. Listening to the noise of the crowd, Snape curled his lips in disdain. These guys, are their minds full of steepest Phananthera? It's just mediocre, nothing big. Wizards who say such things are probably even less intelligent than trolls. Snape glanced at the ministry official who was shouting that he wanted to beat 10 people, and his contempt was evident in his words. Still want to hit 10? Why don't you go to heaven? Do you know the weight of XXXXX level magical creatures? Magical animals of this level are all top-notch in terms of speed, strength, and magic resistance. Normally, spells cast upon them would simply bounce back without any effect. Once the werewolves get close to them, the wizards' fragile bodies are simply unable to resist the violent werewolves. Don't you see that the Aurors are all facing a serious enemy? The werewolf can now remain sane and quiet, all thanks to the wolfsbane potion. I really want to see this idiot fight alone against a transformed werewolf in a one-on-one duel. By then, if he could survive, it would be because the werewolf felt that biting him would affect his IQ. By the way, how did this idiot graduate? Every professor at Hogwarts is to blame for allowing such an idiot to graduate. It seems that I need to be stricter with my students, so as not to teach such idiots who will embarrass me in society. Unlike Snape's contempt, old Pete, who had transformed into a werewolf, sat in the cage with a calm and composed look. It's just criticism. I've gotten used to hearing it. However, thinking about his mission tonight, old Pete decided to say a few words to prove that he was no threat now. Hello, everyone, old Pete said calmly. I'm old Pete, an employee of Wolfherb Garden. I want to prove that after drinking the wolfsbane potion, werewolves can remain sane and will not threaten the safety of those around them. Hearing old Pete's words, the wizard's presence suddenly became noisy. Merlin, the werewolf, spoke. Did you hear him? He spoke. This is really rare. According to records, after a werewolf transforms, it can only howl meaninglessly. I have never heard of a werewolf speaking. There's something about the wolfsbane potion. It looks like tonight's press conference was a success. Amid the clamor of the crowd, Dean Bolton, who was sitting in the first row, stood up and walked to the iron cage. He ignored the Auror's attempts to stop him and chatted cordially with old Pete, asking about his various conditions. After obtaining old Pete's consent, He took out his wand and kept tapping the werewolf's body, verifying some things with magic. The reporters could no longer bear it and broke through the aura's obstruction, came to the iron cage, and started filming carefully. Big news. This is really big news. Be sure to record it well. Dumbledore carefully observed old Peter's condition and listened attentively to his conversation with Dean Bolton. After a long moment, he smiled with satisfaction. It seems that Damocles' wolfsbane potion is perfect. The werewolf's sanity has been well preserved. Not only is his speech clear, but his thinking logic is also clear. Congratulations, Fudge. Dumbledore looked at Fudge beside him. Today's press conference was a great success. Yeah, I think so too. Fudge nodded with satisfaction and smiled like a flower. These are all his achievements. From today on, there will be another highlight on his resume. Moreover, the werewolf was very honest and docile like a dog. It's great. From now on, the threat posed by werewolves will be much smaller. This is all thanks to the good leadership of the Minister of Magic. Just when Fudge was feeling proud, he saw Dumbledore stand up and invite him with a smile. Fudge, come on stage together. Shake hands with the werewolf. Hearing this, Fudge's face suddenly turned green. He actually let himself shake hands with a werewolf. Is that reasonable? I just asked you if this is reasonable. That's a werewolf. Although it seems sensible now, what if? What if I get deliberately attacked when shaking hands with a werewolf? Even if you're not attacked, you will not be able to bear if your skin is accidentally scratched by the other person's nails. I am the Minister of Magic. I can't do such a dangerous thing. However, feeling the gazes of the people around him, Fudge gritted his teeth and stood up. Dumbledore's suggestion was actually quite good. Shaking hands with a werewolf could be a good way to demonstrate one's courage. And to be honest, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope the reporters will be more sensible. Then tomorrow's headlines will be, the first Minister of Magic to shake hands with a werewolf. Before going on stage, Fudge approached Dumbledore and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Principal Dumbledore, my safety depends on you. After saying this, he made up his mind, put a smile on his face again, and strode onto the podium. Seeing Fudge coming up, the reporters turned their cameras and started filming Fudge. Fudge did not rashly step forward to shake hands with old Peter. Instead, he smiled and listened patiently to the conversation between old Peter and Dean Bolton. After waiting for a while, until he was sure that the werewolf posed no threat at all, Fudge smiled and spoke. Old Pete, how are you feeling? Are you feeling any discomfort? To be honest, Fudge didn't care whether old Pete felt uncomfortable or not. What he really wanted to know was whether old Pete still had the desire to attack others. Minister, I'm fine, old Pete replied, and his voice was much softer in order not to scare the Minister of Magic. After drinking the wolfsbane potion, I didn't feel anything strange after transforming into a werewolf. In fact, I felt like I was still in the form of a wizard. That's good, that's good. Fudge nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Dumbledore beside him and the cameras in the hands of the reporters, and suddenly he felt boundless courage in his heart. Dawlish, Fudge said to an auror, come and release this werewolf wizard from the cage. If he can keep his sanity, he shouldn't be treated like this. Let him stand next to me and take a photo together. The reporters were in an uproar when they heard Fudge's words. My God, the minister is so brave. That's a werewolf. Even though it looks harmless now, it's still better to be careful. Why didn't I realize before that Minister Fudge was so brave? I suddenly feel that Minister Fudge has become more prominent. I have an idea. The topic of tomorrow's news will be Minister and Werewolf hold hands. The magical world marches in unison. Seeing that Dawlish actually opened the lock on the iron cage, the reporters ran down from the podium. They didn't dare to gamble whether werewolves were really harmless, and it was great that Minister Fudge was willing to step forward. Listening to the reporters' discussions, Fudge's smile grew wider. After confirming that the werewolf was really not a threat, he seriously considered the feasibility of shaking hands with the werewolf. Although, I can definitely shake hands with a werewolf through the iron cage. But that doesn't reflect his bravery at all. Instead, it makes him look stingy. Since Dumbledore is watching, he might as well let the werewolf out of the cage, stand next to him, and shake hands openly. I believe that the reporters' cameras will record this historic moment. Fudge thought very clearly, either don't do it, or if you do it, you have to do it well. It seems that the effect is good now. The werewolf hasn't come out yet, and everyone is praising themselves for their bravery. Fudge's face was full of anticipation. He had already anticipated how he would be reported in tomorrow's news. Soon, all the chains on Old Pete were opened, and he stood out from the iron cage. After turning into a werewolf, his height reached more than 2 meters, and when he stood next to Fudge, Fudge looked extremely short. Old Pete was not used to Fudge's enthusiasm, and under the other party's urging, he hesitantly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Fudge. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Fudge, as Minister of Magic, personally certify this to you. After drinking the wolfsbane potion, the werewolf can remain rational and no longer pose a threat to the people around them. Werewolves like these are no different from ordinary wizards. They are all part of the magical community. Suddenly, all kinds of flashlights flashed together, making Fudge almost unable to open his eyes. I've got an idea too. Tomorrow's news will be called What the Minister of Magic and Werewolves Have to Tell. Mine is better. My title is shocking. The Minister of Magic actually did this with a werewolf in public. After hearing the reporter's discussion, Fudge was not angry. Instead, the smile on his face became even brighter and he felt extremely proud. Great success. It was a great success indeed. Although these titles are strange, they will definitely attract the attention of many ordinary wizards. The more people know about it, the better. Anyway, as long as they see the news, they can see their heroic figure. The visual effect of the Minister of Magic standing together with a transformed werewolf must be very explosive. It seems that I must buy all the newspapers for tomorrow. Also, make a copy of all the news footage and keep it. In this way, even when you are old, you can always take out these evidences and brag about them to people around you. Thinking of this, Fudge held Old Pete's hand and kept adjusting the angle, trying to ensure that every reporter could find the perfect shooting angle. Looking at Fudge's smug look, Sebastian shook his head speechlessly. Fudge is indeed a qualified politician who always seizes every opportunity to manage his own image. But it doesn't matter, both sides get what they want, and as long as there is benefit, Fudge will definitely let the Ministry of Magic spare no effort to promote the wolfsbane potion. Old Pete can also benefit from this and let more people know about Wolf Herb Garden. This way, many wavering werewolves will join the herb garden. Just as Sebastian was thinking, Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, came and sat down next to him. Congratulations, Sebastian. Your Wolf Herb Garden has become famous. There will definitely be many werewolves coming to join you. Honestly, I can't help but doubt your intention of gathering so many werewolves. No, Sebastian said to his old boss with a smile. Please don't wrongly accuse a good person. I'm also considering the safety of the wizarding world. You know, when the herb garden was established, the wolfsbane potion hadn't even been half finished yet. Scrimgeour did not comment on Sebastian's statement. In this meeting, the most discussed issue is that the threat posed by werewolves has been greatly reduced. However, as the head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour tended to think in another direction. He felt that the threat posed by werewolves had not decreased, but had increased greatly. A werewolf without reason is difficult enough to deal with, and a werewolf with reason will become a nightmare. Now, thanks to the appearance of wolfsbane potion, there will be dozens of werewolves in the Wolf Herb Garden who can remain sane after transformation. With a little training, this would be a well-trained werewolf army. If Wolf's Herb Garden gathered all the werewolves together, I'm afraid even all the Aurors combined would be unable to do anything to them. To be honest, if the herb garden was not a company owned by Sebastian, Scrimgeour would definitely suggest to Fudge that the herb garden be restricted in its development. However, thinking of the fighting power of the werewolf after transformation, Scrimgeour became a little envious. It would be nice if there were a few reliable werewolf wizards among the Aurors. Thinking of this, Scrimgeour persuaded tactfully. Sebastian, I have something to discuss with you. I would like to select a few werewolf wizards from the Wolf Herb Garden to join the Auror team. What do you think? What's the meaning? Want to poach your own customers? Isn't this just cutting your own flesh? No way. Sebastian was speechless. I have worked so hard and carefully selected just to recruit such a small number of werewolves. How could I possibly make wedding dresses for others? As a qualified capitalist, you always steal other people's business and never allow others to steal your business. Even if you, Scrimgeour, are our old boss, this won't work. Besides, even if you're asked to go to the Garden to recruit people, there must be werewolves willing to follow you. In order to prevent others from picking his peaches, Sebastian specially arranged for Old Pete to carry out spiritual civilization construction for all werewolf employees. The meeting to recall the past and cherish the present held every 2 weeks is not in vain. Under Old Pete's organization, all werewolf employees will self-CPU, recall the hard days in the past, and cherish the good life in front of them. In this case, if there is a werewolf willing to go with you, Scrimgeour, my name Sebastian will be written backwards. Don't even think about how the Ministry of Magic and the Aurors treated werewolves in the past. There is no way the werewolves will be fooled by just a few words. This is what it means. You ignored me before, but now I have made you out of reach. Sebastian did not directly refute Scrimgeour's idea, but spoke to him generously. No problem. The Auror office is welcome to come to the Wolf Herb Garden for the job fair. However, in order to prevent some unpleasant things from happening, we have to set some rules. All recruitment must be based on mutual consent. Aurors cannot use coercion or inducement. If you can't recruit anyone, you can't get angry and embarrassed. So simple. Scrimgeour looked at Sebastian in surprise. No bargaining at all? He was prepared for Sebastian to make all kinds of excuses, but in the end, Sebastian agreed so easily. This made Scrimgeour, who had a lot of words to say, feel extremely uncomfortable. That's fine. After all, Sebastian is still a person who cares about the wizarding world. It seems that I've been judging him by my own standards. Scrimgeour was relieved and said to Sebastian with a smile, "Then it's settled. How about this? Today is the night of the full moon. Let your werewolf employees take a day off tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, I will personally lead people to the Wolf Herb Garden to hold a job fair. Don't feel bad if I recruit a few werewolves." Sure, Sebastian said with a broad smile that was impeccable. "I'll introduce you to Old Pete later. Old Pete will definitely treat you well when you get to the herb garden." Hearing this, Scrimgeour brightened up and started joking with Sebastian. "Sebastian, you're the deputy headmaster now after all. Can you please take care of the teaching level of Hogwarts?" Among the graduates who applied for the Auror position this year, there are still not many who are qualified. Their spell skills are much better than those of the graduates from the previous year, but they still don't meet the requirements for direct recruitment. This is the situation. You have to think of a solution. Scrimgeour patted Sebastian on the shoulder, stood up, and continued patrolling the hall. Watching Scrimgeour leaving, Sebastian felt a headache. This Scrimgeour, if you don't know how to joke, then don't make one. If it were easy to improve students' level, professors in schools wouldn't have to worry about it. The professor's teaching level is world-class, but students also have to work hard on their own. Sebastian turned his head to look at Snape, and found that his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Ouch! Snape was angry. When a new school year begins, he will definitely be stricter with his students. Now, the little wizards got what they deserved. There was no way, even though Scrimgeour said those words in a teasing tone. However, it is an ironclad fact that the qualification rate for Auror recruitment is low. It seems that we really need to think of a solution. What should we do? Sebastian gradually fell into deep thought, ignoring the noise in the hall and remaining as quiet as a sculpture. Got it. Sebastian's eyes lit up as he came up with a great idea. Didn't you, Scrimgeour, feel that the graduates from Hogwarts were not good enough to meet the recruitment standards of the Auror office? Then, you can send people over to provide pre-job training to the prospective graduates of Hogwarts. You know, every year Hogwarts provides career counseling for fifth-year students. Students who are preparing to become Aurors can start pre-job training from the 6th grade. By the way, St. Mungo's Hospital cannot be left behind. I can lobby and ask St. Mungo's Hospital to send a therapist over to provide pre-job training for the therapist profession. However, there is no rush now. If we want to reach a cooperation with the Auror office and St. Mungo's Hospital, we must first deal with Dumbledore. Dumbledore supports happy education. Who knows if he will feel sorry for the students who are too tired from studying and oppose this proposal. Therefore, before looking for Dumbledore, some preparatory work must be done. After realizing this, Sebastian calmly waited for the press conference to end. After the press conference, Sebastian first let old Pete meet Scrimgeour and explain Scrimgeour's plan. After agreeing on a meeting time, he took old Pete back to Wolf Herb Garden. Before leaving, he kindly told old Pete how to deal with Scrimgeour. In summary, your attitude should be good and the service should be good, but you must never agree to follow others. In the next few days, Sebastian went to the school to get a list of graduates from the last 2 years. Then, as the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts, he launched a large-scale graduate employment survey. If you want Deng Xiaoping to agree to the teaching reform, you must convince him with ironclad facts. Sebastian was incredibly proactive. In just 3 days, he sent owl messages and even visited each graduate in person to learn about their employment status in detail. After completing this huge task, Sebastian immediately compiled a detailed student employment report. Without wasting a moment, he arrived at Hogwarts via Floo. Old rules. First find Professor McGonagall, and then take Professor McGonagall to Dumbledore's office. As soon as they entered the door of the headmaster's office, Sebastian shouted to Dumbledore, "Principal, stop basking in the sun leisurely. Come and take a look at the latest employment status of graduates." Seeing the two people appearing together, Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat. This situation, it seems familiar. The last time the two appeared together was to develop the Forbidden Forest. What was it for this time? Sebastian is really troublesome. I'm so old now. Can't I just have a few days of peace? He brought Minerva here again, without any creativity at all, probably because he was afraid that I would not agree. However, after hearing that they were just looking at the employment situation of the graduates, Dumbledore felt relieved, became interested, and looked at Sebastian with a smile. Just looking at the employment situation, he didn't believe that Sebastian could do anything weird. Sebastian, contrary to his usual practice, did not sit directly across from Dumbledore. Instead, he stood there and used transfiguration to transform the chair into a huge, upright blackboard. He stood in front of the blackboard and looked at Dumbledore like a professor preparing for class. Seeing Sebastian's big move, Professor McGonagall also became interested and sat down next to Dumbledore. She knew earlier than Dumbledore that Sebastian was going to conduct an employment survey on the graduates. After all, it was she who handed the list of graduates to Sebastian personally. Sebastian is different. He always comes up with some unique ideas. Professor McGonagall has also learned about the employment status of individual students from previous years. However, the number is very small, and they're basically students who are familiar with each other or have particularly good grades. This kind of employment survey for all graduates is the first time at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall looked at the blackboard like a student. She was very curious about the employment situation of the students. Headmaster, Professor McGonagall, Sebastian cleared his throat and got straight to the point without any nonsense. I have been working at Hogwarts for 2 years, so my employment survey is only for students who graduated in the past 2 years. Let's first take a look at the situation of the students who just graduated this year. Sebastian waved his wand gently, and in an instant, a series of dynamic charts and texts appeared on the blackboard, extremely vivid and clear. It has been almost a month since the Hogwarts holiday, but only 48% of the graduates have found jobs. The situation is not bad. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and smiled kindly. It's only been a month, and so many students have found jobs. Not bad. Sebastian asked back with a serious face. He waved his wand again, and the data and charts on the blackboard gradually broke down, becoming more intuitive and shocking. Let's see what this 48% represents. We can clearly see that these 48% of students can be divided into 2 categories: those with good academic performance and those from wealthy families. It's very realistic. Students from well-off families will naturally not have to worry about finding a job. Their families will make all the arrangements for them. Or If you have a good transcript, it will be much easier to find a job. They all have good jobs. Some work for the Ministry of Magic, some work for St. Mungo's Hospital, some work for Swan Alchemy, some inherit family fortunes, and so on. But Sebastian changed the subject. Guess how long it will take for the remaining 52% of students to find a job? Maybe. Dumbledore hesitated. To be honest, he had never paid attention to such details. After thinking for a while, he gave a conservative figure. Within half a year? Within half a year. Sebastian shook his head slightly. I'm not very optimistic about this time. So, let's compare it with last year's graduation situation. Sebastian waved his wand again and put the data of last year's graduates on the blackboard. We can see from the timeline that only 37% of last year's graduates had found good jobs 1 month after graduation. From this perspective, the students have made great progress. But what about the rest of the students? The data on the blackboard began to change again. The moment the new data appeared, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall both sat up straight. How so? Why have nearly 20% of students not found a job yet? Sebastian, this data... Professor McGonagall frowned. She couldn't imagine that so many students hadn't found a job yet. Professor McGonagall, this data is guaranteed to be true and reliable. Of these 20% of students, only 2 have not yet started looking for a job because they are traveling in the wizarding world. As for the remaining students, their situations are somewhat special. Their grades are okay, they are average, but they haven't been able to find the jobs they want. Sebastian took out 2 letters and handed them to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore respectively. Here are 2 very representative letters of reply. You can take a look at them. The students replied to Sebastian. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up, and he took the letter and read it carefully. Dear Professor Swan, thank you very much for your concern. To be honest, it's been a year since I graduated, but I still haven't found a satisfactory job. Since graduation, I have actually applied for quite a few jobs. At first, I wanted to be an Auror, but after the interview screening, the director of the Auror office told me that my level was still lacking and did not meet the requirements to become an Auror. After that, I applied to be a healer at St. Mungo's, but again, I didn't meet their requirements. After that, I also tried to apply for a job as a curse breaker at Gringotts, and to become an alchemist at Swan Alchemy. Unfortunately, there's no limit on the number of people who could be hired for these positions, but I failed in all of them. To be honest, being able to pass the resume screening shows that my grades are not too bad, but my level is always a little bit short of their requirements. I began to regret not working harder in school. I fell into anxiety and began to doubt myself again and again. In fact, there are many other jobs in the wizarding world, but I don't want to do many of them. For example, the ticket seller of Night Bus, the salesperson in various stores, etc. Oh, maybe the wizard robe I'm wearing is too heavy. Gradually, I learned to reconcile with myself and no longer worried about not being able to find a job. Instead, calm down and start to seriously review what you have learned before. I hope I can find a satisfying job this year. Your student John Wilson. Looking at the familiar name, Professor McGonagall was in a trance. In her impression, this was a student who graduated from Gryffindor and his grades were pretty good, above average. Unexpectedly, this student has not found a satisfactory job until now. She glanced at Dumbledore and found that Dumbledore had finished reading the letter in his hand and looked lost in thought. After a long while, Dumbledore came back to his senses, looked at Sebastian, and said solemnly, "Thank you, Sebastian, for letting us know about the employment situation of students. I want to ask, how did you come up with the idea of doing this survey? Do you have any other plans for this situation? How did you come up with the idea of doing this survey?" It's very simple. After being attacked by Scrimgeour right in front of him, he naturally wanted to see what the graduates were like. And this embarrassing situation happened more than once. In response to Dumbledore's question, Sebastian did not answer directly. Instead, he took out a bottle of ice cola and poured a full glass for Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and himself. Sebastian hesitated, not knowing whether he should tell Scrimgeour everything he had said. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore basically devoted their entire lives to Hogwarts and to education. Especially Professor McGonagall, As the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor House, she devotes countless days and nights to the growth and education of her students. It can be said that she is one of the most dedicated and responsible professors in the school. Professor McGonagall's dedication is not only reflected in daily teaching and management, but also in her persistence in educational philosophy. She firmly believes that every child has unlimited potential as long as they are given the right guidance and enough support. Her office is always piled with students' homework and various documents, but she never complains. Instead, she completes every task silently. Moreover, at critical moments, Professor McGonagall always stands in front of the students. In the original work, she risked her life many times to protect her students. For Professor McGonagall, Hogwarts is more than just a school, it is her home. She took all the little wizards to heart and regarded them as her own children. No matter honor, failure, laughter, or tears, she experienced and grew up with them. Because of this, Sebastian hesitated. He didn't know how to talk to Professor McGonagall. Should we just say that the Auror office and St. Mungo's hospital look down on Hogwarts graduates and feel that they do not meet the employment requirements? Professor McGonagall would be very sad if this happened. You know, lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharp knife. Sebastian raised a glass and took a big sip of ice cola. The cool feeling slowly slid down his esophagus, calming him down. He felt that it would be truly disrespectful to lie to the two professors in front of him. After much hesitation, Sebastian finally made up his mind and told the truth. President Professor McGonagall, let me first tell you how I came up with the idea of conducting an employment survey on graduates. Sebastian's voice sounded slowly, and he recounted his mental journey in a leisurely manner. It all started at the press conference a few days ago. When Fudge went on stage and shook hands with the werewolf Old Pete, Scrimgeour found me. Scrimgeour? The head of the Auror office. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall immediately remembered who Scrimgeour was, and they looked at Sebastian to hear him relay what Scrimgeour had said. Scrimgeour told me to find a way to improve the student's level. He feels that among the graduates who apply for positions in the Auror office every year, too few are qualified and basically cannot reach the level of direct employment. And this situation has been going on for several years. When I heard the news, I was extremely dissatisfied, but faced with the facts, I really couldn't refute it. Sebastian's voice was a little low. In fact, this is not the first time Scrimgeour has told me this. From what I understand, St. Mungo's hospital is also quite critical of our graduates and feels that their level is not up to standard. So, I came up with an idea. I want to see how these students who failed in the application are doing now and whether they have found satisfactory jobs. After the investigation report came out, I was really sad. Sebastian sighed deeply, pointed to the numbers on the blackboard, and fell into silence. He was also helpless about this situation. He never expected that there would be so many students who were neither good nor bad. Sebastian understood how they felt. When looking for a job, naturally you want to find a job that satisfies you. What's more, many high-quality jobs do not have recruitment quotas and do not require recent graduates, so students naturally want to fight for it. This situation just shows that the student's level is lacking. Otherwise, they would be able to successfully get a job right after graduation. As a professor, I feel we have an obligation to help students improve this situation. Professor McGonagall looked at the data on the blackboard and sighed. Sebastian, you always have a lot of ideas. Just tell me if you have any suggestions. I want to make a small reform in education. Sebastian said firmly. First, I want to reform the homework in each subject. We all know that from the time freshmen enter their freshman year, every subject they are assigned is a paper. There are indeed many benefits to doing this, such as improve students' independent learning ability, improve students' critical thinking ability, improve students' research capabilities. In this way, strong students can become very strong, and they often become the best in various fields. But Sebastian changed the subject. Such outstanding students are a minority after all. We should also care about the ordinary students. Their learning ability is not very strong. And to be honest, they can't become scientific research talents. For them, pragmatism is the most important thing. We need to find a way to help them master the basic knowledge in the textbooks, such as learning the spells in the textbooks, making potions, growing herbs, etc. In short, everything is based on practical operation. However, students are lazy, so we need to use homework to test their understanding of the content. On this point, I suggest that you learn from the Muggles. As he spoke, Sebastian took out a few Muggle test papers and handed them to the two professors. We can imitate these test papers and let professors of various subjects give students homework in the form of test papers. Students' knowledge mastery is tested through multiple choice questions, true or false questions, fill-in-the-blank questions, essay questions, etc. In addition, for courses such as Transfiguration and Charms that require a lot of practice for young wizards, you can clearly point it out in the homework and ask them to go to the duel hall to practice, and then check their practice progress in the next class. Of course, Sebastian said, changing his tone, we can't just give up on the essay assignment format. After all, this approach can indeed cultivate top talents. As for the ratio of essays to exams, it should be different for each grade. My idea is to lower the proportion of papers for lower-level students, and then gradually increase it as the grade increases. The specific implementation methods require the professors to discuss together. Professor McGonagall nodded repeatedly after hearing Sebastian's suggestion. In this way, students' basic knowledge can indeed be strengthened, while at the same time taking into account both top students and ordinary students. The only drawback is that the requirements for professors are relatively high, and they need to spend a lot of time compiling test papers. But it doesn't matter. As long as it can improve the student's level, the professor's hard work is worth it. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall asked anxiously, Sebastian, this is a good suggestion and it is very feasible. You just said that this is just the first suggestion. Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me all the rest of your suggestions at once. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words of support, Sebastian felt as refreshed as if he had drunk an ice-cold Coke. Hey. With the support of Professor McGonagall, the matter is basically settled. As for Lao Deng, he didn't even know how to say a few words to support himself and just stood there like a log. Not a qualified supporting actor at all. Sebastian looked at Professor McGonagall and smiled. Secondly, I want to reform the exam. We all know that for professors, exams are just a way to test students' knowledge. Through the exam, students can understand how much knowledge they have mastered in the past year and in which areas they are still lacking. To put it bluntly, the exam is not the goal. The ultimate goal is to enable students to master knowledge. My idea is to divide each subject into required knowledge points and common knowledge points. Hearing this, Dumbledore frowned and interrupted. Isn't it a bit too utilitarian to categorize knowledge into different levels? Are those common knowledge points not important? You misunderstood, Headmaster. Sebastian looked at Dumbledore and explained with a smile. I think that every course has some knowledge that students must master. This can be seen from the examination papers every year. There are always some questions that are required to be tested every year. In that case, why don't we just let the professors pick out the most important points of this school year and make them mandatory for the exam? Then add compulsory questions to the final exam. We can generously announce to students which knowledge points will be required for examination during this year's study process. That way, as they learn, students will naturally strive to master that knowledge. Listening to Sebastian's story, Professor McGonagall slowly understood the benefits of doing so. To put it bluntly, the Little Wizards Review is generally concentrated in May of each year. They need to review a course from beginning to end within 1 month. Through Sebastian's method, students can spread the pressure of review evenly throughout the school year. For example, when learning the required points, the Little Wizards will naturally think about mastering these knowledge points immediately. Before the exam, they can spend more time reviewing common knowledge points. This is what Sebastian said. The ultimate goal is to enable students to master knowledge. Of course, 5th year and 7th year students cannot enjoy this treatment. After all, both OWL and NEWT exams are handled by the Wizarding Examination Authority. Professor McGonagall became excited and offered, "If that's the case, we can be stricter. Required questions are not included in the total score, but if you get all the required questions wrong, you'll fail the exam. After all, students have plenty of time to learn this knowledge. If they can't even master it, it only means that the student is too lazy. In addition, I think it would be best to set some of the compulsory exam questions as practical projects, because these skills are what students must master when they enter the society. For example, for Charms class, you can select specific spells that students must master. Potions classes can also follow this line of thought." Sebastian smiled and nodded. "That's a great suggestion. After all, if the required knowledge points are counted, young wizards can just learn these required knowledge points to pass the exam. According to your suggestion, students won't be able to take shortcuts. As for the specific details, we can let the professors brainstorm and discuss it. I also found a problem about the exam." Question. Professor McGonagall looked at Sebastian in confusion. "I found that except for a few hard-working students, most students are lazy." Sebastian's voice came slowly. "Generally speaking, most students will not take the initiative to review what they have learned before May. In fact, it's not that they don't work hard. Every May, these students work very hard. It's just that they are too lazy at other times. In this regard, I suggest learning from the Muggles and adding a midterm exam after Christmas to examine the students' knowledge mastery in the first half of the year. Through this exam, professors can also understand the specific circumstances of their students and adjust teaching content and methods accordingly. For the 5 basic subjects of Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, Herbology, and Defense against the Dark Arts, professors can even increase the frequency of exams a little bit. For example, we can conduct a simple test every 2 months or even every month, just to let students know their weak points in learning. After all, these 5 subjects are so important that students can find good jobs as long as they learn them well. This way, we are helping students by spreading their revision evenly throughout the year rather than concentrating it in May." Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. She couldn't agree more with what Sebastian said. Students really need to devote more energy to the 5 basic subjects. Most of the other elective courses are just to expand students' knowledge. For their job search, these elective courses only serve as icing on the cake, especially in a divination class. Not only did the young wizards learn nothing, but it was also of no use in finding a job. Headmaster, Professor McGonagall, Sebastian's voice turned serious. "I have one more thing to add about the exam reform. I want to set the disarming spell, stunning spell, petrifying spell, and shield spell as the 4 spells that students must master to graduate. If possible, it would be best to add the apparition charm as well. Students will only be allowed to graduate once they have mastered all of these spells." "Oh," Dumbledore's questioning voice sounded. "Why do you do this?" "You have to know that the shield charm is very difficult. Many adult wizards cannot master this spell. Is this requirement too harsh for students?" "The reason is simple." Sebastian looked at the 2 professors firmly. "The mysterious man has appeared again." Professor McGonagall's heart tightened when he heard the word mysterious man. She gave Dumbledore and Sebastian an angry look. These 2 guys actually let several students face Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. This is outrageous. I only found out about this after I returned from Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She opened her mouth and was about to complain about Sebastian again when she heard Sebastian continue. "Within 10 years, or even 5 years, the mysterious man will surely make a comeback. When the time comes, a wizard war will surely break out again. We can't tell the students about this situation openly, so we can only push them silently. Let them learn how to attack, defend, and escape." Headmaster, Professor McGonagall, do you think this is a sufficient reason? This reason was too strong, and Dumbledore couldn't find any reason to refuse. After all, if a wizarding war broke out, most of the students in the school will be the first to bear the brunt of it. If you don't practice well now, it will be too late to practice spells when the war starts. Moreover, Sebastian's suggestions were quite pertinent, basically taking into account attack, defense, and escape. It's just that the iron armor spell is a bit difficult, and students find it a bit difficult to learn. In addition, Many people cannot stand the squeezing feeling of the apparition spell, so we have to consider how to solve these problems. It seems that not only do we need to put more emphasis on students, but professors must also not fall behind and must spend more time training students. Just like Sebastian, he is usually too idle, so we need to give him more responsibilities. Thinking of this, Dumbledore smiled and asked, "Sebastian, I completely agree with your suggestion. However, in addition to the 3 attack spells, the Shield Charm and Apparition Charm are a bit difficult to learn, so you still have to pay more attention." Sebastian nodded. As for the Apparition Charm, we can put the teaching of this spell in the dueling club. I and a few professors will teach it first, and we won't have to wait for the Ministry of Magic officials. Regarding the study of the Shield Charm, I suggest hiring the Weasley twins as assistant teachers in the dueling club. The simple iron armor spell they invented is easy to use and quick to learn. It can also play a significant auxiliary role in learning the authentic iron armor spell. Professor McGonagall can prove this. That's right. Professor McGonagall grinned and looked very happy when he mentioned the twins. This is a Gryffindor student. I don't know since when these 2 Gryffindor problem children have stopped making mischief and started to study hard. Not only did he invent the navigation map, he also developed a simple armor spell. Now, these 2 guys have directly become the pride of Gryffindor in Professor McGonagall's heart. Albus, Sebastian is not exaggerating. Professor McGonagall agreed with a smile. Phileas and I have studied it, and that simple armor spell can indeed help students improve their learning efficiency of the armor spell. Just do as Sebastian says. Professor McGonagall turned to look at Sebastian and said, "Sebastian, do you have any other suggestions?" Sebastian groaned. The last point, I am considering the employment of students. After all, we don't know when the mysterious man will make a comeback, but every year there are students who need to find jobs. His voice gradually became firmer. Based on the good jobs mentioned by students, I analyzed the recruitment requirements of these jobs. The first good job is to become an employee of the Ministry of Magic. There is nothing to say about this. The Ministry of Magic only looks at transcripts when recruiting. As long as students have enough outstanding grades on their transcripts, they will definitely be admitted. The second option is to become a curse breaker at Gringotts. This job requires a very high level of spell casting skills from the students, and it can only rely on the students' own efforts. As professors, there's not a lot we can do. The third category of good jobs is to be an Auror at the Ministry of Magic, a healer at St. Mungo's, and an alchemist at Swan's. The reason why these 3 jobs are grouped together is because they're highly professional and it is not enough to just learn school knowledge. For this type of highly professional work, I suggest that Hogwarts cooperate with these institutions to provide pre-job training for students who are interested in doing this kind of work. Pre-job training? This term is a bit new. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up and he asked anxiously, "Sebastian, how exactly will this pre-job training be implemented?" Sebastian took a Coke and moistened his throat. Based on the development of the Forbidden Forest, by this time next year, Hogwarts will have sufficient funds to offer alchemy courses. So, there's no need to rush the alchemist's pre-job training. We can first reach a cooperation intention with St. Mungo's Hospital and the Auror office. Let them each send an outstanding employee to Hogwarts to become a visiting professor of Hogwarts and provide simple pre-job training to the students. Professor McGonagall, you should know that after passing the OWL exam, the study tasks for 6th-year students are not heavy. They have plenty of time to plan their future careers properly. That's a good idea. Professor McGonagall immediately understood what Sebastian meant. Among the 6th-year students, those who meet the academic requirements can voluntarily sign up for pre-job training for Aurors and therapists. Through this specialized training, students can meet the recruitment standards for these 2 positions even before graduation. Actually, there are more than just 6th graders, Sebastian added. Although 7th graders have a heavy workload, interested students will definitely be able to squeeze out time to participate in this kind of training in order to work. In addition, among the lower grade students, the top 5 students in each grade can also experience the charm of these 2 professions in advance if they are interested. They're fully capable of carrying out this kind of extracurricular expansion while balancing their main studies. Listening to Sebastian's in-depth and simple analysis, Dumbledore nodded repeatedly. Through this method, the difficulty of applying for Auror and healer positions, not to mention other professions, will be greatly reduced. This way, the head of the Auror office would no longer be able to complain about the substandard quality of Hogwarts graduates. But if they are visiting professors, who will pay their salaries? In theory, these visiting professors work for Hogwarts, and their salaries should be paid by Hogwarts. So sad. This is another considerable expense. Hey, I wasn't so stingy before. It must be because Sebastian was always carrying out expensive reforms that he became like this. Just when Dumbledore was feeling bad about the school's funding, Sebastian's eloquent voice caught his attention. That's right. Sebastian used to be an elite Auror, so why not let him be responsible for the Auror pre-job training? I was thinking of adding some burden to him before, and now it seems just right. Moreover, young people are at the age when they're full of fighting spirit, so they could do more work. In this way, the school can save one person's salary. I'm so ashamed. I become so shameless. No way. There are too many places in Hogwarts that need money, especially after alchemy is open next year. The expenses will be not small. As a principal, I must learn to be thrifty. Thinking of this, Dumbledore looked at Sebastian and said in a friendly manner, Sebastian, regarding the visiting professor for Auror pre-service training, I have a particularly suitable candidate. Would you like to guess? A perfect fit? Could it be that? Is it Alastor Moody? After much thought, Sebastian decided that Moody was the most suitable person right now. First of all, as a good friend of Dumbledore, Moody is deeply trusted by Dumbledore. Secondly, as a retired Auror, choosing Moody as a visiting professor can also help him find a job again. Finally, before retiring, Moody had always been an elite Auror in the Auror office, with impeccable strength and experience. This is a man who always says stay alert at all times. Sebastian also wanted to see what this elite Auror, who was replaced by Barty Jr. in the original novel, could achieve in actual teaching. The question given by Lao Deng is too simple, and there is no challenge at all. Thinking of this, Sebastian took another sip of Coke and said confidently, That's not a problem for me. I'm absolutely sure that this person is Alastor Moody. Hearing the name, Professor McGonagall nodded. If it is Moody, he is indeed a very suitable candidate. If students can study with him, they will definitely learn a lot. However, Moody seemed to have what Muggles call post-war stress syndrome, and he always felt that someone was trying to harm him. I hope that after he comes to school, he can heal the trauma in his heart with the company of other children. She looked at Dumbledore and was about to ask about Moody's recent situation, but she saw Dumbledore smiling and shaking his head. Guessed wrong. Professor McGonagall frowned. This Albus, he's actually keeping it a secret now. Sebastian was extremely surprised when he saw Dumbledore shaking his head to deny his guess. Not Moody? Who could that be? Looking back at the original novel, there were only a few Aurors who had a good relationship with Dumbledore. If it's not Moody, then it can't be Kingsley, right? At this moment, Kingsley seems to be working undercover as a secretary for the Muggle Prime Minister. I can't spare the time. Suddenly, Sebastian realized that Dumbledore had been staring at him. Although he was smiling, he seemed very kind. But that look, as if he was looking at cattle and horses, gave Sebastian a chill. Sebastian's heart skipped a beat. Broken. It seems that old Deng is coming for him. I usually look at Swan Alchemy's employees with the same look. Old Deng is really unfair. He catches a sheep and then fleeces it to death. Perhaps. Did I guess wrong? Sebastian thought to himself. Seeing that Dumbledore was still staring at him, he made a bold guess. Sebastian hesitantly stretched out his finger, pointed at himself, and asked unwillingly, Do you want me to be a visiting professor part-time? Sebastian, Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. There is no one better than you. We are all confident in your ability. Students are also familiar with you, so they can save time getting to know new professors and quickly get into the training state. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up when he heard Dumbledore's words. This candidate is really very satisfactory. Not only is he down-to-earth and hardworking, but he also has strong teaching abilities. This plan was proposed by Sebastian. Maybe he already has a complete training plan in mind. Besides, Sebastian and Scrimgeour have a good personal relationship. Scrimgeour can feel at ease letting Sebastian be the Auror's pre-job training professor. In short, Sebastian is the only candidate who can satisfy both Hogwarts and the Auror office. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall looked at Sebastian, his eyes full of anticipation. Sebastian, I think you might consider this. How about we just settle it like this, and I'll go and issue the official letter later. That way, you can go find Scrimgeour as soon as possible and finalize the cooperation project. It's progressing quite fast. How come we have come to the stage of issuing an official letter? I haven't agreed yet. Sebastian rubbed his brows, feeling a little helpless. If it were only Dumbledore, he would immediately be able to find a bunch of reasons to refuse this matter. After all, in addition to teaching Muggle studies, he also has to take care of the teaching work of the dueling club. In addition, Sebastian also plans to open an alchemy club at the beginning of the next semester and select some good seedlings to train in advance. If Sebastian were to be in charge of Auror pre-job training, he couldn't imagine how busy he would be. He is not Snape, who is like a workaholic all day long and wants to teach the defense against the dark arts class at the same time as the potions class. But Professor McGonagall had already spoken, so there was no way for me to refuse. After all, in Hogwarts, Professor Cat-Cat has the most face. Sebastian sighed inwardly. This thing is done. Originally, I called Professor McGonagall to persuade Dumbledore. Unexpectedly, I ended up getting myself involved. Since you have to agree, there is nothing to complain about. Thinking of this, Sebastian patted his chest and expressed his opinion to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will make sure it is completed beautifully. Hearing this, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall looked at each other and could see approval in each other's eyes. By the way, Sebastian, there's one more thing I need your help with. Dumbledore frowned, looking somewhat embarrassed. It's been a month since the holiday, and no one has applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Originally, I wanted to invite Lupin to be a professor for a year, but he has signed a magical agreement to film a new TV series. I looked at it and found that his schedule is until the end of this year. He really can't spare the time. In the previous press conference, I thought Damocles was good. So, can you help by inviting him to be the professor of defense against the dark arts for a year? Damocles? Sebastian thought about this for a moment. This is indeed a suitable candidate. As an outstanding graduate of Slytherin, Damocles is impeccable both in terms of strength and character. If it's only 1 year, as long as you don't do anything stupid, the curse in the defense against the dark arts class won't cause any problems. However, this guy has recently been researching how to reduce the cost of Wolfsbane potion. I wonder if he is willing to take the time to be a professor. However, there is still a lot of room for maneuver here. At the press conference, Damocles and Snape had a lively conversation, discussing endlessly how to reduce costs. Snape could be used as bait to get Damocles to come to school on his own initiative. After all, 2 potions masters together are much more efficient than him alone. Moreover, Damocles, a stay-at-home guy, should also go out and practice his ability to communicate with others. Thinking of this, Sebastian nodded and agreed to Dumbledore's request. No problem, leave it to me. As he said this, he looked at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, could you please produce the official letter? Give me 2 days, and I'll make sure all these things are done properly. After receiving the official letter from Professor McGonagall, it took only 1 day for Sebastian to sign a magical agreement with the Auror office and St. Mungo's. The agreement clearly stipulates many matters, such as guest professors should not only teach theoretical knowledge in related fields, but also arrange practical operations and simulation training to ensure that students can quickly get started after joining the company. Visiting professors are obliged to conduct regular assessments of students and record the results. The assessments include written tests, practical exercises, and teamwork. The professor recommendation system has been introduced. Students who have excellent performance and are recommended by visiting professors can directly obtain employment opportunities in the Auror office or St. Mungo's Hospital after graduation. After oling all the documents to Professor McGonagall, Sebastian leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. The busy time has finally come to an end. Calculating the time, Harry has been staying at his aunt's house for a month, and Mia has been talking about it for the past 2 days. I'll pick him up in the evening and give Mia a surprise. Sebastian first called Vernon Dursley to arrange a time to pick up Harry. When Sebastian appeared at the Dursleys' door using the apparition spell, he sensed a small flash of magical fluctuation. This kind of magical fluctuation? Is it Dobby the house elf? He was quite smart. When he saw me coming, he ran away without any hesitation. Otherwise, he might not be able to help but catch this little letter thief and make him apologize to Harry. I have to say, this little thing is really dedicated. According to the original novel, this little creature had been lurking nearby since Harry's vacation and intercepted all of Harry's letters. I guess it has never been so dedicated even in the Malfoy family. This is bullying Hedwig because she can't speak. Otherwise, Hedwig would have complained to Harry long ago. Having said that, only house elves can stay here all day and take care of the arrangements of their master at the same time. After all, according to the magical contract between the house elf and its master, as long as the master calls the elf's name, the house elf can sense the master's call and move to the master instantly. It's a bold guess that Voldemort might have gotten the idea from the house elves to cast a powerful tracking spell on his own name. Let anyone mention the name Voldemort, and they will be tracked and located immediately. Sebastian thought maliciously. It seems that Voldemort and house elves have something in common. However, no one dared to call out this name and ask him to come out and assign him work. If I meet Voldemort next time and use this to attack him, I wonder if Voldemort will get angry or not. Forget it. I won't use this to provoke Voldemort. It would be bad if old Voldemort got angry and took his anger out on all the house elves, causing them to suffer a catastrophe without knowing what was happening. Sebastian shook his head, pushing the unreliable idea out of his mind. He took 2 steps forward and rang the Dursleys' doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. There was a sound of hurried footsteps, and the door opened, revealing Vernon's large, flattering face. Ah, Monsieur Swan, welcome to my humble abode. Your presence brings honor to my humble home. Harry followed behind him with a helpless expression on his face, as if complaining that his uncle had transformed into a flexible fat man, and opened the door first. Sebastian nodded to Harry first, then looked at Vernon Dursley with a smile. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Vernon is so polite. It would be impolite if I gave him a cold face. Good evening, Mr. Dursley. Thank you for taking care of Harry during this period. Not at all. It's not hard at all. Vernon smiled and led Sebastian to the living room. It's our duty to take care of Harry. Harry is also very worry-free. After being trained at Hogwarts School, he has become much more sensible. He even treated us to a meal when he just came back from school. Now it seems that letting Harry go to Hogwarts to study is really the wisest choice. Wow, is this Vernon Dursley? He could actually call out the name of Hogwarts accurately. You know, this guy's always looked down on magic, and in the original book, he always called Hogwarts a weird school for training freaks. Facts have proved that nothing like eating a big melon or having the God of Fire lead the way are as useful as having money lead the way. Mr. Dursley, you have been very diligent as the department manager over the past year. Sebastian grinned, giving Vernon Dursley a shot in the arm. Your department's performance is among the best in the company, but I believe that your talents are not limited to this. You need to continue to work hard and create more value for the company. In this way, after 2 years, I can legitimately promote you to be the general manager of the company. Vernon Dursley was delighted to hear this. He was the general manager of the company, something I would never have dared to think about before. When I become the general manager, I will have enough salary to buy a bigger house. It seems that there is nothing wrong with hugging Harry's thighs. When Harry comes back next year, Petunia and I will be even more enthusiastic towards him. Of course, you have to work harder and achieve outstanding results. Thinking of this, he repeatedly assured, Mr. Swan, don't worry. I will work hard and take the position of general manager based on my ability. Harry sat aside and opened his mouth several times but couldn't get a word in. There was nothing he could do but listen to Uncle Vernon flattering Sebastian. Although a little boring, it's rare to see Uncle Vernon like this, so he looks quite interesting. Harry, Sebastian looked at Harry after comforting the Dursleys. Have you packed your luggage? Let's go back quickly and give me a surprise. Of course, it has been cleaned up long ago. He also couldn't wait to see Aunt Mia again. Hearing this, Harry immediately went upstairs and took down the box and Hedwig. When he got downstairs, the 3 members of the Dursley family came out to see him off. Dudley couldn't help but confess, Harry, I've eaten all the candies you gave me. When you get back, can you give me some more? No problem. Harry agreed without hesitation. He and Dudley got along pretty well this summer, so buying him some candy was no big deal. Then he followed Sebastian to the main road and watched as Sebastian stretched out his wand to stop a night bus. Back at Swan Manor, Mia was extremely happy and kept asking Harry about his well-being. To celebrate Harry's return, she acted like a spoiled brat in front of Sebastian and asked him to cook a delicious meal for her. Hearing Mia's request, Sebastian immediately rolled up his sleeves, put on an apron, and rushed to the kitchen. Harry couldn't help swallowing when he thought of Sebastian's craftsmanship. Looks like I'm in for a treat tonight. The 3 of them ate, drank, talked, and laughed, and soon it was late at night. Sebastian told Harry before going to bed, Harry, get some rest tonight and don't go to Snape's tomorrow. I'm going to take you to a fun place. The next morning, after breakfast, Sebastian took out a small bottle of potion and placed it in front of Harry. Harry, do you recognize this potion? Harry took the potion, opened the bottle, and examined it carefully. He found that the potion looked extremely sticky, like mud. It's Polyjuice potion. Harry's eyes lit up and he blurted out, Professor Snape taught me. Because the raw materials are relatively rare, especially the Ministry of Magic's strict management of African tree snake skin, this kind of potion is very rare on the market. Besides, this summer, Professor Snape asked me to brew Polyjuice potion. If I calculate the time, it will be ready in about 3 days. Thinking of this, Harry said proudly, Professor Snape said that he would give me the whole pot of Polyjuice potion as my birthday present this year. Sebastian was slightly stunned when he heard this. Sure, you're quite advanced in your studies. Now you can make compound decoction. This is a magical potion that can be of great use at critical moments. Snape was still so generous to Harry. You know, the raw materials for Polyjuice potion were not cheap. In addition to the African tree snake skin, the sapgrass, 2-ear grass, and 2-horn beast horn are all very valuable. A whole pot of Polyjuice potion, if stored properly, would be enough for Harry to use for a long time. Since you know this potion, it will be much easier. But you haven't used Polyjuice potion to transform yourself yet. Sebastian took out a strand of hair and handed it to Harry. Come add your hair in, and after you drink, I'll take you to a nice place. Harry frowned and took the hair. To be honest, this kind of potion that requires adding other people's hair seems awkward no matter how you think about it. Thinking of the effect of the Polyjuice potion, Harry hesitated and said, Is this hair definitely from a boy? Although this hair was only 10 centimeters long, to be on the safe side, Harry still wanted to confirm that this hair was not pulled from a girl's head. After all, Harry had absolutely no intention of turning into a girl and wearing women's clothing. If this hair belonged to a girl, he would never go out with Sebastian. Sebastian laughed out loud at Harry's words. The young man was quite smart and knew to confirm the source of the hair first. Young man, you shouldn't have such old-fashioned ideas. Sebastian teased Harry. Let me ask you, if one day you're being hunted by the enemy and you want to use Polyjuice potion to confuse the enemy. At this time, would you choose a girl's hair or a boy's hair? Why is there such a strange question? Sebastian loves to tease people every day. However, if this situation really happens, it would be much better to choose a girl's hair. The people in charge of the arrest would never have thought that their target would turn out to be a girl. Will I have to put a few women's clothes in my seamless wallet in the future? This is too embarrassing. If someone finds out, you'll be doomed in public. It seems that I can no longer let Ronald rummage through my seamless wallet. Well, Harry's face flushed, and he said in a small voice, If there really comes a day, I might choose a girl's hair. but I don't think it will be needed today." Harry looked at Sebastian with pleading eyes. Haha, seeing Harry's embarrassed look, Sebastian couldn't help but ruffle his hair. "Don't worry, this is a boy's hair." Sebastian took out a set of adult men's clothes and handed it to Harry. "Drink the potion, go to your room, and change your clothes, then we'll go." Hearing that it was a boy's hair, Harry was completely relieved. He held the hair, carefully aligned it with the mouth of the potion bottle, and stuffed the hair in. Soon, the sticky potion began to react and turned into a clear golden color. Only at this point did the polyjuice potion truly have the effect of transforming a person. Harry picked up the polyjuice potion and took a deep breath, feeling a sense of nervousness and anticipation boiling in his chest at the thought of transforming into someone else. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to ignore the strange smell, then picked up the potion and drank it all. Vomit! So unpalatable. I've never drunk anything so awful. Harry bet that even ragwater tasted 100 times better than this. He ignored the churning feeling in his stomach, picked up the set of adult men's clothes, covered his stomach, and quickly ran back to the room. As soon as he closed the door, Harry felt a strange tremor spreading from his stomach to his entire body. It felt like countless small bugs crawling under his skin, making him shiver involuntarily. Then his body began to convulse violently. His bones seemed to reshape, his skin bubbling like boiling hot wax. Harry clenched his teeth in agony, trying not to make any sound. He watched as his fingers began to grow longer, his nails hardened, and his palms became rougher. Then, his clothes began to fit him ill. His trouser legs became shorter, and his shirt became narrower, making it hard for him to breathe. Gradually, the pain subsided and the shaking of the body stopped. "My vision is so blurry. Why is this happening?" Harry quickly touched his eyes and found that he was still wearing his previous glasses. He quickly took off his glasses, and in an instant the whole world became clear. It turned out to be a false alarm. Harry let out a long breath, quickly changed into the adult clothes, then walked to the mirror and observed his changes. The self in the mirror had completely turned into a stranger, probably in his early 20s, fat, and looked very friendly. Is this how Polyjuice Potion works? So magical and interesting. After making sure everything was correct, Harry opened the door and walked towards the living room. To his surprise, Sebastian was no longer in the living room, but a stranger was instead. The stranger looked about the same age as himself after his transformation, except that he was much thinner. It seems that his new body is fully capable of defeating 2 opponents. "Professor Swan, is that you?" Harry asked hesitantly. "Hello, my name is Jack." The stranger stood up, walked to Harry, and extended his right hand. "Nice to meet you." "Hello, my name is... Harry was a little confused and didn't know what his name should be in panic. "Haha, your name is Leo today." Hearing this, Harry reacted instantly. The stranger in front of him was definitely Sebastian, who had drunk the Polyjuice Potion. This Sebastian is making fun of himself again. "I was so stupid that I was fooled by such a trick. I didn't even think about it. How could a stranger suddenly appear here?" Aunt Mia had told me that the security of Swan Manor was extremely tight, and even a strange house elf could not appear here quietly. Harry couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This trace of anger came and went quickly, and his heart was soon filled with curiosity. "Where are we going today? It's so mysterious. I even have to drink Polyjuice Potion before I can go out." "Professor Swan." Harry just finished speaking when he remembered what Sebastian had just told him and quickly changed his words. "I mean, Mr. Jack, where are we going today?" Hearing this, Sebastian had a playful expression on his face. "We are today to Nocturne Alley." "Nocturne Alley? Isn't that a notorious gathering place for dark wizards? What are you going there for?" Before Harry could ask anything, Sebastian came to the fireplace and spoke to Harry. "The transformation time of the Polyjuice Potion is limited. We should hurry up and discuss any questions on the way." After that, Sebastian motioned Harry to stand in the fireplace and told him, "Let's go to Diagon Alley first. We'll walk from Diagon Alley." There was a flash of green fire, and Harry appeared directly in the fireplace of Diagon Alley. As he stepped aside, Sebastian appeared in the fireplace. "Come on, Leo." Sebastian nodded for Harry to follow. "Mr. Jack," Harry inquired quietly, "I want to ask, what are we doing in Knockturn Alley?" "It's simple. I'm going there to pick out a birthday present for you. A special alchemical product." "Birthday present?" Harry's head was full of question marks. Why go Knockturn Alley to buy birthday presents? Which kind person goes there to buy gifts? Buying alchemical products? Isn't Swan the greatest alchemist in the magic world? Is there any alchemical product that Swan can't make? Harry opened his mouth and asked in confusion, "What special things can be bought there? Can't you make it?" "Of course," Sebastian smiled. "There are some items that can only be found in Knockturn Alley. For example, some special items made with black magic." "Made from black magic? What good can come of that?" A hint of resistance rose in Harry's heart. As if sensing Harry's disgust, Sebastian took the initiative to explain. "We never actively refine those things, but it is undeniable that some items refined by black magic do have special effects. If Harry was just an ordinary little wizard, then there would be nothing wrong with him having this kind of thought. However, his identity as a savior meant that he could not look at things from the perspective of an ordinary little wizard. He needs to grow up as quickly as possible and seize every opportunity to improve and strengthen himself. After all, no matter whether the cat is black or white, a cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Think about the enemy you're going to face. Don't be too pedantic. We are going to use everything that exists on the market to enhance your strength. Don't worry, I know my limits and won't buy you any alchemical products that have side effects. Besides, you're not too young anymore. It's time to show you another side of the magic world. See the dark side of the wizarding world that's not so glamorous." The two chatted as they walked, and Harry gradually understood Sebastian's intentions and no longer objected to using certain magic items. The hustle and bustle of Diagon Alley was gradually left behind, and the colorful shops and cheerful wizards along the way were getting farther and farther away. As I stepped into Knockturn Alley, a chilling aura greeted me, as if I had entered a forgotten world. The streets here are narrow and winding. The buildings on both sides are mottled and dilapidated, and the walls are covered with dark green moss. Unlike the shops in Diagon Alley, the shops here often have shabby signs hanging in front of them, with the words on them blurred. The windows no longer displayed dazzling magical goods, but instead displayed all kinds of strange and eerie items. Dark magic books, evil cursed props, strange biological specimens, and various inferior magic potions filled Harry's vision. Sebastian said that today was a special class, allowing him to observe more and gain more insights. What exactly do we need to observe and understand? Harry was full of questions. He looked around like a tourist, carefully experiencing the differences here. Along the way, 2 or 3 strangers came up to them, tried to sell them products, or made eye contact and invited them to some special places to play. However, after the rejection, these people did not insist too much and left quickly. It seems that there is nothing special about this place except that it is a bit gloomy, deserted, and obviously not a place where good people would stay. However, Sebastian usually doesn't do things without a purpose. There must be something here that he must learn. You need to observe more. Soon, Harry's behavior attracted the attention of some people. In the shadows of the street corner, for wizards were whispering and talking to each other, as if discussing an unknown secret. "Are you sure these 2 young men are pushovers?" "Of course I'm right. I've been in Knockturn Alley for more than 20 years. I can tell what kind of person he is at a glance." "What do you mean?" "Look at that fat guy. He has been looking around since he came in. He is obviously a novice who has not experienced much in the world." "What you said makes sense. This wizard who looks like he just graduated is probably traveling around now. Look at that skinny guy. Although he seems calm, he's running around with that fat guy. It's obvious that they're not familiar with this place. So we can take him down?" "Of course, this is a rare opportunity." "Oh no, the fat guy is being targeted by the old witch. Let's go get the thin guy quickly, or we won't even be able to drink the soup." While the 4 were discussing, an old witch appeared in front of Harry. She grinned and grabbed Harry's arm, startling him. "Dear, is this your first time in Knockturn Alley? Are you lost? Do you need a guide?" The old witch grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and her voice was extremely soft, sounding like a kind old grandmother next door. "No matter where you want to go, just follow me." As she said that, the old witch pulled Harry and turned to the side. "No, ma'am, you are mistaken. I am not lost. My companion knows the way, and I just need to follow him." Harry denied it frantically, and at the same time used force with his right hand to try to free his arm from the old witch's grasp. To his surprise, although the old witch was thin and skinny, she was extremely powerful. For a moment, Harry couldn't break free at all and could only barely keep from being dragged away by the old witch. With Sebastian by his side, Harry was panicked but not worried about being in danger. Why hasn't Sebastian taken action yet? Could it be that the situation before my eyes was what he wanted me to know? Oh yeah, Sebastian said that he wanted to let himself see the dark side of the wizarding world. I originally thought that the dark side referred to Nocturne Alley, but now it seems that Sebastian is probably referring to the dark wizards in the magical world. So what should we do now? Do you want to draw your wand and give this old witch a good beating? Waiting online. Urgent. Harry looked around and found that the wizards around him were just watching from afar, and no one was willing to pay attention to what was happening here. Several wizards in tattered wizard robes squatted in the corner, grinning maliciously. Their eyes seemed to be looking at two pigs waiting to be slaughtered. It turns out that this is the true appearance of Nocturne Alley. It turns out that dark wizards are so scary. Harry looked at Sebastian, trying to get some direction from him. As a result, he found Sebastian surrounded by 4 wizards with malicious intentions. The 4 wizards kept clamoring for Sebastian to give them some pocket money. They looked even scarier than the old witch beside him. Finished. Sebastian is surrounded by people. I hope he won't fall into the gutter. Just as Harry was worried, Sebastian's voice rang out. His voice was plain, but extremely powerful, carrying an unquestionable strength. I'll only say it once. Roll! As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 wizards laughed wildly, and even the wizards who were watching laughed, as if the man in front of them was a fool. "Brother, you have been surrounded by 4 of us. Can you still turn the tables?" "That's right. We just want to borrow some galleons from you. Don't be so stingy, or the spell won't be able to see you. Brother, spend money to avoid disaster. Don't do anything stupid for your own safety." Why bother talking to him so much nonsense? Why not just go ahead and do it? An ill-tempered wizard couldn't wait any longer. He raised his wand and cast a spell at Sebastian. Fainted. From Sebastian's magical perception, the wizard's spell-casting speed was as slow as a turtle. He took a step forward, and the spell flew past his body and hit a wizard who was watching. "Since you've already made your move," Sebastian's voice was a little cold, "then you all should stay." As he spoke, Sebastian's magic power began to boil over, pressing down on all the wizards around him in waves. "Who do you think you are? Dumbledore? How dare you be so arrogant? Look at me." Before he finished speaking, the wizard's shouting stopped abruptly, and the ferocious expression froze on his face. In his feeling, the opponent's magic power was like a huge wave, and he himself was like a small boat on the wave, in danger of capsizing at any time. Finished. I was wrong. It hit a brick wall. Fear crawled all over his body like a giant snake. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his pupils shrank violently to the size of a needle tip. Escape. Must escape. Damn it. I don't know how to apparate. The wizard was completely frightened. His mind went blank, and he didn't even have the courage to cast a spell. He didn't care about his companions around him, turned around suddenly, and staggered forward. However, before he could take even one step, he felt his whole body stiffen. He lost his balance and fell forward due to inertia. Petrification spell? This is wandless and silent casting. Damn it, he's completely screwed today. With a thud, the wizard fell heavily to the ground. At the moment of falling to the ground, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that none of his companions and the old witch had escaped. They all fell to the ground stiffly like him. Seeing this scene, the wizard felt relieved. Fine, I'm not the only one who got hit. No matter what the outcome is, you will always have a companion to accompany you. Sebastian stretched out his wand and turned several wizards on the ground over so that they were lying on their backs. Then he took out a bottle of water of life and death floated it in the air with his wand, and fed each wizard on the ground a big sip. All right, these guys are our spoils of war. Let's let them have a good sleep before we finish shopping. Harry was stunned as he watched Sebastian's smooth movements. This is so skillful. It seems that Sebastian has dealt with dark wizards in this way many times before. Sebastian was so powerful that he knocked all these malicious wizards to the ground with just a little effort. Harry's eyes lit up, and he felt that he had become like this in just a blink of an eye. He looked around and found that the wizards who were watching had expressions of fear on their faces and were fleeing in all directions like birds and beasts. It was as if he was facing a giant dragon, afraid that he would be eaten if he ran a little slower. However, it seems that these wizards are a little too frightened, and some shops are even planning to close. Is it that exaggerated? Mr. Jack, Harry looked at Sebastian in confusion. Those shops seem to be closing. Oh, they just felt my magic and were too scared. Magic? Harry was a little dazed, totally unable to comprehend what Sebastian was saying. When Sebastian's magic burst out just now, he deliberately avoided Harry. As a result, Harry only saw these wizards fall to the ground and had no idea what kind of pressure they had been under. Seeing Harry's puzzled expression, Sebastian controlled his magic and pressed it slightly on Harry. For a moment, Harry felt suffocated and couldn't breathe. Do you feel it? That is the effect of the powerful magic power. Harry opened his mouth and asked the question in his mind. Those wizards were scared away because they felt your magic power? Yes, Sebastian smiled gently. Remember the giant stone in front of the duel hall that tests magic power? Harry nodded. Of course he remembered the boulder. Before the holiday, he had taken a test and found that his magic power had reached the 3rd level of a wizard apprentice. In other words, he now has the magical level of an ordinary 3rd-grade wizard. But why did Sebastian say this? As if noting Harry's doubts, Sebastian continued to explain. For adult wizards, there's actually another set of measurement methods. When your magic power reaches the 30th level of an adult wizard, the effect of being established at the age of 30 will be triggered. 30, what's that? Harry asked curiously. Standing on one's own feet at the age of 30 means that when your magic power reaches the 30th level of an adult wizard, all wizards must stand up when they see you. This statement is so fresh and interesting. Harry's eyes lit up and he asked impatiently, "Any other ideas?" Sebastian stretched out his wand and floated up several wizards on the ground, following the 2 of them like balloons, smiling as he walked. A wizard who is at 40 years old will never be confused by battle. 50 years old, one knows destiny. When a wizard reaches adulthood, he or she reaches the 50th stage. The whole world knows that his or her words are the greatest orders of all. Interesting. Harry listened with great interest. No wonder Sebastian has been training himself to improve his magic power. It turns out that increasing magic power has so many invisible benefits. I don't know when I will be able to stand on my own feet at the age of 30. Just as Harry was expecting Sebastian to continue, Sebastian looked at Harry and changed the subject. Those things are still too far away for you. You should first practice your magic skills. Next, let's talk about today's unique course. Tell me, what did you learn today? Harry's smile faltered when he heard this. Why don't you continue? He also wanted to hear what 60 and 70 were like. As for what I learned today, Harry hesitated, unable to speak for a moment. About half a minute later, he managed to utter, "Nocturne Alley is very dangerous. Little wizards must not come here." Sebastian smiled knowingly and guided Harry. Think about it first. Why were you targeted by these guys? Why were you targeted? How can I seek justice here? Do dark wizards need a reason to rob? I didn't do anything. I was just walking quietly when suddenly someone grabbed my arm. Seeing Harry's confused look, Sebastian stopped and gave Harry a hint. Observe what other people look like when they come to Nocturne Alley. What do the others look like? Harry stopped to observe and gradually discovered that the pedestrians here were completely different from those in Diagon Alley. Not only are there few wizards here, but most of them are in a hurry with a clear purpose, and they don't look like they're here for sightseeing at all. Both wizards and witches had alert looks on their faces and held their wands tightly in their hands, looking like they were not someone to be trifled with. What's worse, some wizards are completely covered in wizard robes, with only a pair of eyes showing, looking extremely mysterious. Recalling his actions and entering Knockturn Alley, Harry gradually came to his senses. Mr. Jack, have I behaved like a rookie since I came in? I look like someone who is easy to bully. So, those people targeted me. Very quick response. Sebastian praised. He really wanted to ruffle Harry's hair like he did before, but when he saw that fat, completely unfamiliar face, he decisively gave up the idea. Whenever you go to an unfamiliar place, remember to be alert at all times and never act like a rookie. Otherwise, those dark wizards will come over like hyenas, smelling the scent. Our Knockturn Alley is fine. The atmosphere here is very depressing. People will automatically be on high alert when they enter here. But in wizard gathering places in many countries, dark wizards and ordinary wizards are mixed together. They specifically target those unfamiliar, rookie-like guys. Once you're targeted, you may lose money at best, or even your life at worst. By the way, Sebastian asked with a smile, what do you think the image of a dark wizard is like? Next time you see me, can you tell them apart at a glance? Identify dark wizards? This is easy. After walking for so long, I have memorized all the images of the wizards in Knockturn Alley. Harry said confidently, I think it's okay. Most of those dark wizards were dressed in rags and had ferocious expressions. They looked like they were not easy to mess with. Hearing this, Sebastian smiled helplessly. According to your standards, almost all the wizards in Knockturn Alley can be judged as dark wizards. Isn't it? Harry looked at Sebastian in surprise, wanting to hear where he went wrong. In fact, most of those ragged wizards are ordinary wizards who are poor and destitute. They choose to live here only because the housing prices here are cheap. Due to the nature of Knockturn Alley, they have to act like they are not easy to mess with. Otherwise, it is not safe to stay here. Sebastian pointed to a few wizards floating behind them and said to Harry, these guys are just some low-class hooligans. Real dark wizards often look like good people, and they never hesitated when they attacked. Unlike these guys, they would come up and shout at us. They look very amateurish at first glance. So, when facing strangers, you must always be vigilant. Next question, Sebastian continued walking forward with Harry. If you encounter a situation like that again, what would you do? Just pull out your wand and warn them to stay away? Harry gave his answer hesitantly. How do you draw your wand? Do you remember which hand you were caught with? Right hand, Harry blurted out. I definitely remember this correctly. My right arm still hurts a little now. Why ask such a simple question? Harry was a little puzzled, but after seeing Sebastian's half-smile, he gradually reacted. There seems to be something wrong. Someone grabbed his right arm, and it seemed that he couldn't pull out his wand. Harry smiled awkwardly. Mr. Jack, I don't know what to do when someone controls my right hand. Faced with this extreme situation, the best way is to learn to cast spells without a wand. Or train your left hand so that you can cast spells with a wand with your left hand. Of course, the safest scenario is to stay alert and not let others touch you. Harry nodded, going over the options in his head. If you go to an unfamiliar place, the first thing you should do is not act like a rookie. You should be more aggressive and make yourself look like someone who is not easy to mess with. Secondly, you must stay vigilant at all times and not let strangers get close to you. If something doesn't feel right, draw your wand and cast a spell. Mr. Jack, Harry looked at Sebastian and asked the question in his mind. Why did the Ministry of Magic allow Knockturn Alley to exist? There are too many dark wizards here anyway. Hearing this, Sebastian sighed softly. This is a very cruel reality. The Ministry of Magic does not have the ability to manage Knockturn Alley like Diagon Alley. In other words, the Ministry of Magic needs Knockturn Alley to exist. Why is this happening? Harry was completely confused. He looked at Sebastian, hoping that Sebastian could give him some reasonable explanation. Obviously, as a well-known gray area in the wizarding world, this place provides some services and items that are difficult for the Ministry of Magic to track. Even some employees of the Ministry of Magic will take advantage of the resources here. On the other hand, the existence of Knockturn Alley has concentrated most of the dark forces in one place, preventing these forces from spreading throughout the wizarding world. This implicit balance makes the Ministry of Magic hesitant in governing Knockturn Alley. After all, there are endless dark wizards. If we clean up Nocturne Alley today, a twist alley or a twist alley will pop up in some unknown corner tomorrow. So, the Ministry of Magic chose to let Nocturne Alley exist, and only let the Aurors come here to sort it out when there is a need. One last thing, Sebastian said meaningfully, look around at the shops. Although they don't look impressive, behind every store there is the shadow of a pureblood family. These stores can bring a lot of wealth to those pureblood families. If we want to control Nocturne Alley, the pureblood families will probably be the first to jump out and oppose it. So that's how it is. After hearing Sebastian's explanation, Harry suddenly understood. I didn't expect that the small Nocturne Alley actually had so many twists and turns. It seems that I thought the problem was too simple. Suddenly, Harry saw Sebastian stopped and stood in front of a dimly lit magic shop. Arrived at the destination, Harry looked up and carefully read the writing on the worn sign. This is Borgin and Burke's? We're here. Sebastian waved his wand, and the floating wizards behind him fell down and were neatly placed on the side of the antique shop's door. In order to prevent some mentally ill guys from jumping out to stand up for these guys and slowing down the pace of the two, Sebastian had been keeping his magic power boiling, and only at this moment did he let the boiling magic power gradually calm down. Then, he looked at Harry and explained, this shop contains some very deadly items of the dark arts. So, just watch after you go in, and don't mess with the things inside. Harry nodded and followed Sebastian into the antique shop in front of him. Unlike the brightly lit shops in Diagon Alley, this narrow shop was very dim, and the air was filled with the smell of age and decay. The shelves around were filled with all sorts of antiques and oddities, many of which Harry couldn't even name. Confirmed, nothing here would be on a shopping list for Hogwarts. Take a look at what's on sale here. A dry palm, like a branch, lay quietly on the shelf, as if telling the pain it had suffered in its lifetime. A lifeless glass eyeball lay quietly in the display cabinet, its cold gaze seeming to penetrate everything. A gorgeous-looking necklace with a tag on the front that says extremely deadly, which makes it clear that the necklace is full of curses. Harry really couldn't imagine what kind of wizard would be stupid enough to wear a necklace like that around his neck. Perhaps this necklace is not for yourself. In addition, there are several ferocious masks hanging on the walls of the store. The counter is filled with various human bones. From the ceiling hung rusty, sharp-toothed instruments, all with a message for the customers. Everything in this shop has its own story and secrets, and there is much more danger hidden here than it seems. Gudong. Harry was stunned by what he saw and couldn't help swallowing hard. If I hadn't been following Sebastian, I would never have set foot in such a store. Sebastian actually came to this kind of store to buy himself a birthday present. To be honest, Harry really wanted to tell Sebastian loudly that this birthday present was not necessary. In fact, I don't even need to celebrate my birthday this year. Look at the store manager here. His eyes are sharp and cold, and he has a fake smile on his face. He looks extremely difficult to deal with. Harry had no idea that all this was just a stereotype he had of the store manager after seeing the store's displays. In fact, the store manager, Mr. Bach, has already put on what he thinks is the most perfect smile. There was no way not to laugh, because Bach was really scared at the moment. When Sebastian exploded his magic in all directions, Burke knew that a significant figure had come to Nocturne Alley. He just talked to himself and sighed for a while, and then didn't pay any more attention to it. Who cares? No matter who the person is, it has nothing to do with me. The first rule of life in Nocturne Alley is to mind your own business. However, to Bach's surprise, the terrifying magical power was getting closer and closer to him until it stopped completely outside his store. Through the dusty shop window, Boker could clearly see figures outside, as well as several wizards floating behind them. At first glance, Bach's face immediately turned green. Who is this vicious black wizard? Why did he capture these people? Is he planning to do some evil human experiments? To be honest, even in Nocturne Alley, this behavior was too blatant. Fortunately, these two wizards looked unfamiliar, so he didn't have to worry that they were here to seek revenge. Merlin, I hope these two guys are just taking a break outside their store and have no intention of going inside. Unfortunately, Merlin didn't seem to hear Burke's prayers. Under his desperate eyes, the two wizards just said a few words and pushed the door and walked into their shop. Seeing this scene, Bach immediately smiled and showed great enthusiasm, nodding and bowing to the person in front of him. "Dear sir, welcome to Borgin and Burke's. How can I help you?" Bach looked at the other person cautiously, not daring to say a word, for fear of angering this scary guy. "Mr. Burke, my name is Jack, and this is my companion," Sebastian said with a smile. "We are travelers who visit the world, and we look for something special in every country we visit. I was told that you have some good things here, so we came here specially to take a look. Would you not welcome us?" Hearing this, Bach felt relieved. "Fortunately, I just came here to buy things, so I shouldn't be in any danger." "Of course you are welcome," Bach bowed and walked out from behind the counter. "I will personally introduce the products here to you." Bach instantly transformed into a professional tour guide, introducing each item in detail to Sebastian and the other man. After a long moment, Sebastian stood in front of the withered hand and motioned to Bach. "Mr. Boker, could you please bring this item over for me to look at?" "Ah, the Hand of Glory." Burke quickly picked up the item, wiped it briefly, and then handed it to Sebastian attentively. "Mr. Jack, as I mentioned before, this product is a thief and robber's best friend. In the dark, put a candle, and only the person holding it can see the candlelight. This is equivalent to you can see others in the dark, but others cannot see you." Sebastian's voice turned cold. "Are you saying that my companions and I are robbers and thieves?" No, that's not what I meant," Bach explained in a panic. "What I meant was that you have a unique vision." "Don't be afraid, Mr. Burke," Sebastian said with a smile. "I'm a very kind person. I won't take my anger out on you just because of a word. I want this thing, and I also want the separate vanishing cabinet. Name your price." "Kind? Anyone who believes this is a fool." There were 5 wizards standing outside the door. Bach looked at Sebastian and cautiously said, 500 galleons for the Hand of Glory, 300 galleons for the vanishing cabinet, a total of 800 galleons. As soon as he finished speaking, Bach saw Sebastian's cold eyes. He was startled and immediately realized that his occupational disease had come back, and he had fooled the other party as an ordinary wizard. He quickly changed his words and said, "Of course, this price is only for ordinary wizards. You two are both powerful wizards. I must give you a 50% discount. Also, Mr. Jack and I hit it off right away, so I decided to only charge you 250 gold galleons for these 2 items." 250? The price is quite reasonable. When the vanishing cabinet first appeared, a set would cost thousands of galleons. Although there's only one disappearing cabinet here, there is really nothing wrong with the price. What's more, there is a vanishing cabinet in Hogwarts, which can be matched with this one as a set. Add the Hand of Glory, and it will definitely be worth buying it. However, this price always feels a little wrong. Sebastian frowned. He strongly suspected that this Bach was taking the opportunity to scold him. Seeing the other party frown, Bach felt a little uneasy. This is a real bargain price. If it were any cheaper, there would be no profit to be made. Just as Bach was hesitating whether to offer another 10 galleons, Sebastian's voice rang out. 249 galleons. If you agree, pack them all for me. After leaving Borgin and Burke's, Harry followed Sebastian towards Diagon Alley. He couldn't help but turn his head to take a look, and found that the door of the antique shop had been completely closed without him noticing. Even the dim window was blocked by thick curtains, as if it was no longer open for business that day. A strange shop, Harry thought silently in his mind. Oh, and Sebastian bought 2 items, a vanishing cabinet and a Hand of Glory. I don't know which one is my birthday present. Logically speaking, it should be the disappearing cabinet, right? I don't know what the use of a disappearing cabinet given by Sebastian is. It seems that a disappearing cabinet alone can only be used as an ordinary cabinet. Thinking of this, he could no longer bear the doubts in his heart and asked Sebastian, "Mr. Jack, is that vanishing cabinet a gift for me?" The store manager just said that only a pair of vanishing cabinets can work. What's the point of me holding a single cabinet? The vanishing cabinet. Sebastian glanced at Harry with a smile. Who said I was going to give you a vanishing cabinet? No way. Is the hand of glory my gift? Thinking of that dry palm, Harry's face was full of resistance. Are you going to give me the hand of glory? I don't intend to be a robber or a thief. Aha! Sebastian was amused by Harry. Don't be influenced by what Manager Box said and limit your own thinking. This is actually a very powerful alchemical item. Generally speaking, if wizards want to use spells to attack their targets, they cannot do without the blessing of vision. So, can we create an extremely dark environment to deprive the enemy of their vision? Then we take out the hand of glory and light a candle, so that even in the dark we can see the enemy and inflict a devastating blow on them. Especially if you're being chased or surrounded, you can easily escape by using the advantage of the hand of glory. Oh my God, Sebastian is really amazing. An ordinary thief's supplies become something of great strategic value in Sebastian's hands. Thinking of this, Harry no longer had any resistance in his heart and began to like this special birthday gift. At night, this item is truly a magical artifact. But what about during the day? How to create an extremely dark environment during the day to deprive the enemy of their vision. Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up and he remembered the method he used when fighting Quirrell before. Peruvian stealth smoke bomb. It was with this thing that I was able to deal with Quirrell for a long time. If the hand of glory had been there at that time, perhaps I would have been able to fight back. Harry was so excited that he quickly shared his thoughts with Sebastian. Very quick response. Sebastian nodded approvingly. You may not have the opportunity to use this kind of item in a formal duel match, but once outside of school, the Golden Galleon Warriors are often the ones who win. This sounds reasonable. If he hadn't had enough Peruvian stealth smoke bombs, he would have been caught by Quirrell long ago, and might not even have waited for Sebastian to rescue him. Each Peruvian stealth smoke bomb represents a shining gold galleon. Harry nodded, acknowledging what Sebastian said. He couldn't help but imagine how tricky the fight would be if he encountered an enemy wearing a dragon skin coat and covered in various protective gear. Even elite Auror would have a headache facing such a fully armed enemy. What about the vanishing cabinet? Harry continued. What's the point of buying a vanishing cabinet alone? That would be a huge help. Not to mention that Hogwarts has a vanishing cabinet that can be paired with this one. The knowledge behind it alone is attractive enough. The vanishing cabinet is an extremely rare and powerful magical item. Its main function is to instantly transport objects or creatures between two places. When someone enters a vanishing cabinet, they will reappear in another connected vanishing cabinet. This teleportation function has made the vanishing cabinet of great interest in the wizarding world, as it can bypass conventional protections and barriers, allowing for rapid and covert teleportation. When Voldemort was at the height of his power, many families would prepare a set of vanishing cabinets, and then escape through the vanishing cabinets when the Death Eaters attacked. However, because the Death Eaters repeatedly failed to capture their targets, their intimidation efforts went poorly, and Voldemort was eventually angered. Then Voldemort took action himself, killed the alchemist who created the vanishing cabinet, and burned all his information. Since then, the vanishing cabinet has been completely out of print and slowly disappeared from people's sight. Sebastian has been coveting the vanishing cabinet for a long time. He really wants to figure out the principle behind the vanishing cabinet and restore it. Originally, Sebastian's parents and grandparents each had a set of disappearing cabinets. However, after Voldemort disappeared and the wizarding world was completely safe, they had already been torn into pieces by Sebastian. To be honest, Sebastian was quite arrogant at that time and wanted to restore the vanishing cabinet. Unexpectedly, due to my poor skills, the disappearing cabinet turned into a mess. Now that the time is right, Sebastian decides to restart the plan to restore the vanishing cabinet. To be on the safe side and to prevent failure again, he did not intend to directly tell Harry his purpose. He just said to Harry vaguely, "The purpose of buying this vanishing cabinet is just to do research." The two talked as they walked and were about to leave Nocturne Alley and arrive at Diagon Alley. Harry pointed at the wizard floating behind him and spoke hesitantly. "Mr. Jack, will our trip to Diagon Alley like this cause panic?" "Don't worry. There are often aurors patrolling near the entrance of Noctur Alley. We will hand these guys over to the aurors when the time comes. Help them find a good place with food and shelter. Holding the bounty he received from the auror, Harry was a little dazed for a moment. It turned out that the old witch was actually a famous dark wizard. This means that if I'm short of money in the future, I can just play the role of a bounty hunter. Seeing that it was still early, Harry followed Sebastian to stroll in Diagon Alley. Fortunately, the polyjuice potion that Sebastian brewed himself was strong enough to maintain the transformation for at least 3 hours. They spent no more than an hour in Nocturne Alley, which left them with plenty of time to explore Diagon Alley. Sebastian had already received the shopping list for next semester from Professor McGonagall. According to the shopping list, the two bought various necessary items for the new school year. After buying a large bag of sweets for Dudley, Harry followed Sebastian contentedly towards the fireplace in Diagon Alley. Sebastian asked with a smile, looking at Harry's round, fat face that was full of smiles. "Harry, your birthday is coming up. Would you like to invite all your friends to your birthday party this year?" Hearing this, Harry's heart felt like it was being grabbed tightly, so tightly that he couldn't breathe. "No thanks," Harry said with a somewhat lonely look. "No one has contacted me since the holiday. I wrote a lot of letters to Hermione, Ronald, and others, but still got no response. Maybe they don't consider me a friend." "Really?" Sebastian consoled. "I think there might be a misunderstanding here. Perhaps you have met a letter thief." Harry's jaw dropped when he heard this. Sebastian has a really big imagination. Someone stole the letter? What are you trying to achieve? There's no confidential information in there. Are there really such boring people? Harry looked at Sebastian in confusion. He always felt that Sebastian was comforting him. "Don't believe it." Sebastian smiled softly. "We can contact them in other ways, and then just ask them directly, and we'll know for sure." "What method?" Harry's eyes lit up. "Don't forget, before you became a wizard, you lived in the Muggle world for a long time. We can solve this problem using Muggle methods. I remember Miss Granger saying that her father's dental office was on the first floor of her house. Come with me." Sebastian patted Harry's shoulder. "Let's go to the nearest Muggle post office and get a copy of the Yellow Pages. Find a phone number for Granger's father's clinic on it. Then you can call Miss Granger and ask." "So what are you waiting for?" Harry felt a tinge of anticipation when he heard Sebastian's suggestion. They turned a corner directly from the leaky cauldron onto the streets of London and picked up a thick Yellow Pages at a small post office near Charing Cross Road. In order to save time, Harry directly begged Sebastian to use the apparition spell to take him back to Swan Manor. Harry quickly found the phone number for Granger's dentistry office and called using Sebastian's cell phone. Beep beep. When the call was connected, Harry said excitedly, "Hello, my name is Harry Potter, and I'm a classmate of Hermione Granger." "Excuse me, is Hermione home?" "Harry." Hermione's surprised voice came from the phone. She never expected that Harry would contact her by phone. "Harry, where are you? How do you know her home phone number? Also, why didn't you reply to my letter?" It's this familiar feeling. Listening to Hermione's rapid-fire questions, Harry didn't find it noisy at all. Instead, he was extremely happy. However, Hermione actually said that she did not reply. This shows that there really is a letter thief who stole all the letters from himself and his friends. After some explanation, Hermione completely understood Harry's situation. Even as smart as she was, she couldn't figure out who would steal Harry's letter. "Well, I'll help you explain this to Ronald," Hermione suggested to Harry. "He wrote to me a few days ago and told me that he suspected you were imprisoned by your uncle and aunt and that he and the twins are going to rescue you. Is there anything you want me to tell Ronald?" Harry felt warm inside when he heard his friend's concern for him. He quickly invited Hermione. "Hermione, I would like to invite you, Ronald, and the Weasley brothers to attend my birthday party. I wonder if you would." "Of course. This time, not only can we celebrate Harry's birthday, but we can also visit Professor Swan's home. It just so happens that I encountered a lot of problems when I was studying on my own during the summer vacation, so I can go and ask Professor Swan for help." "I'd like to," Hermione said happily. "But how do I get to Professor Swan's house? I don't know the address." "That's easy," Harry replied. "You can take the night bus, and the destination is Swan Manor outside of London. The night bus will bring you here. It will only take a few minutes." As for Ronald and the others, they can also take the night bus, or just use the flu powder. Originally, I wanted to go to Ronald's house and personally invite them over. However, the polyjuice potion I brewed will be finished in the next 2 days, and I need to go to Professor Snape to keep an eye on it. It's good now. With your help in inviting Ronald and the others, I don't have to make a trip alone. Then I'll leave it to you, Hermione. After hanging up the phone, Hermione's smile disappeared and she became worried. Polyjuice potion? It seemed to be a very complicated potion, one that wouldn't even appear in senior classes. It is said that the brewing process takes at least a month. Harry can actually brew this kind of potion now, and it was conducted under the personal guidance of Professor Snape. Oh my God, how much faster than me is Harry in studying? Not to mention that Harry now lives in Professor Swan's house and can get Professor Swan's guidance at any time. Hermione scratched her hair irritably. I'm so stupid. I never expected that, although students cannot cast spells outside of school, there is no rule that prohibits them from brewing potions outside of school. No, I can't go shopping. I have to write a letter to Ronald now. Then you should start studying, summarize your questions, and then ask Professor Swan. Or he could ask Harry to discuss with Professor Swan so that he could stay there for 2 more days. Friday, July 31st, 1992. Just after lunch, the doorbell of Swan Manor rang. Harry eagerly went to open the door and ushered Hermione in. Happy birthday, Harry! Hermione took out the birthday present she had prepared long ago and gave it to Harry. Considering that this was Hermione's first time at Swan Manor, Harry immediately became a tour guide and enthusiastically took Hermione on a tour. As soon as the tour was over, Hermione took out a small notebook and asked Sebastian the questions written on it one by one. By the time Sebastian had answered Hermione's questions, Swan Manor had become extremely lively. The Weasley brothers were very familiar with Swan Manor. As soon as they arrived, they went to the game room with Harry, and there was a lot of noise and cheering. Sebastian happily found Percy, who was watching his brothers playing, and brought him to the study. Looking at this outstanding student who obtained 12 certificates in the OWL exam, Sebastian's eyes were full of admiration. He asked kindly as he poured Percy a full glass of ice-cold cola. First of all, congratulations on your excellent results in your ordinary wizarding level examination. 6th grade will start when school starts. I want to ask you, what are your specific plans for the future? What are your plans for the future? There are many plans. His latest plan is to make Penelope his girlfriend, then continue to study hard and strive to become the student union president in the 7th grade. Percy took a sip of his Coke, then excitedly told Sebastian about the arrangements for the 6th and 7th grades. Student union president? Not bad. Sebastian nodded with a smile. What about after graduation? How do you plan your life after graduation? Percy said firmly to Sebastian without hesitation. Professor Swan, I hope to work for the Ministry of Magic after graduation and work my way up to a senior management position. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I protect power. I like power and want to gain power. It's nothing to laugh at. Everyone has their own pursuits. Sebastian smiled softly. Can you tell me why you made this choice? Of course. Percy's face showed a hint of reminiscence. I think the initial reason I had this idea was because of my parents' expectations. In my parents' eyes, working in the Ministry of Magic is the most respectable job in the entire wizarding world. Before me, they always persuaded my brothers Bill and Charlie to work in the Ministry of Magic. It's just that my 2 brothers love freedom and adventure and don't like the monotonous 9-to-5 job in the Ministry of Magic. By the end, Bill was working as a curse breaker in Egypt, and Charlie was working on a dragon farm in Romania. Now, my parents' expectations fall on me. At this point, Percy smiled knowingly. To be honest, among all the children in our family who are still in school, only my personality is more suitable for working in the Ministry of Magic. Fred and George are the 2 most eccentric of all our siblings. Asking them to work at the Ministry of Magic would definitely be more painful than killing them. At this point, I have a feeling that Mum's wish for both of them to enter the Ministry of Magic will be dashed. As for Ronald, Percy smiled and shook his head. I don't know what will happen in the future. From now on, it is very likely that his grades will not meet the requirements for admission to the Ministry of Magic. The only possibility is to enter the Auror office and become an Auror. As for our little sister Ginny, whom you just met, I can't say yet whether she is willing to join the Ministry of Magic. Speaking of Ginny, Percy's face was full of doting. Personally, I think she should do whatever she wants to do when she grows up. I see. Percy was first influenced by his parents and came up with the idea of working in the Ministry of Magic. Then I've always held myself to the standards for entering the Ministry of Magic. That's right. Unlike his other brothers, Percy likes order, so he appears to be more serious, more persistent, and more ambitious. Sebastian had always suspected that the Sorting Hat discriminated against Percy based on his surname, and when he saw that Percy was born into a Weasley family, he was sorted into Gryffindor. To be honest, Percy's personality is obviously more suitable for Slytherin. At the very least, he should be assigned to Ravenclaw. Sebastian smiled at Percy and continued. Is there any other reason why you want to pursue power? Yes. There was a hint of regret in Percy's voice. If it was my parents' influence at the beginning, it was poverty that made me firm in this idea later. Although our Weasley family enjoys a good reputation in the wizarding world, our financial situation has always been poor. In other words, as a large family, our family lives in extreme poverty. I remember very clearly that when Ronald entered school last year, he couldn't even afford a new wand, so he still used Charlie's old wand. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you, Professor, for proposing the work-study program. Percy looked at Sebastian, his eyes full of gratitude. Ronald applied for a student assistant position at the dueling hall and bought a new wand with his salary. He showed off in front of us quite a lot this summer. Percy's expression slowly hardened. My family's poverty has put me under tremendous pressure since I was a child. I am eager to improve my family's economic situation through my own efforts and provide them with better living conditions. And becoming a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic is the best way to improve your family's fortunes. An excellent ambition, Sebastian nodded approvingly. Now Percy's mind is still very pure, and he is only thinking about changing the fate of his family. However, after entering the Ministry of Magic, he was crushed by reality and fell deeper and deeper in pursuit of power, until he betrayed his original intention and fell out with his family. With this in mind, Sebastian asked gently, "Which department of the ministry are you going to?" "Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Percy blurted out. "Or maybe the Department of International Magical Cooperation." Sebastian was non-committal about Percy's answer. "Have you ever thought about a question? Your father is a marginal figure in the Ministry of Magic. When you enter the Ministry of Magic, it can be said that you have almost no background. You can only rely on yourself for everything. If I were just an ordinary employee, it wouldn't matter. However, your ambition goes far beyond this. You want to become a superior person and a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, with no connections at all. How long will it take you to climb up?" "Why?" Percy sighed inwardly. "I know very well that what Sebastian said is all true. Without a background, it is very difficult to get ahead in the Ministry of Magic." Percy's face turned pale. "Even if it's hard, I will slowly climb up. I will work harder than others. I can even treat the Ministry of Magic as my home. I believe that my leaders will see my efforts and promote me." Hearing this, Sebastian said with a half-smile, "Have you ever thought that in the Ministry of Magic, each level up is a job for each person? What guarantees can you make that the position will fall to you and not to a relative of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic?" "What's the guarantee?" "To be honest, I can't guarantee anything. If his father was not a marginal figure in the Ministry of Magic, he could be guaranteed fair competition." "What?" Percy smiled wryly. He knew very well that he could not get ahead simply by working hard. If you want to climb up in the Ministry of Magic, it all depends on the appreciation of your superiors. Just when Percy was frustrated, Sebastian smiled and spoke. "Percy, I admire you very much. You are very similar to me when I was young, with the same clear goals and ambitions. After you graduate, I can help you become a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. But you have to agree to my conditions. Would you like to hear it?" Percy's heart leapt at Sebastian's words. Help yourself become a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. Sounds tempting. Professor Swan, I'd like to hear the terms. Percy tried his best to appear less excited. However, his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner thoughts. The condition is that after entering the Ministry of Magic, you have to become mine. Is that all you ask? This is too easy. Since you have to choose a side after entering the Ministry of Magic, you might as well choose someone who can ensure your victory from the beginning. Percy's face flushed with excitement, and he immediately opened his mouth and said, Professor Swan, I do. Before Percy could finish his words, Sebastian waved his hand, interrupting him. Don't be impatient. Listen to my arrangements for you first. If you still agree to work for me after listening to them, it won't be too late to express your opinion then. Hearing this, Percy calmed down a little. However, he still stared at Sebastian intently, ready to hear what plans he had for him. Percy made up his mind. If the conditions are not too excessive, then you must agree to it and seize this opportunity. Sebastian said gently, First of all, my assignment for you is not to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement or the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Aren't these two places? Percy was a little surprised. Logically speaking, these two departments have much greater power than other departments. There should be no department that can compare with these two departments. Wrong. There is another place that was better than either of these two departments and closer to the center of power, the office of the Minister of Magic. Percy became agitated again. Could it be that Professor Swan was planning to arrange for himself to be the minister's secretary next to the Minister of Magic? Sebastian smiled at Percy's excitement and interrupted his fantasy. Don't get excited yet. My arrangement for you is not in any department of the Ministry of Magic now. Percy opened his mouth. He had never expected this result. If it's not any department, where can I go? Professor Swan would not make fun of himself. Since he dared to speak, it meant that he already had a specific plan. Out of trust in Sebastian, Percy swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and looked at Sebastian quietly. Percy, every management position in the Ministry of Magic is currently saturated. It can be said that there are a lot of people queuing up behind every position. Why should we compete with these people? Why not change our mindset and jump out of the vicious circle of competition and choose a simpler and more direct path? For example, re-establishing a department in the Ministry of Magic. A very powerful department. A newly created department means a large number of vacancies. When the time comes, with my support, you can use your extraordinary knowledge to achieve a second or third level jump in your position, or even reach the top in one step. After saying that, Sebastian looked at Percy with a smile, waiting for him to digest the news. This news was like a thunderclap, which made Percy dizzy. It turns out that this is Professor Swan's method and courage. My vision is still too narrow. While he was still foolishly thinking about applying for the existing position, Professor Swan had already planned to create a new department in the Ministry of Magic. What a fantastic idea. It's not hard to accomplish this with Professor Swan's resources and connections. It seems that Professor Swan has had this idea for some time, and he must have a complete draft in his mind. It's just that Professor Swan has been making plans all along and has not yet pushed forward this plan. Percy's heart was filled with joy, and it was beating so violently that it seemed like it was going to jump out of his chest. I am so lucky to have come into Professor Swan's sight. Emerging sector, lots of vacancies. As long as you seize this opportunity, you can at least save a few years of time in gaining experience. Percy thought clearly that the conversation was almost over at this point. Professor Swan would definitely not reveal more information to me before I made my own statement. For example, the functions of the emerging department and the time when the emerging department was established. After all, the pie represented by an emerging powerful department is too big, and anyone who knows the slightest information will prepare for it. If I don't grab the olive branch offered by Professor Swan, I would be the biggest fool in the world. Thinking of this, Percy's face straightened, and he said with a firm look, Professor Swan, from today on, wherever your wand points is the direction I will move in. Oh, Sebastian smiled. Don't you want to think about it? If you agree, I will start assigning you tasks. You will be very busy and tired in the next 2 years. It's no exaggeration to say that the next 2 years will be even more tiring than preparing for your OWL exam. No need, Percy said without hesitation. I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do. Very good. Sebastian nodded approvingly. The following information is top secret. You can't tell anyone, not even your parents. After Percy made the magical contract, Sebastian continued. The new department is called the Ministry of Finance and is expected to be officially established in 2 years. You know, the magic world has never had talent in this area. So for the next 2 years, you don't need to take any other elective courses except the 5 basic subjects. You need to focus all your energy on learning relevant professional knowledge. The wizarding world doesn't have this knowledge, so I need you to learn the Muggle knowledge. Sebastian pulled out a letter of recommendation and handed it to Percy. Tomorrow, you will take this letter of recommendation and go to the Muggle world to find Mr. White according to the address in the letter. He will help you contact a professor at a Muggle university and let the professor provide one-on-one tutoring and tailor a 2-year study plan for you. Until school starts, you will study with the Muggle professors. Of course, if your family has doubts about your behavior, you can tell them that I have chosen you and invited you to intern at Swan Alchemy. As for money, don't worry. I will take care of any expenses during this period. You just need to study hard. Don't think it's easy. Just a friendly reminder, your study load is equivalent to 4 years' worth of work for an average Muggle. You need to be assessed regularly by Muggle professors. If you fail, you will not be able to catch up with the establishment of the Ministry of Finance. How about it? Do you have confidence? Completing 4 years of study in 2 years, while taking the nude exam into consideration, is indeed a daunting task. But that's the Ministry of Finance. I must seize this opportunity no matter what. It's just studying, so get at your best. Percy gritted his teeth and said firmly, No problem, Professor Swan. I am confident that I can complete this task. Hearing this, Sebastian smiled with satisfaction and took out 2 glasses of red wine. He raised his glass and motioned towards Percy. Cheers to the future Minister of Finance of the wizarding world. By the time Sebastian and Percy came out of the study, the guest had already arrived. The Weasley children surrounded Lupin, constantly begging him to reveal all kinds of details about the new TV series. There's no way around it. Their mom is a huge fan of the Wandering with Werewolves series. In just 1 month of vacation, the Weasley children have already watched the previous TV series many times with Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley is looking forward to the start of filming of new TV series every day. Now, having a rare opportunity to meet one of the leading actors in a TV series, the little ones are determined to help their mother find out all the details of the new TV series. However, due to the confidentiality agreement, Lupin kept hesitating and playing Tai Chi with the little ones, looking extremely embarrassed. When Percy came to the living room, he saw this messy scene. His face darkened instantly, and he rushed over to drive his brothers away and rescued Lupin from the dire straits. Ginny was still reluctant to leave, so she looked at Lupin and asked obediently, Mr. Lupin, you and Lockhart are a good partner, so could you please help me get an autograph from Mr. Lockhart? My mother likes him very much. Before Lupin could say anything, Fred spoke up urgently. Ginny, there's no need to bother Mr. Lupin. It's very simple to get Professor Lockhart's signature. That's right, George agreed. You'll be able to meet Professor Lockhart when school starts. He will be responsible for thesis guidance for freshmen. You can go and ask for it in person when the time comes. Hearing this, Percy looked a little embarrassed. None of the 4 brothers thought of asking their mother for an autographed photo from Lockhart last year, and none of them were as thoughtful as Ginny. This is really wrong. When it comes to this year's opening dinner, all of my brothers and sisters have to go out and ask Professor Lockhart for an autograph photo. 1 for each person to make your mother happy. Everyone was noisy until late at night, helping Harry to have a particularly lively birthday. Happy times are always short-lived. Early the next morning, the guests left Swan Manor, except for 1 person, Hermione. She had asked Harry to seek Sebastian's consent to stay for another week. After learning that underage wizards could cast magic at will in wizard-gathering places and that Harry was about to begin spell training, she wanted to stay at Swan Manor until school started. It's a pity that before coming, Sebastian had already discussed with her parents and asked Hermione to stay for a week before going back. Otherwise, Hermione really planned to put the idea in her mind into practice. Originally, Ronald also wanted to stay, but after hearing that Harry and Hermione were going to have spell training, he immediately gave up the idea and followed his brothers home without hesitation. The days passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for Hogwarts to start again. On the first day of school, all the staff of Swan Manor went out again and came to King's Cross Station together. In Mia's words, this is the sense of ceremony of the new semester. In order to prevent Dobby from causing trouble, Sebastian took Mia with him and sent Harry directly to the Hogwarts Express. Woo-woo! Amid the thick steam, the Hogwarts Express blew its whistle and left platform 9 3/4. Watching the train going away, Sebastian hugged Mia and walked out of the station together. Mia, let me ask you a question. Do you know which healer St. Mungo's Hospital sent to Hogwarts as a visiting professor? I've been busy training Harry lately and haven't checked with Professor McGonagall yet. I know, Mia replied with a smile. The candidate has already been decided. Sebastian curled his lips and said, Dean Bolton is really unkind. He didn't even write a letter to tell me. After all, I was the one who signed this project. Then, he asked with a curious look on his face, is it a boy or a girl? Do I know her? If someone with a bad temper comes, I'll have to think about how to get along with this new colleague. Hearing Sebastian's guess, Mia became playful and prepared to tease Sebastian. Not only do you know him, Mia nodded with a smile, you're very familiar with him. Guess who it is? No? Still familiar? Sebastian frowned, trying to recall Mia's colleagues in his mind. Choose one of your colleagues. Sebastian smacked his lips and grumbled in disgust. I don't care to choose any of them. Your colleagues are either talkative or mean, and there is one who can't say a word for a long time. Having them as visiting professors is more of a curse than a blessing for the young wizards. Sebastian sighed and said, What the hell is wrong with Dean Bolton? This is really not a pretty way to handle it. Stop guessing. Just tell me who is coming. Seeing Sebastian's reaction, Mia smiled and said, I won't tell you. You can see it for yourself at the opening dinner. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. It's so mysterious. It can't be that Dean Bolton himself is here to be the visiting professor. Suddenly, Sebastian's breathing hitched and his steps slowly stopped. I am very familiar with. Mia, Sebastian asked hesitantly, don't tell me this visiting professor is you? Have you figured it out? Mia smiled brightly. Dean Bolton just notified the hospital about this, and I went to see him. Let me tell you, I beat several competitors to get this spot, Mia said with a playful expression on her face. I specifically asked Dean Bolton and Professor McGonagall to help keep it a secret from you. Are you surprised? From today on, we can go to work together and go home together. Well, Professor Swan, please give me your guidance in the future. After saying that, she walked briskly out of the station like a happy butterfly. Looking at Mia's back, Sebastian felt a mixture of emotions. He was genuinely happy for her. Mia had the opportunity to showcase her outstanding talents at Hogwarts, which was a great highlight in her career. However, behind the joy lies a lingering worry. Hogwarts is not peaceful, and several dangerous things happen every year. This year's basilisk is extremely dangerous and can threaten the lives of teachers and students if we are not careful. Being a visiting professor at Hogwarts is not as comfortable as staying in St. Mungo's. Thinking of this, Sebastian hurriedly chased after Mia, shouting as he ran. Mia, I think we need to discuss the matter of becoming a visiting professor further. Mia, don't walk so fast. Mia. Harry was still a little confused until Dumbledore announced the start of the dinner. Who understands? I just said goodbye to Aunt Mia in the morning and saw her in the professor's seat in the evening. It was really unexpected. I have to say, Aunt Mia is really tight-lipped. She never mentioned that she would come to Hogwarts as a professor during the entire summer vacation. Although he is just a visiting professor, we should at least announce it in advance, and then we will have a party at Swan Manor to celebrate. Who knew how shocked he would be when he saw Aunt Mia the moment he entered the auditorium? If I hadn't confirmed it repeatedly with Hermione and Ronald, I would have believed that it was someone who looked exactly like Aunt Mia. Harry mechanically shoveled food into his mouth, his ears filled with the sounds of his classmates' discussions. What? That beautiful female professor is Professor Swan's wife. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Didn't you hear the principal call that female professor Professor Swan? There will be 2 Professor Swan in the school in the future. Looking at Mia's young and beautiful appearance, some senior girls became curious about her. Can anyone tell me why Madame Swan looks so young? Yes, she doesn't even look 25 years old. Do you think Professor Swan is an old man who is attracted to young girls? What nonsense! Professor Swan looks very young, and he and Mrs. Swan look very compatible sitting together. They entered school in the same year. Really? A girl's eyes widened in surprise. I heard that Professor Snape and Professor Swan were classmates in the same year. The young wizards gasped. So, Professor Swan, Mrs. Swan, and Professor Snape were all in the same class. Then why does Professor Snape look older than the other 2 professors? Hush! You are risking your life. How dare you criticize the professor like that? Didn't you see that Professor Snape's face turned black? How can I not be sullen? If there are 2 people around you who are always showing off their affection, you will also be sullen. That's enough. Professor Snape looks handsome even after cleaning himself up. Harry was not interested in the gossip of the young wizards at all. His mind was full of Auror pre-job training. As the 3rd and the final exam last semester, Harry was fully qualified to participate in this training. What's more, Sebastian had already told me to sign up for his Auror training class during the summer vacation. Harry touched Hermione's arm and whispered, "Hermione, are you planning on attending Auror training?" No, Hermione shook her head slightly. I'm not very interested in becoming an Auror. If I had to choose, I would probably experience Mrs. Swan's pre-training as a therapist. However, I think it's too early to go and experience it now. We are only in the 2nd grade and still have a lot of basic knowledge to learn. If we go, we may not be able to keep up with the learning progress. Hermione glanced at her classmates who were still gossiping and couldn't help but curl her lips. In contrast, I think we should pay more attention to the issue of exam reform. Hermione's face was filled with worry. The headmaster said that we will add a midterm exam after the Christmas break. Also, if you get a required question wrong, you'll need to retake that exam. I have decided to make a detailed review plan. Harry and Ronald, you 2 must follow my plan and review accordingly. Hearing this, Ronald, who was eating a chicken leg, was stunned. That's enough, Hermione. We haven't even had a class yet, and you're already thinking about revision? That's totally unnecessary. Didn't the principal say that the required exam questions are usually practical questions like spells? Moreover, the professors of each subject will tell us the specific content of the required exam questions in the first class. Ronald swallowed the chicken leg in his mouth, then picked up the pumpkin juice and took a big gulp. If anyone still can't do it after practicing for half a year or a year, I will definitely laugh at him. The next day, Harry was the first to arrive at the Auror training classroom. Gradually, there were more people in the classroom, with more than a dozen students from the 6th and 7th grades combined. However, there were relatively few young wizards in the lower grades. Only 2 of them, Cedric Diggory from the 4th grade and himself from the 2nd grade. It seems that most students decide to wait until 6th grade to participate in this training. Before the bell rang, Sebastian walked into the classroom. He stood on the podium and spoke to everyone with a smile on his face. According to the regulations of the Auror office, the content of Auror training cannot be disclosed to others in any form. So, before we start the training, everyone needs to sign a magic agreement. As he spoke, Sebastian waved his wand, and a magical agreement fell accurately in front of each student. Still want to keep it secret? Is that so? The little wizards looked at each other in confusion. They also planned to show off to their friends after completing the training course. Now it seems that this plan has completely failed. Harry opened the agreement and read it carefully. After confirming that it was correct, he picked up the pen and quickly signed his name. After putting away all the magical protocols, Sebastian asked the students, To become an auror, you need not only superb combat ability, but also a smart mind. First question, which of these two items do you think is more important? Professor, this question is too simple. A student answered as soon as Sebastian finished speaking. It's definitely combat effectiveness. According to my understanding, there is no auror with low combat effectiveness. I don't think so, one student retorted. I think a useful brain is more important. Dark wizards are very cunning. If you only have fighting ability, you'll be easily fooled by them. In response to this issue, the students expressed their opinions one after another. Harry thought about it, but couldn't figure it out for a moment. However, thinking about his experience in Nocturne Alley during the holidays, he still felt that superb fighting ability was more important. To figure out which one is more important, we need to use facts to speak. Sebastian spoke up, interrupting the students' discussion. According to the cases recorded in the Auror office last year, only about 1/10 of the injuries to Aurors were caused by direct confrontations with dark wizards. More often than not, injuries are caused by traps or tricks of dark wizards. Obviously, to be a good Auror, a smart mind is more important. In this section, I will pick out a case and let you experience it for yourself. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Sebastian stretched out his wand and made an empty desk fly in front of everyone. Grow bigger quickly. Under Sebastian's expansion spell, the entire table grew longer and wider. Then, Sebastian opened the seamless stretch bag on his body, and the teaching props that had been prepared long ago flew out of it and covered the entire table. When the Aurors capture a dark wizard, they will check his belongings. Sebastian smiled at the students. Now, I am the captured dark wizard, and these items were searched for me. Next, your task is to personally inspect these items, judge their danger level, and then write the reason for your judgment after the danger level. There are 3 levels: extremely deadly, dangerous, and ordinary items. You need to mark cursed items as extremely deadly, items with special effects as dangerous, and items without any effects as ordinary items. If you can identify the curses and special effects on items, then congratulations, you will get a high score in this test. Of course, these things in front of you are all teaching props made by me imitating the personal belongings of a dark wizard. Therefore, you will not encounter any danger and do not need to worry about the safety of your life. As he spoke, Sebastian took out a stack of forms and used his wand to control them so that they fell accurately into the hands of each student. There is no limit to the means, but the time limit is 20 minutes. Come and see. By the way, Sebastian said with a faint smile, all judging must be done independently. In order to prevent you from talking to yourself and affecting other people's judgment, I will temporarily deprive you of the right to speak for the next 20 minutes. As he spoke, Sebastian raised his wand and waved it gently at the students. The students opened their mouths and found they couldn't make any sound. They could only look at each other and make faces. Future Aurors, what are you waiting for? Come and complete the mission. Hearing this, the students left their seats and walked over to the desks filled with props. There are a lot of props on the table, enough for 2 per student, so there is no need to worry about cues. Some little wizards were more cautious and just bent down to carefully examine the letter in front of them. Some of the little wizards were more reckless and directly took an exquisite necklace in their hands, then held it up to their eyes to look at it carefully. Some little wizards held their wands and pointed at the crystal balls in front of them, trying to determine how dangerous the object was. The more the little guys watched, the more they muttered to themselves, and their vigilance gradually relaxed. This item must be an ordinary one. The person who held it just now didn't seem to have any problem. How about picking it up and taking a look at it? What's going on? Apart from a skull, the other props don't look special. Could it be that all the items here are safe? Most of the items were received without any problems. The professor can't be so boring as to make fun of us, right? It would be nice if I could discuss this with other people. By pooling our wisdom, we can always find some problems. Hateful. Shouldn't dangerous dark magic items be visible at a glance? In reality, do Aurors really have to identify such difficult items? Harry stood in front of the table, looking at the items in front of him, thinking constantly in his mind. Based on the experience in Nocturne Alley, many dark wizards will disguise dark magic items as some beautiful jewelry. Of course, there are also many inconspicuous items that can have deadly effects. Harry glanced at the seniors who were looking at the items in their hands and couldn't help but shook his head. So brave. Once these guys take a trip to Nocturne Alley, they'll know not to touch strange objects. Now it seems that these items in front of them will definitely not cause the students to die. After all, Sebastian couldn't afford to be responsible if a teaching accident happened. However, it is impossible to say that these items are completely harmless. How do we tell the difference? Sebastian never taught himself. However, these 6th grade students seem to have never learned it, and their methods were also varied. What to do? Do I have to hand in a blank paper? How do you distinguish the curse on an item and its special effects? Harry scratched his hair irritably, ruffling it. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. Never mind. Let's judge these items based on their appearance first. All those strangely shaped items were marked as extremely deadly, and those particularly exquisite items were also marked as extremely deadly. As for other seemingly everyday items, mark them as ordinary items first. As for those items with special effects, there's nothing I can do. I really can't tell them. 20 minutes passed in a flash. Sebastian waved his wand, and forms flew out of the hands of the little wizards and landed neatly on the desk. The young wizards also regained their ability to speak and began to discuss with their companions. Hey, which one do you think is extremely deadly? How come I can't see any except the skull? Need I tell you? That skull looks like a common prop used by dark wizards. There's no doubt about it. As for the others, I can't tell either. Hey, these contents should be taught in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. What's the point of saying this? Our defense against the dark arts professor changes every year, and the quality varies greatly. We can't learn much useful stuff at all. Harry looked around. He also wanted to find someone to discuss it with. So he took the initiative to find Cedric. After all, the two had some interactions on the Quidditch field. Cedric, do you see anything? Cedric smiled at Harry. To be honest, I'm not really sure. Among the extremely deadly items, I only spotted the bracelet. I can't explain why, but I just had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Among the items with special effects, I was able to identify the palm-sized bull head statue because I have read some books on defense against the dark arts. As for the rest, I can't see anything. Now it seems that if you want to become an Auror, you still need to read more books on defense against the dark arts to increase your knowledge. As he spoke, there was a commotion among the senior wizards. Hey, what's going on? Why is your face turning green? Don't talk about him. Look at your arm. You turn green too. Is this true? Is this poisoned or cursed? I don't feel any discomfort. Merlin's pants, I'm turning green too. Didn't the professor say it's not dangerous? Harry and Cedric turned their heads and saw that among the senior students, about 10 of them had turned green, and only a few had not turned green. Harry looked carefully and found that the students who turned green were all those who had touched the objects on the table with their hands. Really, I knew those items were not that simple, and these seniors all fell into the trap. While everyone was discussing, Sebastian finished reading the collected forms. Everyone be quiet. Sebastian's voice suppressed the students' discussions. He walked down from the podium, came to the students who had turned green, and said with a smile, all the students who turned green, I'm sorry to tell you, you have already been sacrificed. Hearing this, the students started a joke. Yo, you sacrificed yourself in the first class, good dish. Same here, you've turned green too. So let's not say anything. So this is what sacrifice feels like. It's okay. It's quite interesting. I don't know how long this green color will last. Who has a magic camera? I suggest we record this scene. Hearing the students' chatter and laughter, Sebastian showed a meaningful smile on his face. Is this kind of thing fun? If you still maintain this playful attitude, then I suggest that you withdraw from this Auror training class early. Because you have no chance of passing the final review at all. You are just wasting your time here. Instead of doing that, it's better to save time and make your life easier. Seeing that Sebastian was angry, the students lowered their heads and no longer dared to laugh and play. Auror is a very serious profession, one that involves dealing with danger at any time. Don't think I'm exaggerating. I told you this is a real case. The originals of these items were found on a dark wizard. Sebastian pointed to the items on the table. Look at these items. Most of them are very common, such as crystal balls, bracelets, necklaces, letters, etc. The two aurors who encountered this dark wizard were not very experienced. The other party was very cunning. He first picked up those non-dangerous items and took the initiative to show them to the aurors. Then stand aside and allow the two aurors to check at their leisure. The students were gradually attracted by Sebastian's story, and they were very curious about what happened next. Because the dark wizard was a beautiful witch and her attitude was extremely cooperative, one of the aurors let down his guard. Then, like some of you, he just picked up the seemingly ordinary letter with his hands. After checking to no avail, he then picked up the seemingly ordinary jewelry. As a result, he never expected that those ordinary objects all contained extremely vicious curses. As for the result, the auror is still lying in the ward of St. Mungo's to this day. After hearing this, the students began to feel scared. Most of them had read the letter. The content is very ordinary, just a couple expressing their longing for each other. Unexpectedly, that inconspicuous letter turned out to be so terrifying. And those jewelry look ordinary, just like a normal lady's accessories. Who would have thought there would be a curse on it? The thinking of a dark wizard really cannot be inferred by common sense. Professor, a student asked, has the dark wizard been caught? Caught, and given a lifetime package in Azkaban. Hearing this, the students felt relieved. Fortunately, I caught it. It was really scary to have a dark wizard like this wandering around outside. Who knows if the witch's jewelry will end up on the market? Ordinary people won't be able to tell the difference. They felt infinite sympathy for the auror. Just one negligence led to a tragic life, which is really tragic. Students, Sebastian said seriously, the profession of auror pays well. It can even be said that even the salary of an auror trainee is higher than that of an ordinary employee of the Ministry of Magic. But behind this high salary lies endless danger. Aurors are using their lives to protect the lives of all wizards. However, their lives can only depend on the wands in their hands. So, I'm advising everyone here. Sebastian's voice rose a few degrees. If you really want to choose the path of an auror, you must have the awareness to protect everything. You must have the courage to face danger. You must have the mentality to remain vigilant at all times. Now, if anyone wants to quit, they could just leave this classroom. Hearing this, the two sixth graders showed signs of struggle on their faces. They never thought that auror was such a dangerous profession. In their impression, aurors have a glamorous life and earn a lot of money. The greatest danger is a head-on battle with the dark wizards. But who would have thought that the greatest danger to the aurors came from these inconspicuous items? Thinking of those crazy dark wizards, they began to back off. After some hesitation, they lowered their heads, returned to their seats, packed up their belongings, and then fled the classroom. The other students looked at each other and watched them leave silently. However, no one made a mocking sound, and the classroom was extremely quiet for a while. Sebastian clapped his hands, drawing the students' attention. Next, let's continue the class. Seeing that the students were still a little depressed, Sebastian prepared to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone, use your brains. If you were an auror now, how would you ensure your own safety when you were undecided? Professor, we can do the examination while wearing dragon hide gloves. Great. This is a good idea. Dragon leather gloves can block dark magic and various curses. Professor, can I call a more experienced superior to come and check it out? No problem. There's no shame in asking someone with more experience for advice, but you'll definitely get scolded afterwards. Professor, I can use my magic wand to force the suspect to touch the items one by one. As long as he dares to touch them. Does it mean there is no problem? Good job. This is a strange train of thought. I actually thought of threatening the suspect. I think you look like the dark wizard. Sebastian smiled and shook his head. Not very advisable. Some magic items have special effects. Being held in the hands of suspect greatly increases the risk. So normally, suspects are kept away from those items, and the aurors conduct the inspection themselves. For a moment, the students' imaginations were running wild, and the atmosphere in the classroom became lively again. Seeing that the time was almost right, Sebastian interrupted the students' discussion and spoke to them with a smile. That's enough brainstorming. Let's move on to looking at the items on these tables. I just looked at your rating form. There are all kinds of weird reasons, but not many of them are reliable. Most of the judgment is based on the appearance of these items. But it doesn't matter, Sebastian smiled gently. The purpose of this class is to teach you how to identify these dangerous items. I believe that everyone will gain something before the get-out-of-class ends. In fact, there's a simple spell that works wonders when it comes to identifying the danger level of an item. That's the levitation spell. Levitation spell? The professor is kidding. What use is there for a simple spell like this that can be learned in first grade? The students racked their brains, but couldn't figure out how to use the levitation spell to detect magical items. In fact, small spells can often have a big effect, Sebastian smiled. Don't believe it. Here, each of you choose an object, and then use the levitation spell to float them in the air. Hearing this, the little wizards were skeptical and raised their wands, pointing them at the objects in front of them. Wingardium Leviosa. All of a sudden, objects slowly flew up and floated steadily in the air. Sebastian nodded. The students are all very adept at performing this simple little spell, and no one failed. Otherwise, Sebastian would definitely start kicking people out. Very good. Close your eyes and carefully feel the connection between your wands and the floating objects. That's your magic. Harry sensed the invisible and intangible magical thread with familiarity. He had experienced this feeling before when Sebastian taught him the levitation spell, so he found that subtle feeling right away. He closed his eyes quietly, waiting for Sebastian's next instruction. Unlike other students, many of them clearly sensed the existence of magic for the first time, and we're talking about a lot. So, this is my magic power? It's amazing. Why haven't I noticed it before? Is it possible that I was too weak before, so you didn't even notice it? Hearing the students' discussion, Sebastian smiled slightly. This kind of thing is difficult to sense for students with weak magical perception talent. Therefore, the professors at Hogwarts do not deliberately teach students to pay attention to the existence of magic. After all, for little wizards, casting spells is as natural as drinking water and eating. If the little ones with insufficient talents are forced to deliberately experience the existence of magic, it will cause trouble to them instead. Only when the student's magic power grows to a certain level can they sense the existence of magic power. Among the students present, those in grades 6 and 7 already possessed the magical powers of adult wizards. The only 2 underclassmen are also outstanding talents. Therefore, this little trick of sensing magic is not difficult for them at all. Seeing the relaxed expressions on everyone's faces, Sebastian spoke gently. Now, calm down, put aside all distractions, and focus all your attention on the magic connected to the object. Then begin to imagine that magic as an extension of your arms. Carefully appreciate the feeling that the magic is giving you. Hearing this, the young wizards immediately calmed down and began to experience it carefully. I feel it. What I control is a necklace. My magic power will give me a very oppressive feeling. I have the same feeling, as if the magic is warning me to quickly stay away from the letter under my control. I don't feel depressed, but I feel a faint fluctuation of magic on the mirror, like some magic runes, but I can't recognize their effects. Really? Did you all feel it? My magic didn't give me any feedback, as if I was controlling just an ordinary object with a levitation spell. Don't be silly. Is it possible that it is just an ordinary item? How is that possible? I chose a skull. You told me it's a normal item. Hearing this, the little wizards opened their eyes and looked at the skull floating in the air. Huh, is this method inaccurate? Otherwise, how could this guy not feel anything? Hearing the students' discussion, Sebastian explained, don't doubt your magical perception. No matter how skilled an alchemist is, he cannot conceal the magical fluctuations of black magic and various curses on alchemical items. If your magical perception tells you that the item in front of you does not have any magical fluctuations, then this item is not an alchemical item at all. Besides, Sebastian smiled, this imitation skull is just a candlestick. According to the Dark Wizard, she chose the skull as the candlestick just to make it look cooler. More cool? Candlestick? The little wizards felt a chill. Is this the way a normal person thinks? It turns out that the Dark Wizard's brain is not normal. If you feel oppressed, it's your magic power that's warning you. It means the item in front of you is definitely not a good thing. Sebastian's voice became more serious. Once you feel that way, never touch that object. That item is either enchanted by dark magic or cursed. There is absolutely no third possibility. If there is no feeling of oppression, and you only sense ordinary magical fluctuations, then this means that this is an ordinary alchemical item. However, don't take it lightly. Many ordinary alchemical items often have some special effects. For example, a portkey. Some dark wizards like to carry a disposable portkey on them to escape the capture of the aurors. For example, the crystal ball on the table looks like an ordinary crystal ball used for divination. But once touched, it will leave a subtle magical mark on the person's body. Then, the dark wizard can use some special means to track down those who have come into contact with this crystal ball. Looking at the little wizards nodding their heads, Sebastian smiled with satisfaction. In fact, the focus of today's class is not on the levitation spell, but on magical perception. We are just using the characteristics of a levitation spell to familiarize everyone with the magical effects of magic perception. Professor, Cedric asked impatiently, what other uses does magical perception have? That's a lot. When you're brewing potions, it can help you make them more perfect. When making alchemical items, it can increase the success rate of engraving magic runes. When casting a spell, you can control the power of the spell more freely and make your spell more accurate. Let's put it this way. Every powerful wizard has a strong magical perception. Go for it, Sebastian encouraged. The key to becoming a powerful wizard has been handed into your hands. Work hard to train your magical perception. Seeing that the little wizard's eyes were blazing with anger and they were so excited that they couldn't wait to roll up their sleeves and get to work, Sebastian quickly comforted them. Don't aim too high. In the future, when you can directly control your own magic power to sense magic without the help of a wand, then you will be considered to have just gotten started. Now, use the method you just learned to practice and judge the objects on the table again. Use your magical sense to carefully appreciate the differences between each item. The class passed quickly, and the students packed up their things and prepared to go to eat. Professor, a little wizard with green all over his body, called out hesitantly, "Can you make this green color go away? Although green looks cool, he doesn't want to stay like this forever." "I'm sorry," Sebastian raised an eyebrow. "For all of the sacrifice students, you will need to stay like this for at least a day. So please remember this feeling of sacrifice so that you can always be vigilant in the future." When several little green men appeared in the auditorium, the students were completely excited and started talking about it. "What's going on? Why is it green? What new tricks has Professor Swan come up with? It looks quite interesting." "It's more than interesting. It's so cool. I regret not signing up for Auror training class." The students rushed forward to surround the little green men and asked them enthusiastically what had happened. "Tell me how you did it. Is this some new magic that Professor Swan taught me? Can you help me become like this?" Some young muggle-born wizards even asked excitedly, "Can you transform? Transform one for us to see." Originally, these sacrifice students felt quite embarrassed after hearing Sebastian's warning. After all, it's the same class. Others have no problem, but you are the one who sacrificed. Especially since the two younger kids in the lower grades had no problems, this made them feel a little ashamed. However, after receiving everyone's heroic treatment, the little green people straightened their backs and started to show off again. However, in response to everyone's inquiries, the little green people remained silent and said that they needed to follow the confidentiality policy. Just bragging to everyone, this is what happens when the task is completed. Harry was embarrassed as he listened to the little green men's boasting. However, he had no time to care about other things because he himself was surrounded by his companions. Seamus asked with shining eyes, "Harry, Is the professor teaching you how to transform into the Hulk? Can you teach us? What is Hulk? Ronald asked curiously. He had never heard of Hulk. The Hulk is a comic book character who can transform into a green giant. He is full of muscles, and his body is extremely tough. Even if he is hit by a muggle gun, he will not be hurt. Cool. Ronald was a little moved. But look at Harry. There is no green on his body. He probably hasn't learned it. Hermione listened to the boys' discussion with a frown on her face, feeling that things were not that simple. She also knew the character of Hulk, but she still didn't believe that the professor could teach people to become the Hulk. She had read many magic books, but none of them mentioned that wizards had any transformation magic that could turn a person into the Hulk. Could it be that? Is this a very advanced human body deformation? That's why Harry, a second-year student, couldn't learn it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the fact that all the students who turned green were seniors. It seems that I have read too few books, and I need to study harder. I wonder what Harry learned today. It's really curious. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm and said, Harry, tell me quickly, what did the professor teach in the aura training class? Was it advanced transfiguration? The voices of the partners rose one after another, and everyone was excitedly expressing his or her opinions. These disparate voices mixed together like a chaotic symphony, making Harry's head a mess, as if it was about to explode. He waved his hands and clarified in a hoarse voice. It has nothing to do with transfiguration, and it has nothing to do with the Hulk. As for what we learned, I can't say. We all signed the Auror office's confidentiality agreement. If you really want to know, you can only go and ask the professor in person to see if he is willing to teach you. I can only say that it turned green because it failed the mission and was punished by the professor. Did you hear that, George? Fred said with his eyes shining. Professor Swan is still so creative. Why haven't we thought of turning people green? That's really cool, Fred, George said, his voice also full of excitement. I think we could develop a candy that changes into different colors after people eat it, and it will definitely be a big seller. Then the twins looked at each other and said in unison, What are you waiting for? Let's act quickly. After saying that, the twins didn't even bother to eat and ran away in a hurry. While the auditorium was noisy and chaotic, Sebastian walked leisurely towards the office. He heard every discussion of the young wizards at the opening dinner. Snort. There were actually some young wizards who were disgusted by their open display of affection, which irritated their beloved potions professor. In that case, let's go back to the office and have some private meals. As it happened, Professor McGonagall was very considerate and took the initiative to set up Mia's office next to his own. Now, it is very convenient for two people to visit each other. However, visiting each other was still too troublesome, so I used magic to open a small door on the wall between the two offices. In this way, two people can move back and forth without going out. In the office, Mia had transformed a dining table filled with delicious food. Mia said with a smile when she saw Sebastian push the door open. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Swan. Come and have dinner. Wow, it's Huxiao food and all my favorite dishes. Sebastian grinned and sat opposite Mia. He took out a bottle of Coke and poured each of them a full glass. Come on, Mia. Let's celebrate your first day as a professor with Coke instead of wine. Cheers. ×2. Mia, it's your first day as a professor. How do you feel? Are you getting used to it? It's pretty good, Mia said with a smile on her face. The students are all very obedient and sensible. There are no naughty students at all. It's much better than our class. However, the students' breadth of knowledge seems to be a little lacking, but everyone is very smart and learns quickly. In this way, I am confident that they can fully meet the recruitment requirements of St. Mungo's within 1 year of training. By the way, Mia's eyes lit up. Do you remember Miss Granger who stayed at our house during the summer vacation? During the summer vacation, I only found that she worked very hard and studied very hard. But it wasn't until today that I realized she was a genius. No matter what knowledge I taught her, she could remember it clearly. In fact, her breadth of knowledge is greater than that of some 6th grade students. Originally, I was worried that she, a 2nd grade student, would not be able to keep up with the learning progress. It now appears that Miss Granger is fully capable of handling everything. Hermione? Sebastian nodded. This is a typical academic master. He not only has strong learning ability, but also studies very hard. Her choice to experience therapist training in her second grade was a very smart one. After all, starting from the third grade, there will be a large number of elective courses. Hermione is very ambitious and will choose too many courses, so she won't have that much time. If Hermione didn't experience it in her second year, she would probably have to wait until her sixth year to have the time. By then, her first choice of job target should be the Ministry of Magic. Maybe she will continue to fight for the rights of house elves. Speaking of house elves, Sebastian picked up the Coke and took a sip, then asked Mia. Mia, these dishes are made by Jeff. They taste just like home. Yes, Mia said with a smile. The elves at Hogwarts are too busy. So, I called Jeff over and asked him to help prepare the food. Sebastian nodded. It seems that we should put the issue of resolving the loopholes in Hogwarts defense on the agenda. Mia looked confused when she heard Sebastian's words. What is Sebastian talking about? The safest Hogwarts actually has a defense loophole? Sebastian, why don't I understand what you're saying? Mia's eyes widened, and she looked at Sebastian. Explain to me quickly, where is the loophole in Hogwarts? Why do I feel safe? Safety. This is a complete misunderstanding of Hogwarts by the world. However, this kind of thing cannot be discussed in detail. Sebastian smiled and explained to Mia. Don't you realize that Jeff is not a house elf of Hogwarts, but he can appear freely on the campus of Hogwarts? Mia was completely stunned when she heard this. As a pure-blood wizard who was born and raised in the magical world, Mia has long been accustomed to the existence of house elves. Therefore, she didn't see anything wrong with Jeff's presence at Hogwarts. Now, after Sebastian directly pointed out this problem, Mia realized how big the problem was. You know, house elves are not bad at magic. Even adult wizards can be easily defeated by house elves if they are caught off guard. Not to mention, Hogwarts is full of little wizards. If the foreign house elves have bad intentions, the little wizards can easily get hurt. The existing house elves are all in the families of pure-blood wizards. Among the pure-blood wizard families that have house elves, many are remnants of the Death Eaters. Suddenly, Mia's face turned pale, and she thought of Harry. She had heard from Sebastian that the mysterious man had reappeared last school year. What if, by some chance, the mysterious person contacted the remnants of the Death Eaters and sent their house elves to kidnap Harry or assassinate him? Given the character of the house elf, he would definitely come to Hogwarts without hesitation to threaten Harry's life. Thinking of this, Mia felt confused for a moment. The food in front of her no longer smelled good and tasted like chewing wax. Sebastian, what can you do? Mia's voice sounded a little anxious. I just think about it, and I can think of many ways to threaten Harry's safety with house elves. Didn't you say that the mysterious man appeared again? What if? Hearing this, Sebastian knew exactly what Mia was worried about. He repeatedly comforted her. Don't worry, the mysterious man is in a very bad condition now. With his suspicious personality, he would never take the initiative to contact any Death Eater. It can be said that the mysterious man can no longer trust anyone. The few he really trusted are mostly in Azkaban now. So, for now, you don't have to worry about the you-know-who contacting those Death Eaters. Besides, Sebastian smiled and said confidently, house elves are actually a very insignificant presence in the wizarding world. Think about it. Those extreme pure-blood families are more arrogant than each other. They treat house elves with either beatings or scolding. In their eyes, house elves are just servants used to complete heavy housework. Because of their arrogance, they simply cannot see the great role of house elves. So, they never thought of using house elves to threaten Harry's safety. As he spoke, Sebastian extended his wand and made a chair land lightly next to Mia. He stood up and calmly came to sit down next to Mia. He leaned forward slightly and deftly used the chopsticks in his hand to pick up the food on the plate and put into Mia's bowl. Don't worry so much. Eat quickly or the food will get cold soon. Now that I have discovered this loophole, I will definitely fix it. Sebastian patted his chest and said proudly, Don't you still trust me? Mia gradually felt relieved after hearing Sebastian's assurance. She picked up a mouthful of food and put it in her mouth and asked in confusion, "Sebastian, what are you going to do?" "I'll keep the specifics of how to do a secret for now." Sebastian smiled mysteriously, picked up the Coke, and took a big sip. Seeing Mia's coquettish look, he laughed and said to Mia, "However, considering our relationship, I can reveal some information first. Next week, I plan to set up an alchemy club and recruit a few talented students to train first. Then, I plan to lead them personally and do a big one-year project. Through this project, 2 goals can be achieved." Seeing Sebastian's proud look, Mia knew that Sebastian was preparing to show off to her. She smiled and took the initiative to cooperate. "Which 2 purposes?" "First, the content of the project is to fill the security loopholes of Hogwarts and improve the security protection level of Hogwarts. This is the most basic purpose of the project." "What's the second purpose?" Mia smiled, picked up the Coke bottle, and filled Sebastian's cup with Coke. "The second purpose is, of course, to improve the level of the students in the alchemy club through this project." "I see," Mia teased. "Did you forget to mention a purpose? For example, after they finish their studies, we can recruit them into Swan alchemy." "Ha ha ha," Sebastian laughed heartily. "That was just a little thought that I can't show on the surface. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Of course, if they can meet the requirements, I will definitely send them an offer in advance." For a moment, the 2 of them talked and laughed, and their previous worries completely disappeared. The crisp sound of tableware colliding and the laughter of the 2 people intertwined to form a beautiful picture. And so, they spent a wonderful lunchtime in each other's company. After lunch, Sebastian left the office full of energy and went to teach Muggle studies to the 3rd-year students. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is Friday afternoon of the first week of school. Just when Sebastian thought that this week was going to pass by, the Centaurs brought Sebastian a message through their unique messenger. "Dear Professor Swan, we found a young wizard from Hogwarts in the Forbidden Forest. Based on her height, we infer that she should be a young wizard who has just entered school. She was now heading towards the Thestrals territory. As agreed, we inform you of this news. I hope you can get her out of the Forbidden Forest as soon as possible to avoid danger. P.S. The fruit wine is delicious. Could you please ask your staff to bring more next time? We will prepare enough herbs to exchange with him." After reading the message, Sebastian walked towards the Forbidden Forest. Are the little wizards nowadays so bold? I went to the Forbidden Forest right after entering school. This is completely turning a deaf ear to what Deng Xiaoping said at the opening ceremony. But the little wizards and girls who have just entered school in the Thestral territory. These 3 points add up. It sounds like, before reaching the Thestrals territory, Sebastian was attracted by a burst of ethereal singing. The song, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, drifted in the breeze through the forest and gently reached his ears. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, please teach us knowledge." This is Hogwarts School Song. This melody is so special that it makes people relax involuntarily after listening to it. For a moment, Sebastian slowed down his pace. He didn't want to interrupt such a beautiful melody with his presence. It seems that this little guy is definitely Luna. At this year's freshman sorting ceremony, Sebastian paid special attention to this original character that he likes. That ethereal and clear voice is unique in Hogwarts, or even in the wizarding world. However, he never expected that Luna and Yi Chi's friendship would start from now on. In fact, before coming here, Sebastian thought that the little girl in the Forbidden Forest was Luna from the characteristics described by the Centaur. Therefore, he was not too worried. After all, if it was Luna's, she would definitely not encounter any danger. In the original book, she often played with the Thestrals. Slowly, Sebastian came to the Thestrals territory. The trees here are very dense, and only a little sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves and onto the ground in the forest. What came into view was a little girl with blonde hair. She was sitting among the Thestrals, holding a tiny Thestral cub in her arms. The Thestrals seemed to like Luna very much, constantly surrounding her and rubbing their heads against her gently. Luna was not afraid of this magical animal with a terrifying appearance. She gently stretched out her right hand and stroked the Thestral's black manes. At the same time, her left hand kept stroking the cub's neck. The little Thestral made comfortable sounds in her arms, and it was obvious that it enjoyed Luna's touch very much. Compared to the sorting ceremony, Luna was not wearing the Hogwarts uniform now, but ordinary clothes. She had her wand tucked behind her ear, which was adorned with earrings made of airship Lee, and a necklace made of butterbeer corks around her neck. From a distance, she exudes a unique sense of fashion and relaxation. Because Sebastian's movements were so quiet, Luna didn't notice his arrival until this moment, and she was still singing and playing with the Thestrals. It was not until now that Sebastian understood why Luna was so popular among the magical creatures. In his magical perception, Luna was always releasing pure and warm kindness to the people around her. This kindness is pure and strong, radiating to every inch of space around. It seemed to be able to penetrate all defenses, allowing those sensitive magical animals to put aside their hostility and gather around Luna. That's why when Sebastian arrived, he saw such a happy scene. Sebastian had only seen this trait of affinity with magical animals in one person before, and that was Uncle Newt. Sebastian thought about it and realized that Luna and Uncle Newt did have many similarities. They have the same pure minds, the same love for magical creatures, and the same appeal to magical creatures. No wonder Luna later became an expert on magical animals in the original book. But if you think about it carefully, there are some differences between Luna and Uncle Newt. Uncle Newt's gift is the ultimate affinity with magical animals. Luna was able to do this because of her extreme talent in emotions. She seemed to have an innate ability to sense the emotions of the creatures around her and respond accordingly. It seems that Luna was correctly assigned to Ravenclaw Academy. Her talents are so similar to those of Ms. Ravenclaw. We will study hard until we are reduced to dust. As the last line of the song was sung, a Thestral nearby chirped twice softly at Luna, as if to remind her that someone was coming. Luna gently stroked the singing Thestral, smiled, turned sideways, and looked in Sebastian's direction. Then she raised her arm and waved to Sebastian. "Professor Swan, have you come to see these lovely friends too?" "Ms. Lovegood," Sebastian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Can you understand the calls of the Thestrals?" "No, I don't understand." Luna shook her head, the cork necklace around her neck dangling as she moved. "I can only roughly sense that it means to remind me that someone is coming." Able to sense the consciousness of magical animals. It seems that Luna is indeed a natural expert on magical animals. Sebastian took 2 steps forward and said to Luna with a smile, "Ms. Lovegood, how do you know about magical animals like the Thestrals?" "As far as I remember, there are no courses related to magical animals for first-year wizards. I have a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them at home. I like that book very much, and I know all the magical animals in it." "Then you're not afraid of the Thestrals?" "You know, the Thestrals have a somewhat unique appearance." "No." Luna smiled and shook her head. "Why should I be afraid of them? They're very friendly. I originally came to the Forbidden Forest to look for Scimitarhorn snorkelers, but the Thestrals warmly kept me here halfway through. We are very good friends now. They are very unique in appearance, but it looks cool, doesn't it? I've read in a book that many people can't see the Thestrals, so they think they don't exist. But I can feel that my mother is with me. With her help, I can see the Thestrals and make friends with them. I feel very happy that my mother is still around." Hearing this, Sebastian's heart sank slightly, and he felt an indescribable feeling. Poor little Luna. She was born into a family full of imagination and love. His father, Xenophilius Lovegood, was the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler magazine, and his mother, Pandora Lovegood, was a talented magic researcher. However, when Luna was 9 years old, her mother Pandora died in a magic experiment. This sudden tragedy plunged her into deep sorrow. In order to help her get over her grief, her father tried his best to give Luna an environment full of love and care. Under her father's loving care, she began to see everything around her in a unique way. She believes her mother is still with her in the other world, and firmly believes that those unique magical creatures can also bring comfort and strength. Suddenly, Sebastian realized that Luna's two shoes were different. Could it be that school has just started for a week? Did Luna's classmates start bullying her? Did she hide her shoes, or did she throw them away? Sebastian tried to calm down and said to Luna with a smile, "Ms. Lovegood, I also believe that your mother has always been with you. By the way, can you tell me, why do you have to wear two different shoes?" "Shoe?" Luna glanced down and then spoke naturally. "After coming to Hogwarts, my shoes may have been affected by magic and developed their own thoughts. These past 2 days, my shoes have started to enjoy playing hide-and-seek with me. But it doesn't matter. I believe that if I can't find them, they will appear by themselves at night." Hearing this, Sebastian flew into a rage. Damn it, these naughty kids really need some discipline. Logically speaking, students sorted into Ravenclaw are all diligent and studious. But now it seems that the ideological and moral qualities of these students are not necessarily that noble. Just because he saw that Luna was different, he had the bad intention of bullying her. This really proves the saying that learning can only filter out poor students, but it can't filter out scum at all. This is because Luna grew up in an environment of love and developed a big heart. She never takes to heart things that she doesn't care about. If this happened to a sensitive little girl, I wonder how aggrieved she would be. In the original book, unless Luna attacked her father and friends whom she cared about most, she basically never got angry and would not argue with her classmates. She always treats people around her with the utmost kindness. In this situation, if someone wanted to bully this innocent child, Sebastian would never allow it. When I get back to the castle later, I will definitely support Luna and let those little bullies see why the flowers are so red. He had just entered 1st grade and had already learned to bully his classmates. If Luna doesn't resist, these guys will definitely become more aggressive. In order to keep these little guys from growing up crooked, Sebastian was obliged to make them stand in front of the Great Hall and recite the Hogwarts school rules and regulations hundreds of times. Just as Sebastian was thinking about how to deal with those naughty kids, Luna spoke softly. "Professor Swan, there are a lot of harassment flies around you." Harassment horsefly. Hearing this unfamiliar word, Sebastian didn't react for a moment, so he repeated it subconsciously. "Yes, harassment flies." Luna smiled softly, a kind of transparent, tiny horseflies that will fly into your ears and mess up your brain. "I told my classmates about the existence of the harassment fly, but they all didn't believe me and said I was imagining it. But I can clearly see it. Just like right now, there are many harassment flies next to your head, Professor." "Can you see them, Professor?" Sebastian smiled and shook his head. "It's a pity that the professor can't see this kind of bug." "I see." Luna's face was full of regret. "I thought the professors at Hogwarts could see the existence of harassment flies. But it doesn't matter. I believe these little bugs exist. It's just that seeing them requires some special conditions. Just like the Thestrals, many times people deny their existence because they can't see them, but Professor, look, they are real too." As she spoke, Luna gently stroked the little Thestral in her arms. "When I first came here, some of the Thestrals had harassment flies next to their heads. But after listening to my song, all their harassment flies disappeared, and they are very happy now." "Professor," Luna looked at Sebastian, "since you can't see the nuisance flies, let me help you drive them away. I can sing a song for you. I believe that after listening to my song, all those annoying horseflies will be driven away." Sebastian's heart melted when he heard this. For a moment, Sebastian seemed to feel like an old father facing his caring little child. Damn it, Xenophilius is so lucky to have such a well-behaved and lovely daughter. So envious. Really? Sebastian smiled. "Miss Lovegood, would you like to help me keep the nuisance flies away with your song?" "Yes." Luna nodded. "Professor, I think you can just call me Luna. You are willing to listen to me tell so many stories about harassment flies, and you have been patient without any impatience. I feel like we are already friends. If I can help my friends get rid of harassment flies, I think I will be very happy." "Ha!" Sebastian grinned, His eyes narrowed. "Thank you very much for your kindness. Luna, the professor is very capable. Maybe I can drive away the nuisance flies myself." As he spoke, Sebastian pointed his wand at himself. "Forget your worries." In an instant, Sebastian's worries disappeared, and he became happy. He waved his wand again, his voice clear and firm. "Goodwill flows." As the spell fell, a trickle of kindness flowed towards the surrounding thestrals like a stream. Immediately, the two thestrals responded, slowly walked to Sebastian's side, lowered their heads, and rubbed his arms affectionately, making gentle neighing sounds. Seeing this scene, Luna's eyes suddenly widened, and her gem-like bright eyes were full of joy. "It's amazing. The harassment flies are really gone. Professor Swan, how did you do it?" Seeing Luna's surprised look, Sebastian smiled softly. "It's actually very simple. These so-called harassment flies are nothing more than a person's negative emotions, representing worry and sorrow. However, Luna is very talented, and in her eyes, these negative emotions are directly materialized. Without anyone teaching her, Luna naturally didn't know what these things represented. Not to mention, after Luna's mother died, her father made up all kinds of interesting magical animals to make her happy. Luna naturally regarded these overflowing negative emotions as transparent bugs. What does this mean? This means that Luna is born to be the heir to the emotional magic left by Ms. Ravenclaw. There is no one in the entire Hogwarts who is more suitable for learning emotional magic than her. You know, the threshold for emotional magic is very high. If you don't understand the nature of emotions, you won't be able to learn emotional magic at all. But now, this threshold does not exist for Luna at all. As long as she wants to learn emotional magic, she will naturally be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Looking at this unpolished gem, Sebastian said gently, "Luna, have you ever thought that maybe these aren't bugs? You are a child with great magical talent. Due to your unique talent, you can see the troubles and sorrows of others. It's just that you mistook them for harassment flies. Is that so?" Luna's eyes were full of confusion. But is it possible that it is because of the existence of harassment flies that people have these negative emotions? This logic is very rigorous, but it doesn't matter. Sebastian has a special method for this stubborn child. "Let's do this," Sebastian said patiently. "We'll still treat these things as transparent harassment flies. However, I have a unique magic that can drive away these annoying little bugs. Do you want to learn it? A unique magic that can drive away harassing horseflies? If I learn it myself, can I help more people and more magical animals to drive away harassment flies?" Luna just thought about it for a moment, then looked at Sebastian and nodded firmly. "I want to learn. Professor, please teach me." Hearing this, Sebastian nodded gently. "You want to learn? Then I'll teach you." In order to make the teaching of emotional magic smoother, Sebastian took Luna out of the Forbidden Forest and returned to Hogwarts Castle. After all, in the castle, there is the emotional magic left by Ms. Ravenclaw, which can make all emotions materialize. Under Sebastian's guidance, Luna was surprised to find that after the harassment flies appeared, they would be absorbed by the castle unknowingly. This discovery completely aroused Luna's interest, and she became more motivated to learn the magic taught by Sebastian. In this way, one of them was willing to teach, and the other was willing to learn. An afternoon passed quickly. Just as Sebastian was about to go home with Mia, an owl flew to Sebastian's windowsill with a letter. Who would write to themselves at this moment? Taking the letter from the owl's claws, Sebastian took out some dried fruits and put them aside, letting the owl rest on its own. What did Regulus want from me? Didn't we just contact each other before school started? Could it be that he encountered some problem that he couldn't solve? Sebastian did not dare to delay and quickly opened the letter and read it carefully. "Dear Sebastian, while setting up Wizard Films, I developed a great friendship with a member of the UK House of Commons. He was a very interesting person and was very interested in the existence of wizards. The day before yesterday, his 18-year-old son was in a car accident and the bones in his right leg were crushed. His son had just been accepted by Arsenal Football Club, and this was a devastating blow to the young man. This congressman friend was seeking medical treatment everywhere for his son, and he even came to me and asked if I really knew any magical wizard. He also said that he was willing to do anything for the wizard as long as he could save his son. I felt that this was an excellent opportunity for us to gain the friendship of a congressman by saving his son. This will have a huge impact on our future career. Therefore, I hope you can come and save his son as a wizard. Your loyal friend, Mr. White. After putting the letter down, Sebastian fell into deep thought. This matter is very operational. It is not difficult to use magic to heal physical injuries to the limbs. This is the first Muggle MP who actively seeks help from wizards. If he can be brought to his camp, it will be of great help to his future career. It seems I need to take a walk tomorrow. Thinking of this, Sebastian took out parchment, wrote a letter to Regulus, and asked the rested owl to bring it back to Regulus. The next evening, at the agreed time, Sebastian showed up directly at Regulus' residence. Regulus drove himself and took Sebastian to the hospital. The congressman and his wife were waiting in front of the hospital gate early. After seeing Sebastian walking with White, the congressman's wife's face suddenly became very ugly. To be honest, she had always been resistant to her husband's idea of finding a wizard to treat their son. If it weren't for the fact that her son was in extreme pain, she would never agree to this request. It's almost the 21st century, and there are still people who believe in the existence of wizards and believe that wizards are more powerful than elite doctors. It really sounds like a joke. Moreover, this is the wizard that White found? Looks no different from ordinary people. Could he be a liar? She couldn't hold back her doubts any longer, so she shook the counselor's arm and complained to him. Are you sure this is a wizard? Rather than a liar who comes to cheat people out of their money? The congressman was also unhappy, but his long-term government work enabled him to keep his emotions under control. He patted his wife's arm and dissuaded her in a deep voice. Mary, don't worry, just wait and see. Once we get to the ward, we'll know whether he's real or fake. If he is a liar, I will never forgive him. If it's a real wizard, then our son can be saved. White told me that this wizard has a very strange temper. They are very enthusiastic when they get to know each other, but very cold to strangers. Let's not offend him first. Seeing the two men approaching, the congressman forced a smile on his face, took the initiative to walk up to White, and gave him a brief hug. White, thank you for your help. I'm sorry you took so much care of the child. Is this the wizard you found? Yes, Jonathan. Regulus enthusiastically acted as a go-between. Believe me, this is a magical wizard. I'll tell you a secret. He once saved my life with his magical powers. Yeah? Hearing this, Jonathan's doubts were dispelled. Now that it has come to this, we should give it a try no matter what. He extended his right hand to Sebastian. Hello, respected wizard. I'm sorry to trouble you with the child's matter. Looking at the congressman, Sebastian extended his right hand expressionlessly and shook hands with him gently. After all, he is now playing the role of a hermit and a wizard with a weird temper. For someone who holds such a high position in the Muggle world, being too enthusiastic right from the start would only make him look very cheap. Besides, if you ask someone to do something for you, you should have the right attitude. The more the other party distrusts you, the less proactive you should be. Mr. Counselor, Sebastian said, imitating Snape's voice, you and your wife seem dissatisfied with my appearance? The congressman was slightly stunned when someone hit the nail on the head, and then he spoke immediately. To be honest, we just think that your appearance is different from that of a traditional wizard. Oh, you mean I should have gray hair, a long beard, a pointed wizard hat, wizard robes, and a wand taller than a person? This, what the other party described, was indeed the image of a wizard in his mind. Who would have thought that the person who came was a young man younger than himself, and his clothes looked no different from those of an ordinary person? To be honest, if it weren't for White's guarantee, I would never have believed that this was a wizard with great magical powers. Could it be that this guy heard the conversation between him and Mary just now through magic? Otherwise, how would the other party know what you were thinking? It's impossible that the other party can directly see your thoughts. No matter what, let the other party take a look at my son's legs first. Thinking of this, the congressman smiled and said, Dear Mr. Wizard, please don't mind. We're judging people by their appearance. How about we go check on the child's legs first? Hearing this, Sebastian nodded. For White's sake, let's go. Led by Jonathan, the group came directly to a luxurious intensive care unit. A young man lay on the hospital bed with no desire for life. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if his soul had been taken away. He just stared blankly at his right leg, which was covered with thick plaster. He had just been accepted by Arsenal Club and was full of energy and ready to embark on a bright career. However, the sudden car accident shattered his dream in an instant. The comfort from his family and friends fell on deaf ears to him, as his thoughts were completely immersed in the accident. The doctor's cold words echoed repeatedly in his mind. Your right leg is comminuted and fractured. It will take a long time for you to recover. It is still unknown whether you can return to the court in the future. Why? At this rate, how long will it take for me to recover? Even if I recover, how long will it take me to catch up with the club's training again? The competition in the club is so fierce. Do I really have a chance to put on the red and white jersey and run wildly on the field? The young man's heart was filled with despair and helplessness. He felt that his life was extremely bleak and his future was confusing. He didn't even have the strength to face reality and could only lie on a hospital bed, trapped in endless pain and regret. When Sebastian followed Jonathan into the ward, the younger man showed no reaction. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, as if the people entering the ward were just air. Sean, Jonathan took 2 steps forward to his son's bedside and said with concern, "This is a wizard I hired for you. He has a way to heal your leg. That way, you can get back on the court." Wizard? Look at the way he's dressed. He doesn't look like a wizard at all. This is a liar. The young man named Sean's eyes moved. He glanced at Sebastian, and then returned to his lifeless look again. Seeing Sean's appearance, Jonathan and his wife were heartbroken. "Mr. Wizard, look." Jonathan looked at Sebastian with a flattering look on his face. "Do you need to make any preparations?" "As I told Mr. White, I will do anything you ask as long as you can cure my son." Even his wife no longer disliked Sebastian, but regarded him as her son's lifeline. She wiped her tears and stood quietly aside, waiting for a miracle to happen. At this time, there were no longer a congressman and his wife, but just 2 ordinary parents. They just hoped that Sebastian was a real wizard who could heal their son's legs and make him strong and energetic again. Seeing that the atmosphere was set, Sebastian knew that it was time to take action. He took a step forward and was about to speak when the door of the ward was suddenly opened and a doctor in a white coat walked in. "Senator Jonathan, I have already told you that the patient needs to rest. How could you bring such a person to disturb the patient?" This doctor was Sean's attending physician, and he had done everything he could to help Sean treat his legs. Although there is no guarantee that the young man will be able to return to the court, he can guarantee that the young man will not have to rely on crutches or wheelchairs to walk in the future. He had heard before that Jonathan was trying to find out the whereabouts of a wizard, trying to make their son completely healed through some so-called wizard. He just thought of it as a joke, but he didn't expect that Jonathan would go to the hospital gate to greet someone in person. It looked as if they had indeed found a wizard. This won't do. Regardless of whether he is a real wizard or a fake wizard, if something goes wrong, who will be responsible? Therefore, he decided to come and dissuade Congressman Jonathan from his idea, and if that failed, he would stay and expose the imposter himself. Seeing someone trying to stop him, Sebastian said nothing, but just looked at Jonathan calmly and let him make his own decision. Seeing the attending physician's objection, Congressman Jonathan was in a dilemma. However, thinking of some of the stories Mr. White had told him, Jonathan felt that wizards did exist. He gritted his teeth, walked forward, and pulled the doctor aside. "Dr. Pete, we want to give it a try." Then he looked at Sebastian and said firmly, "Mr. Wizard, please help me." "You?" Dr. Pete was furious. "Senator Jonathan, how can you believe this kind of thing?" "Well, I'll just watch here. If any random person can heal Sean's leg injury, I'll run naked in public." Dr. Pete's face turned red with anger. "If it doesn't work, don't blame me for calling the police to arrest this liar." "Can't be cured? How could it not be cured? It's not like he's missing any limbs." Hearing this, Sebastian didn't bother to refute. He had used magic to check Sean's injuries, and it was just a common comminuted fracture. If you want to cure this kind of common fracture, all you need is a bone-setting spell to set all the bones together, and you don't even need to drink the bone-growing spirit. However, after receiving treatment from Muggles, Sean had a lot of steel nails inserted into his legs. It seems that the bone-setting spell alone may not be enough. If the bone-growing spirit is used, this young man will suffer. Thinking of this, Sebastian stopped talking nonsense. He stretched out his wand and waved it lightly, and the door of the ward was locked directly. At the same time, Sean's entire body left the bed and floated steadily in the air in the surprised eyes of everyone. In an instant, the entire ward fell completely silent, leaving only a few heavy breathing sounds. Senator Jonathan rubbed his eyes violently, and after realizing that it was not an illusion, he looked at Sebastian with shining eyes. He knew that wizards really existed. The congressman's wife suddenly covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. This scene was beyond human comprehension, but she knew that her child was saved. Dr. Pitt seemed terrified. His right hand was shaking, and he kept making the sign of the cross on his chest. Oh my God, there really are wizards. Otherwise, how could a person float out of thin air? Completion. I just humiliated the other person. It seems that I will definitely be cursed by the other party. Of course, Sebastian ignored everyone's reactions and looked at Sean, speaking expressionlessly. Sean, if you had come to me right after you were injured, I could have healed you with just one spell. But now that you have nails in your bones, it's too late. There's only one treatment option left, but you will have to endure the pain all night long. Tell me, are you willing to accept this plan? Sean trembled with excitement when he heard Sebastian's words. This is a real wizard. My right leg can be saved. Compared with the torment of the rest of my life, the pain of just one night is nothing. He opened his mouth and begged in a trembling voice. Mr. Wizard, I am willing to accept any treatment options. I'd pay anything to heal my leg. Please heal my right leg. I want to get back on the pitch. I still want to play football. Feeling the other party's firm will, Sebastian nodded approvingly. Next, I will remove all your broken leg bones and steel nails, and then feed you a bone-growing potion so that your bones can grow back. This process will be very painful. If you are ready, let's start now. Dr. Pete couldn't believe his ears. It's not uncommon to take out the bones, but I've never heard of bones growing back. This method is so bizarre that it has subverted medical common sense. Since it concerns his own professional field, Dr. Pete is eager to raise his own questions. However, seeing the other party's expressionless face, he still forced himself to suppress the impulse in his heart. He looked at the congressman and his wife and their son Sean, hoping that they would ask some questions on his behalf. However, Dr. Pete's plan was doomed to fail. After confirming that Sebastian was a genuine wizard, the congressman and his wife had no intention of questioning anything. They just looked at Sebastian expectantly, waiting for the wizard to show his skills. As for Sean, he didn't hesitate at all. After hearing Sebastian's question, he spoke without hesitation. I'm ready, go ahead. Sebastian raised his wand and waved it gently, and the plaster and bandages wrapped around Sean's leg immediately disappeared, revealing the swollen and scarred right leg. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room widened their eyes again. Oh my God, where are the plaster and bandages? Even if we ask medical staff to remove it, it will take half a day. How come it suddenly disappeared? Not even the slightest trace was left. Is this the wizard's magic? It's amazing. Jonathan and his wife didn't dare to breathe, for fear of affecting Sebastian's next spell. Sean was also shocked by this scene. He stared blankly as Sebastian raised the stick in his hand and aimed it at his right leg. In an instant, a strange feeling spread like lightning, starting from his knees and reaching his toes. This feeling was so uncomfortable that he had the illusion that his calves were being drained out. No, it's not an illusion. My bones just disappeared out of thin air. Sean looked at his right leg and found that after losing the support of the bones, his entire calf became soft and sagging, like a rubber product. He tried to move his calf, but found no response at all, as if it was not his calf at all. So amazing. There was no need for surgery, and there was no bloody scene at all. Originally, Sean thought that the other party would cut open his legs and then use magic to take out the leg bones. Now it seems that there is no need to be so troublesome. Dr. Pete was so frightened that he leaned against the wall, using it for support to ensure that he would not fall to the ground. So horrible. It's so horrible. The other party just pointed the small wooden stick and Sean's leg bones disappeared. If the other party points the small wooden stick at me, who knows if I will lose a few bones? What if my skull disappears? Just thinking about this possibility for a moment made Dr. Pete feel paralyzed. Apologize. After the treatment is completed, you must apologize to the other party and obtain his/her forgiveness. Even if the other party requires me to fulfill the bet and run naked in the hospital, I must do it. Without caring about the crowd's reactions, Sebastian took out a small bottle of bone-growing spirit and placed it in Sean's hand. Drink this potion, not a drop left. By the way, this potion is very hard to drink. Don't spit it out. It is the key to your leg bone growing back again. Hearing this, Sean held the potion bottle tightly, opened the cap, tilted his head back, and poured all the potion into his mouth. Although he was mentally prepared, Sean almost spit out all the potion in his mouth. Not only was this potion hard to drink, but after he drank it, his mouth felt like it was on fire. Is this sulfuric acid? Sean suppressed his discomfort and swallowed the potion in his mouth. Then he returned the bottle to Sebastian and looked at him eagerly, waiting for his next instruction. Very good. Sebastian took out a bottle of white fresh essence. Open the bottle and let the white fresh essence be evenly sprinkled on the scar on Sean's right leg. Then, with a wave of his wand, he laid Sean back down on the bed. It's okay. You'll have a hard time tonight, but by tomorrow morning, you'll be back to normal. Sebastian said to the congressman and his wife, Let's leave the ward and let Sean have a good rest. Don't worry, I won't leave until he can stand up and walk. As for you, Sebastian looked at the anxious Dr. Peter. Don't worry that I will cause you trouble. I'm not that petty. Hearing this, Jonathan and his wife and Dr. Pete smiled and quickly asked Sebastian to leave the room. This is a real wizard. They should take this opportunity to get closer to him. For a moment, Sean was alone in the ward again. He focused his attention on his right leg and felt a pain in his soft right leg, as if it was being cut by a knife. This situation became more and more obvious, as if there were countless blades in the legs. He really couldn't bear it anymore and could only moan softly. However, unlike his previous despair, Sean is now full of hope. The wizard promised that he would be completely back to normal by tomorrow morning. Compared with the bright future, this little pain is nothing. Thinking of this, Sean put a corner of the quilt into his mouth, bit it tightly with his teeth, and endured wave after wave of pain. The pain didn't completely disappear until the sun rose. Sean found that the scars on his right leg had disappeared, leaving only some faint scars to remind him that they had once existed. New bones are growing in my calves again, and they feel very strong. He moved his calves tentatively and found them to be quite flexible. Sean tentatively placed his legs on the ground and slowly stood up. As a result, he found that there was nothing wrong with his right leg, as if he had never been injured. When they returned to the ward, they found Sean smiling and walking around the room. The congressman's wife exclaimed and hurried forward, hugged her son, and asked about his well-being. Dr. Pitt kept making the sign of the cross on his chest, exclaiming that this was a miracle. Seeing his son's happy look, Congressman Jonathan's eyes became moist. He looked at Sebastian and spoke firmly. Dear Mr. Wizard, thank you for healing my son's legs so that he can continue to realize his dream. Next, I will fulfill my promise. I wonder what you need from me. It was only at this point that Congressman Jonathan was completely convinced. Yesterday, even though Sebastian had proven himself to be a wizard, Jonathan still had some doubts in his heart, unsure if he could really cure his son. After all, Sean looked really scary with his leg bones missing. Fortunately, Sebastian offered to stay and wait with everyone until Sean recovered, which made Jonathan feel a little relieved. Now, just one night later, his son stood up again and can now take the initiative to follow Dr. Pete to take x-rays and undergo final rehabilitation checks. This is not a wizard. This is clearly a god in mythology. The other party only made a slight move and completely subverted modern medicine. If you don't hold on to the other person's thigh tightly, you would be a fool. After all, who knows if you will encounter such a problem that endangers your family's health again in the future. Councilman Jonathan decided that he must build a deeper relationship with Sebastian, just like Mr. White and Sebastian. This not only provides an extra layer of security for your family, but also provides strong support at critical moments. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of pride in his heart, only gratitude and awe. He decided to do his best to repay Sebastian and let him feel his sincerity. However, he still had some worries in his heart. As a wizard with great magical powers, would the other party really care about his return? Just when he was worried about the outcome, Sebastian smiled gently. Congressman Jonathan, we need to have a good chat then. In order to avoid being disturbed, Jonathan took Sebastian and White directly to a lounge. Jonathan spoke eagerly as soon as he sat down. Mr. Wizard, please feel free to ask for anything you want. Also, I want to know, what should I do to earn your friendship? Sebastian didn't answer Jonathan's question directly, but looked at Jonathan with a smile. Let me first tell you how I met White. First of all, he is an avid wizard fan, and therefore founded Wizard Films to promote positive images of wizards. That interested me a lot, so I took the initiative to find him and make friends with him. Jonathan nodded repeatedly as he listened. He immediately extracted the key information from the other party's words. If you want to gain the friendship of another party, the first thing is to be friendly to the wizard. Indeed, no one will make friends with someone who hates him or her. If we want to be friends, we must at least have common interests and hobbies. Jonathan felt a little excited. In this regard, I fully meet the other party's requirements. I have been interested in the wizarding community since I was a child, and this is why I was able to make friends with White. Now it seems that Mr. White is his benefactor. Only with him can he recognize the wizard in front of him. Moreover, if Mr. White didn't like the wizarding community, he might not have invited them to help. Second, I'm a very vulgar person. I only like to make friends with people who are capable, have status, and have position. Very good. In this regard, my status as a member of parliament can definitely meet the other party's requirements. However, as a sensitive wizard, I do not trust verbal promises made by ordinary people. If you want to gain my friendship, you need to make me completely relieved, such as signing this magic contract. Sebastian took out a magic contract and handed it to Jonathan. The content of the contract is very simple. That is, it must not harm the interests of the wizarding community. Hearing this, Jonathan subconsciously looked at Mr. White, who was sitting next to him, wanting to seek his opinion. Don't worry, Jonathan. White immediately spoke out. I've signed this contract too, and there's absolutely no negative impact at all. You might as well open it and see what the contract says first. Read it carefully before making a decision. Mr. Jonathan, Sebastian said at the right time, you can think about it. There is no need to rush to sign your name. Besides, I have no intention of forcing you to sign this contract. I'm here to help, purely out of respect for Mr. White. Even if you don't sign this contract, I won't make things difficult for you and your family. I will just erase all your memories of me. That way, you won't remember that I was here. You'll just think that it was Dr. Pete who healed Sean's leg. Erase memory? Don't remember wizards exist. This won't do. I have finally met this powerful wizard. I can't waste this opportunity. Moreover, judging from his words and actions, the other party is not an evil wizard and has never thought of oppressing him with force. If I miss this, who knows if I can meet such a good wizard next time. Take a look at this magic contract first. As long as it is not too excessive, you must sign your name. Jonathan no longer had any doubts and picked up the magic contract and read it carefully. He found that there were no mandatory clauses. The only thing he needed to do was to be kind to the wizarding community and not do anything that would harm the wizarding community. In addition, after signing the contract, you can also get protection from the other party. If an evil wizard targets you, he will come forward to ensure your safety. However, if the contract is violated, the other party will know about it and will be punished by the other party. Eye-opening. It turns out that wizards can really sign magical contracts with others, just like what is shown in various movies and TV shows. Good. The conditions are very relaxed. Just the fact that I can get the other party's protection is worth signing this contract. Jonathan excitedly picked up the pen and signed his name directly on it. In an instant, a strange feeling swept through his body, and Jonathan understood that the contract was officially established. Mr. Jonathan, from now on, we are our own people. Let me introduce myself to you again. My name is Sebastian Swan. You could just call me by my first name like White did. Sebastian took out a bottle of wine and 3 glasses. Cheers to our friendship. Jonathan was so excited that he quickly picked up the glass in front of him and drank it all. He was about to say something when he heard Sebastian continue. Since you are one of us, I decided to give you a welcome gift. A meeting gift? Is it a life-saving potion or some powerful magic item? Mr. Swan, this is so embarrassing. I should be the one giving you a gift now. It's okay, it's just a piece of news. Jonathan, I heard from White that you were a member of the British Labour Party. Sebastian's tone was full of temptation. Do you want to go a step further and join the cabinet and become a cabinet minister? You are joking. If you want to enter the cabinet, you must get the support of the Prime Minister. The current Prime Minister is from the Conservative Party. Could it be? Sebastian smiled mysteriously. According to a prediction made by a master of prediction, the next Prime Minister will be from the Labour Party. His name is Tony. If you want to enter the cabinet, you have to seize the opportunity. Now, there's a great opportunity in front of you to perform well. Prophecy. Tony? God, are wizards so powerful? Although it is just a name, the value it represents is simply immeasurable. I am really lucky to have met Mr. Swan and received this news. Moreover, according to Mr. Swan, there is still a chance for him to perform well. Jonathan's heartbeat soared. This was a chance to enter the cabinet. He couldn't remain calm no matter what. Jonathan, the pound is depreciating, which has attracted many financial hunters to smell the scent and prepare to deal a fatal blow to the pound. It is now Sunday, September 6th, 1992, and the prophet predicted that September 16th would be the day of the massacre of the pound. Now, I'm giving you this news. As for how you use it and how far you can go in the end, it all depends on you. Hearing this, Jonathan's heart was pounding and almost jumped out of his throat. So crazy. Wizards are so powerful that they can even predict things like this. There are less than 10 days left, and I must make good use of this information to make some plans. Jonathan, Sebastian said sympathetically, seeing the other's changing expression. You will probably be very busy next, so I won't waste your time. Go ahead and do what you have to do. I hope that next time we meet, you'll have already gained enough political resources for yourself. Sebastian thought silently in his mind. After all, the higher your status, the greater your power. The more beneficial it will be for us in the future. After hearing the news from Sebastian, Congressman Jonathan could no longer sit still. He immediately found Sean, who had just finished his rehabilitation checkup, gave him a few words, and left the hospital. Time is precious. He must cherish every minute and every second. Sebastian found Dr. Peter and used the forgetfulness spell to make him forget everything that happened in the past 2 days. Afterwards, he did not stay long, but spoke a few words to Regulus before returning to Swan Manor using the apparition spell. After completing the new layout, Sebastian felt relieved. He went to the bedroom and had a good nap to recharge his energy for teaching next week. At 6:30 on Monday evening, Sebastian did not go home with Mia. Instead, after dinner, he walked slowly towards a large classroom. Tonight is the time for the Alchemy Club to recruit new members. He needs to carefully select and pick out a few talented people in alchemy. Unlike clubs for other courses, Hogwarts has not yet officially established an alchemy class, so Sebastian cannot make a choice based on grades. In order to deal with this situation, Sebastian announced to the students the establishment of an alchemy club as early as the opening dinner. Students who are interested in signing up for the alchemy club must receive a book from him and then spend a week preparing for the course. Tonight, he will conduct selection tests to select the truly talented students from among them. At this time, there were about 30 students in the selection classroom. They sat together in twos and threes, excitedly discussing tonight's selection test. Why are there only so few people here? I thought I would have to compete with many people. This is the Alchemy Club. Obviously, with the exam changes this year, many people are worried about not being able to pass the exam, so they don't dare to take time out to join the club. Not only that, since no one has any basic knowledge of alchemy, the professor took out this book and asked us to finish studying it within a week. This step alone discouraged many people from thinking about it. As he spoke, the student raised a thin book in his hand to the students around him. Baby Alchemy, How to Make 10 Interesting Magic Toys. This way, everyone is on the same starting line. The professor is also very interesting, letting us preview such simple things. Yes, I was worried it would be difficult, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. It only took me 3 days to memorize all the contents of the book. Simple? Hearing the students' discussion, Fred and George smiled at each other and did not comment on anyone's comments. They have also read the children's Alchemy Enlightenment book. The 10 alchemical examples, and it seems simple, but the alchemical knowledge contained in each example is progressive and is actually quite challenging. It is definitely not an easy task to master all of them within a week and refine them by yourself. They both had a hunch that tonight's recruitment activities would definitely not stop at the test paper, but would go directly to practical operations. After all, when it comes to alchemy, theory and practice are two completely different things. Even if you have memorized the contents of the book, you will still encounter many unexpected difficulties and challenges when you actually do the work. They guessed that the professor wanted to use this method to select those who were truly gifted in alchemy. When Sebastian walked into the classroom, the students stopped discussing and looked at him intently, unable to wait to show off their skills. Sebastian stood on the podium and got straight to the point. I believe everyone has finished reading the Alchemy Enlightenment book. So, tonight everyone needs to work on their own to refine the 10th example in the book, the toy carriage. As he spoke, Sebastian stretched out his wand and waved it gently at his traceless stretch bag. Suddenly, sets of alchemical tools flew out and landed precisely in the hands of each student. Then he made the podium bigger and wider, took out a large amount of alchemical materials, and placed them on it. The introductory book has already explained the alchemical materials needed. Now you need to come up and pick out the materials you need from here. After selecting them, you can start refining them directly. The deadline is 9 o'clock tonight. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. Hearing this, the young wizards did not dare to delay and came forward one after another to select materials according to the instructions in the book. Fred and George, this toy is too simple for you. Stop wasting materials and come over here to help maintain order. From today on, you will be the assistant teachers of the Alchemy Club. If anyone doesn't know how to use alchemical tools later, you can go over and demonstrate it yourself. The young wizards glanced at the twins, but could not express any dissatisfaction. After all, the twins had already made a navigation map, which was much more complicated than the toys in the book. They didn't have time to envy the twins, but just hurried to start selecting materials. This choice doesn't matter. The little wizard's questions arise one after another. Where's the beach? These types would all look different. What's the difference? Oh no, I just saw that beach was included in the material formula, but I didn't check what this would look like specifically. After finally selecting the wood, the little wizards were in trouble again. It is also a big challenge to turn the wood into suitable shapes and sizes according to the data in the book. They use cutting spells to process the wood bit by bit, cutting it into pieces of the right size. This is not an easy task for young wizards who are trying it for the first time. Fortunately, Sebastian provided enough materials, so the young wizards didn't have to worry about the materials being damaged. After finally processing the wood, the next step is to carve magic runes on it. There are not many magic runes, only 2, one for start and the other for stop, and these 2 runes are very simple with only a few strokes. However, the little wizards holding the rune-carving knives were still in trouble. Carving magic runes on materials is a delicate matter. If you're not careful, the magic runes will go wrong, and the whole thing will need to be started over again. The next step is to prepare the alchemical solution so that the magic runes can truly take effect. Finally, all the parts are assembled to form a complete toy carriage. Sebastian kept watching. This was a seemingly simple task, but in fact it tested the students' patience and skills. He found that the young wizards showed completely different performances in the process. Some of the young wizards prepared very well and seemed to be at ease from the moment they selected the materials, and it was obvious that they had practiced in advance. But most of the little wizards did not prepare well enough, seemed a little flustered, and failed many times. Some of them did not get discouraged. After each failure, they would patiently analyze the problem and try new methods. Some little wizards were a little impetuous. With each failure, they became more and more impatient. In the end, they even threw their tools on the table in anger and sat there staring at their works in a daze. As time passed, Sebastian gradually chose the right person in his mind. When the time came to 9 o'clock, Sebastian clapped his hands to attract the students' attention. Time is up, and the next step is the acceptance stage. Come on, interested students come to the stage to show their achievements. Hearing Sebastian's instructions, the young wizards stopped what they were doing and looked at the works of their companions around them. Wow, your toy has a very unique shape. How did you come up with this shape? Doesn't the book say that if necessary, you can change the appearance of the toy carriage according to your imagination? That's why I thought of the pumpkin carriage. Pumpkin carriage? Why does it look like poop? I thought you had such unique tastes. Go away. How dare you criticize me? The wheels on your carriage are all different sizes. I want to see how you will demonstrate it later. It's simple, so I won't show it to you. I found that my hands are still a little clumsy and may not meet the requirements of the alchemy club. During the discussion, a 6th grade Ravenclaw, which walked up to the podium and placed her toys on the desk. Sebastian realized that this was one of the well-prepared young wizards, so he left the podium and gave the stage to the other person. The little witch cleared her throat and confidently showed it to everyone. Hi everyone, my toy carriage is modeled after the one at Hogwarts. There is no need for much introduction. The little wizards below are already excited. Merlin, how did she achieve such a one-to-one restoration? It's amazing. Yes, look, her carriage has windows with glass on them, and even the patterns on the carriage are very realistic. It's so detailed. It's so amazing. I even thought that she cast a shrinking spell on the real carriage and then took the shrunken carriage as a toy. Help! Is this the strength of a top student? As expected, I'm still not suitable for the alchemy club. Senior, you are so awesome. Can you be my girlfriend? Amid everyone's praise, the little Ravenclaw, which demonstrated the start and stop functions of the toy carriage. After receiving Sebastian's approval, he walked down the stage with a smile. The second person to take the stage was not a senior student, but a sophomore from Hufflepuff, Justin Finch-Fletchley. To be honest, Sebastian still has an impression of this name. Before coming to Hogwarts, this child was an elementary school student who was going to Eton College. His mother was disappointed that he could not go to Eton. After all, if he wasn't a wizard, maybe he could be a classmate of a British prince or a future prime minister. His talent for magic was not very strong, but after coming to Hogwarts, his grades were still above average. Although this little guy was born a muggle, he is more hardworking than most pure-blood or half-blood wizards. Now it seems that this child has a good talent in alchemy. At the very least, he possesses the necessary qualities to become an alchemist: research and patience. His talent in alchemy may not reach the level of Fred and George, but he can definitely become an excellent alchemist. In the previous assessment, although Justin failed many times, his mentality was always calm. He kept improving his skills and finally completed the production. His toy carriage was plain in appearance, but it started and stopped perfectly. Looking at Justin demonstrating on the stage, Sebastian's eyes were full of admiration. This is a piece of unpolished jade. If you want it to grow to a very high level, you have to carve it carefully yourself. Everyone was generous in praising Justin's performance. This young man is very strong. It seems that he will definitely have a place in the alchemy club. Nonsense, look around. Many people are still stuck at the step of carving magic runes, and only a few have completed the assembly. Indeed, looking at the crooked and broken melons and dates in everyone's hands, I doubt that many people's carriages will be unable to move even if they are assembled. Sebastian did not comment on everyone's comments, but just watched quietly as the students went on stage to present their works. However, As the students discussed, the number of students who reached the stage of assembling the carriage was at most only half of the students who came today. Among the students who successfully assembled the toy carriage, many had problems with the magic runes they carved, causing their toy carriages to not move at all. Only after the last student who was willing to go on stage finished his presentation did Sebastian walk up to the podium and speak to everyone with a smile. 7 students just got their toy carriages working properly. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the Alchemy Club. Students who were not selected don't need to feel sad. It is very commendable that you have the courage and interest to participate in the club selection. So, that set of alchemy tools is my gift to you. I hope you will continue to maintain your interest in alchemy. Sebastian couldn't recruit everyone into the Alchemy Club, so he could only encourage those students who were interested in alchemy to continue to maintain their interest in alchemy. After all, anyone who is interested in alchemy is a potential employee of Swan Alchemy. Sebastian encouraged, if you want to achieve something in alchemy, you need long-term love and persistence, so don't be discouraged by temporary setbacks. To take a step back, even if you can't join the club now, don't give up. I'll tell you a secret. Hogwarts will probably offer a new course next year, alchemy. You can still take part in this interesting subject then. In addition, Sebastian's voice rose a little. I have donated a large number of alchemy books to the Hogwarts library. If you are still interested, you can take some time to study on your own and then participate in the selection of the Alchemy Club next year. Keep your interest and curiosity in alchemy. Your efforts and enthusiasm will surely be rewarded in the future. It's getting late. Everyone, please dismiss the class. Those who have passed the selection should stay for a small meeting. Soon, there were only 7 students who had passed the selection and the twin brothers who served as teaching assistants left in the classroom. Sebastian said, everyone sit closer. I'll tell you about the Alchemy Club's arrangements. In the coming school year, I plan to personally lead everyone to complete a large alchemy project. Fred and George looked at each other and could see excitement in each other's eyes. Interesting. The alchemy project, led by Professor Swan himself, must be very difficult. You know, when a navigation map was first refined, Professor Swan was only responsible for answering questions and resolving doubts, and the rest was entirely up to the 2 of them to figure out on their own. They couldn't wait to learn new alchemical knowledge from the professor. Fred immediately said, Professor, what alchemy project is this? You actually need to do it yourself. Facing everyone's expectant eyes, Sebastian said with a smile, before I start explaining the project, I would like to ask you a question. Do you think there are 2 people in the world with exactly the same magic power? The magic powers of 2 people are exactly the same? Hearing this question, the little wizards frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. There's an old Muggle saying that no 2 leaves in the world are exactly alike. Justin said hesitantly, so I don't think there will be 2 people with exactly the same magic power. I think this is a false proposition, said Fred, who disagrees with this statement. No one can compare all the leaves, right? So, I think we can't completely deny the possibility of 2 people with exactly the same magical powers. I agree. George agreed. Although I haven't tested it, I think Fred and I have the same magic power. After all, we are twins who understand each other. Several other young wizards also joined the discussion and expressed their opinions. Snap, snap, snap. Sebastian clapped his hands, drawing the attention of all the students. To figure this out, we need to understand one thing first. Magic power is generated by the soul and then stored in our body. The 2 are interdependent and indispensable. Each of our souls is unique, and so is our magic. Fred, George, even though you 2 are twins in my eyes, there are subtle differences in your magic. There has always been a gap in the research of the magical world on this issue. Maybe wizards are too accustomed to the existence of magic, so most of the research is on the various applications of magic, and few people study the essence of magic. But Sebastian is different. Having been bombarded with information from his past life, he is very interested in the nature of magic. He really wanted to know if there were any differences in magic power between different people. Because once the differences are confirmed, many alchemy projects can be put on the agenda. For example, various alchemy projects related to safety certification. However, The magical world does not have the corresponding information, and Sebastian does not have a suitable experiment to conduct research. This question continued to bother Sebastian until his magical perception talent grew again. In his magical perception, the magic of different wizards is all different. Even twins, who have the same blood and similar personalities, have subtle differences in their magic. Sebastian discovered that the magical nature of all wizards was determined from birth. As they age, the only thing that changes is the total amount of magical power wizards have. To use an inappropriate analogy, every wizard's body is a container, and their magic is the liquid in this container. From birth, the type of liquid in this container is fixed as you age. This container will gradually become larger, and the amount of liquid inside will gradually increase, but the type of liquid will not change. Different wizards have completely different and unique types of liquids. Originally, Sebastian suspected that the generation of magic power was determined by both the wizard's body and soul. However, it was not until last school year that Voldemort's condition made Sebastian realize that his previous inference was wrong. At that time, Voldemort did not have any physical body, but was in a special soul state that was neither alive nor dead. But he still has the magic power to perform magic and possess Quirrell. But due to the lack of a physical body, his magic power is in a state of rootlessness. Therefore, he was eager to rebuild his body and return to his peak and make a comeback. It was not until this time that Sebastian finally determined the relationship between magic, soul, and body. To be honest, he really wanted to publish this discovery as an academic paper. However, due to the special existence of Voldemort, he had to give up this idea. However, although it is impossible to publish papers, various alchemy projects can be put on the agenda. Thinking of this, Sebastian looked at the students and said with a smile, "Since each person's magic is unique, our magic can become our unique identity. Our alchemy project is based on this characteristic to create a security identification system for Hogwarts." "I see," Justin said excitedly. "According to what you said, Professor, our magic is similar to our fingerprints or irises, both of which are unique. Among Muggles, the access control systems of some special institutions are based on the uniqueness of fingerprints and irises for security settings. Professor Swan, is the security identification system you want to build based on this consideration? I heard from my father that the security systems used by Muggles all require the collection of fingerprints or iris patterns in advance and store them in a networked computer database. Then, only when the visitor's fingerprint data completely matches the data in the database can they pass through the corresponding access control. However, these are all Muggle methods and cannot be used in Hogwarts. How can we realize our alchemy project?" Fred and George stared at Justin with shining eyes. "Merlin, this Hufflepuff has a very flexible brain and can think of so many things at once. If they hadn't been exposed to the Muggle Studies class, they wouldn't have understood what Justin meant. Now it seems that this little guy is smart and interesting, and we can communicate more about alchemy in the future. The professor's projects are also very interesting. It turned out to be to create a new security identification system for Hogwarts. Once successful, everyone's name and deeds will probably be recorded in the history of Hogwarts." In response to Justin's question, Sebastian explained with a smile, "Indeed, we have no access to computers or the internet at Hogwarts. However, we wizards also have our own special means, that is the magic contract. Except for extremely advanced magical contracts such as the Fidelius Curse and the Unbreakable Curse, most common magical contracts require the use of special alchemical items as carriers. For example, you must have heard that all students in the Auror training class signed a confidentiality agreement. The carrier of that contract is a special parchment made through alchemy." Sebastian glanced at the students whose eyes were shining. "Our project requires creating a special identity badge for everyone, and then using this identity badge as a contract carrier to sign a magic contract with a time limit with Hogwarts. For example, the young wizards sign a contract with a validity period of 7 years from the time they enter school. At that time, all members of Hogwarts will need to undergo this identity verification. From professors to students to house elves and even students' pets, everyone must be equipped with an identity plate. Combined with an alarm system, we can make it impossible for anyone without such a bond to escape into Hogwarts. Merlin socks. This sounds really cool. The little wizards are eager to roll up their sleeves and get to work. Seeing the students full of enthusiasm, Sebastian gave a reminder. Achieving this goal is a challenge for all of us. There is no magic rune in the magic world that can identify magic power. So my task is to create this magic rune. I have a feeling that this magic rune will be very complicated, so I will handle this most difficult task. Your task is not easy either. You need to master alchemical materials, alchemical techniques, magic runes, and other related knowledge within 1 year. After you have learned the relevant knowledge, I will guide you in refining the identity plate. I will arrange everyone's learning progress reasonably. If you encounter any problems, you can come to my office or ask Fred and George, the 2 teaching assistants, to answer your questions. Our alchemy club meets every 2 weeks. During this time, I will list a list of reference books, and you can study on your own first. At the next alchemy club meeting, I will personally explain the key points involved to everyone. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back to the dormitory. In the days that followed, Sebastian was very busy, constantly appearing in Muggle Studies classes, Auror training classes, and alchemy club. In addition, he also spent a lot of time studying this new magic rune. It can be said that his life is fulfilling and happy. The days go by. In the blink of an eye, Halloween is here. As night fell, the Hogwarts Great Hall underwent a dramatic transformation. Countless pumpkin lanterns are hung from the high ceiling, and the candles in the lanterns emit a faint light, creating a mysterious atmosphere. There are also carefully carved pumpkin lanterns on the long dining table, each of which is carved with a different ghost face pattern. In addition, the table was filled with delicious food. The students wore various fantastic Halloween costumes and happily enjoyed this special Halloween dinner. After the little wizards had eaten and drunk their fill, various delicious desserts appeared on the long table. The huge pumpkin pie is golden and attractive, dotted with circles of cream swirls and exuding a rich aroma. The various ghost-shaped candies shine with an amber luster and are sprinkled with colorful sprinkles. There were also special chocolate cakes decorated with black chocolate spiders. Under the effect of magic, these chocolate spiders came to life just like the chocolate frogs that little wizards usually eat. They kept weaving spider webs on the cake with chocolate silk threads, causing the little ones to scream. However, unlike most of the happy little wizards, 4 of them were in a bad mood. In the corridor outside the dungeon, Malfoy, wearing a suit of armor, was walking and cursing at the 3 people behind him. I must have been cursed, and my brain has become stupid. So I thought of following you 3 to see what fun there is. This year's Halloween party was a special costume party. I dressed so handsomely, but the ghosts saw it all. Not only that, I haven't even had a bite of food yet. I don't know if I can even have a bite of dessert if I rush back to the auditorium now. Come on, Malfoy. Ronald didn't tolerate Malfoy's complaints. We didn't invite you to join us. You saw the 3 of us heading to the underground classroom and followed us on your own initiative. Your inability to eat has nothing to do with us. Malfoy was immediately furious when he heard Ronald's words. It's because you 3 are so weird. Not only did you not wear special costumes, you also didn't attend the Halloween dinner, and you sneaked towards the basement classroom. Considering the strange and troublesome physiques of the 3 of you, I thought it would be fun to watch. I didn't expect. Malfoy's voice dropped. I became the source of amusement myself. In fact, Nick's death anniversary dinner is still insightful. Hermione began to express her opinion. She was really tired of Malfoy and Ronald's quarrel. I never thought that ghost food could be so. Hermione hesitated and described it carefully. So special. They actually like moldy cheese, rotten fruit, spoiled meat, and maggot-infested cakes. Hermione's brows furrowed. Coming from a Muggle family, she had no idea that ghost dinners were held in this way. Although it was very special, it was really not suitable for living people to attend. It was really an eye-opener. After all, these scenes were things she had never seen in books. If she had known this would be the scenario, Hermione didn't know if she would still insist on persuading Harry to attend. Recalling that disgusting scene, she couldn't help but complain, "Those foods are really a bit unacceptable." After hearing Hermione's description, Ronald's memory was triggered, and he made an expression as if he wanted to vomit. Malfoy also curled his lips and said indignantly, "What delicacies do you think ghosts eat? Ghosts can't taste food like living people. They can only feel the smell of food. So the stronger the smell of the food, the more they like it. Those rotten foods are truly top-notch delicacies for ghosts." He looked unhappy. Snort. If Professor Swan had not always taught him to dress in formal attire, he would definitely have left the ghost dinner at the first opportunity and not suffered with Harry and the others. No, if it were according to my previous personality, I would never think of following these three people. Harry was still immersed in the cold feeling brought to him by the ghosts, and had no intention of communicating with his friends. Moreover, the ghost's music was like scratching fingernails on a blackboard, irritating his head and making it hurt. Hearing Malfoy's words, Harry just complained silently in his heart. "Since ghosts like food with spicy taste, I can give them a few cans of canned herrings next time." As it happened, there were 6 cans of herrings in his traceless stretch bag. Those were all given to him by Sebastian as food for special occasions. The unique smell of canned herring will definitely be sought after by all ghosts. Harry wondered if Sebastian had anticipated that he would attend the ghost dinner and had prepared such a suitable gift for him in advance. "It's just that I was in such a hurry just now that I forgot that I had such a suitable gift in my bag to give to the ghost." But now, Harry really didn't want to go back. He just wanted to go to the Great Hall to eat something to fill his stomach. As for the canned herrings, I'll find time to give them to Nick separately next time. Suddenly, a cold, murderous voice rang in Harry's ears. Kill you. So hungry. Kill." It's that familiar voice again. I had told Ronald and Hermione about it before, but they didn't hear me, so I thought I was hallucinating. "Did you hear that?" Harry stopped suddenly and asked Ronald and Hermione. "That strange sound I told you about before." The voice was intermittent, as if it hadn't spoken for a long time. Listen carefully. This time, it is especially clear. Ronald and Hermione looked at each other. Although Harry's words were convincing, they really didn't hear anything. Malfoy was confused and had no idea what Harry was talking about. "Hey, Potter, what the hell are you doing? What's with the intermittent sound?" "There's nothing at all. I'm warning you. Don't play pranks on Halloween. I'm too hungry now and don't have the energy to play such a stupid game with you." "Sure." Harry made a silencing gesture to Malfoy. He noticed that the sound was gradually getting weaker, as if it was moving towards the ceiling. "Follow me. I heard a voice saying he wanted to kill people. We have to stop him." "Malfoy, please go find Professor Swan and ask him to help." After saying that, Harry started at full speed and ran upstairs. Hermione and Ronald looked at each other and hurried to keep up with Harry. Seeing the three of them so serious, Malfoy's eyes lit up and he became excited. That's the feeling. Stimulate. I know that if I follow Potter, I will definitely encounter some strange things. Kill. Could it be that another bad guy has sneaked in a Hogwarts castle? It seems that I have to be a hero again and save Hogwarts from danger. Let's leave the task of finding a professor to someone else. Malfoy clenched his wand tightly in his hand and stumbled forward, shouting as he ran. "Potter, let Weasley go find the professor. After all, he is the least courageous among us. Wait for me. I'm wearing a suit of armor, so I can't run fast." Several people climbed up one floor after another without stopping until they arrived at a corridor on the 3rd floor of the castle. "Hey, Potter, we're the bad guys. We've been following you for a long time." Malfoy complained breathlessly. Ronald didn't bother to argue with Malfoy. He wiped the sweat off his face and asked Harry, "Harry, where is that sound? Are you sure you heard it right?" Harry's face was full of anxiety, but he couldn't say anything to refute. The voice disappeared completely after reaching here, as if it had never appeared. However, his intuition told him that something unusual must have happened. "Look, aren't there 2 lines of words on the far wall?" Hermione took a breath and pointed to the front of the corridor. Following the direction of Hermione's finger, several people slowly approached and saw the bright red words on the wall clearly. The secret room has been opened. Those who are enemies of the heir, beware. Isn't this written in blood? Malfoy felt a little uneasy. He felt that the bright red handwriting was extremely dazzling. What's hanging under the torch stand? Ronald's voice was trembling. It looks like an animal. I don't think it's that safe here. Why don't we go find the professor first? As they were talking, several people finally saw what it was and took a deep breath. Merlin, it's Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. They found Filch's cat hanging stiffly under the torch stand, like a stuffed animal. It's not good, very not good. Filch will go crazy. Malfoy urged in a hurried tone. Get out of here quickly. I don't want to be mistaken for a murderer and then be targeted by Filch. Ronald swallowed hard. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that Malfoy is fine. If we don't catch the murderer, we will definitely be misunderstood. Let's go. Although Harry wanted to go up and check it out, he had to admit that what Malfoy and Ronald said made sense. Once discovered, they would definitely be regarded as the primary suspects. In a panic, several people turned around and left. Just after taking 2 steps, they heard lively noises from both ends of the corridor. The dinner was over, and the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students were returning to their dormitories. It's over. Malfoy's face was a little pale. The party is over. We can't leave. I knew that following you 3 would be bad news. My reputation will be ruined. Before he finished speaking, dense crowds of students appeared at both ends of the corridor. They were wearing all kinds of strange costumes, and many little wizards had thick oil paint on their faces. After seeing Filch's cat, the chirping noises completely disappeared. The little wizards stared at the 4 people in the middle of the corridor in surprise, as if they were looking at suspects who were about to flee the scene after committing a crime. Soon, the little wizards could no longer suppress their doubts and began to discuss. Did they do this? How dare they do this to Filch's cat? Now we're going to have some fun. Filch values Mrs. Norris more than his own life. Look at the words on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Is it the legendary Slytherin Chamber of Secrets? Could it be that the heir is one of these 4? Who knows? I think it's most likely Harry Potter. His identity is the most special among them. Hearing this, Malfoy changed his uneasy look and looked fiercely at the student who said this. What vision? How does Potter look like the heir to the Chamber of Secrets? No matter how you look at it, as a Slytherin student, I am more qualified to be the heir. Potter is a Gryffindor. How could he be qualified to inherit the Chamber of Secrets? What happened here? Get out of the way. Filch was attracted by the noise here. He struggled through the crowd and wailed sadly after discovering Mrs. Norris. Amid the chaos, Dumbledore and the professors arrived on the scene. He took Mrs. Lawless off the torch stand and gave instructions to everyone. Prefects, take the students from your house back to the dormitories. As for the rest of you, Dumbledore glanced at the 4 of them. Come with me. Argus, you come too. Hearing this, Sebastian stood up at the right time and gave Dumbledore a suggestion. Principal, my office is nearby. Please come to my place. Sebastian, who was familiar with the plot, naturally knew that tonight was the first time the basilisk would appear. In order to prevent any accidents, he kept releasing his magical perception and monitoring any movement in the castle. The basilisk appeared, attracted the attention of Harry and others. Ginny left a note and hung Filch's cat on the torch stand, all of which did not escape Sebastian's magical perception. Sebastian pondered in his mind. Now that the basilisk has appeared, it's time to take the diary away from Ginny. We can't just let Ginny be controlled by the diary and let the basilisk torment the students in the castle. The group came to Sebastian's office in a mighty manner. As soon as they entered, Dumbledore took out his wand and examined Mrs. Norris. Don't be sad, Argus. Madame Norris is not dead, but petrified. Petrified? Filch's voice was a little choked. He looked at Harry and said bitterly, It must have been Potter who did it. A few days ago, he made the corridor dirty and I scolded him. So he decided to take revenge on me. Harry opened his mouth and was about to say something in retort, but was stopped by Mia. Filch, I believe it was definitely not Harry who did it. He is not that kind of child. Also, Harry didn't have time to commit a crime tonight. He was invited by Headless Nick to attend the ghost dinner. I can prove this. Snape looked at the four students in surprise. He couldn't figure out why these little guys got together again. He walked forward, examined Filch's cat, and spoke slowly. "Principal, please allow me to say something." The spell that Filch's cat was cast into was not an ordinary petrification spell. To achieve this, very advanced dark magic is required. And Potter and his men obviously don't have such strength. I think they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Dumbledore nodded, agreeing with Snape. He looked at Harry and the other three and asked calmly, "You're the first ones on the scene. I want to ask, have you found anything?" Looking into Dumbledore's blue eyes, Harry hesitated. He didn't know whether he should tell him about the strange noise he heard. Malfoy didn't think too much about it. In response to the headmaster's question, he answered directly. "We were originally planning to go to the auditorium after the ghost dinner to see if we could get something to eat. Halfway through, Potter heard some strange noises, saying someone was about to kill someone in the castle. Potter followed the voice all the way to the corridor on the 3rd floor. But we didn't find anything. We only saw Filch's cat and the writing on the wall. We were planning to go directly to the auditorium to find the professors, but we were spotted after just 2 steps. Strange noise? After hearing Malfoy's description, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Harry. Did Harry alone hear that strange sound, or did you all hear it? Dumbledore asked in a deep voice, looking into Harry's eyes. The professor's looks made Harry feel overwhelmed. He couldn't help swallowing and stammering as he answered. "It was just me, headmaster. Hermione, Ronald, and Malfoy heard nothing." Hearing this, Mia and Professor McGonagall's faces were immediately filled with worry. Hearing things that no one else can hear is not a good sign. Generally speaking, such people are either cursed or have mental problems. Mia didn't dare to delay and quickly took out her wand to examine Harry. Harry is in good health and is not cursed or anything. Mia frowned, not understanding why this happened. After a long pause, Dumbledore looked at the 4 students. "I believe that you have nothing to do with what happened tonight. You can leave now. Go back to the dormitory and don't stay too long." The 4 little guys looked at each other and hurriedly left the office. There were too many professors here, and they could hardly breathe. The professors were all lost in thought. Without more clues, they couldn't figure out what was going on. After the professors left, Mia looked at Sebastian with a worried look on her face. "Sebastian, has the mysterious man appeared again? That's why Harry can hear things that others can't hear." "Don't worry," Sebastian hugged Mia gently. "I'll find out what's going on. You go home first. I will be staying at the school for the next 2 weeks. I want to see who is causing trouble here." The next morning, news of Mrs. Norris's attack spread throughout the campus. In order to make the students feel at ease, Dumbledore instructed the professors to come to the auditorium for meals. After all, as long as students can see their professors at any time, they won't panic too much. When Sebastian arrived at the Great Hall, it was filled with young wizards whispering in hushed tones. However, surprisingly, there was no sign of panic on the students' faces. "Have you heard? The Chamber of Secrets was open last night, and a monster inside appeared and killed Filch's cat directly. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students are lucky. They found out last night, unlike us. Our dormitories are in the basement, and we only found out about this now. Is it the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets? Of course, there is no other secret room in the castle except this one. I heard the entrance is on the 3rd floor. Let's eat first, and then we'll go take a look after dinner. It's not the entrance, it's the crime scene. Someone left 2 lines of blood on the wall on the 3rd floor, saying that the heir to the secret room has appeared. That's very strange. According to legend, isn't the monster in the Chamber of Secrets used to eliminate Muggle wizards? Why would it attack a cat? Is it possible that the monster isn't that scary, so it can only target a pet? I heard that Filch's cat is not in danger of death. It's just petrified." Listening to her classmates' discussions, Hermione frowned, which never relaxed. What happened to the secret room? No one can tell for sure. Legend has it that it was left behind by Slytherin, and that there was a monster inside, used to purge students with impure blood. However, there are many doubts here. It's not the first day that Hogwarts has admitted Muggle wizards, so there's no reason why the monsters inside would only appear now. Moreover, the monster did not attack him yesterday, but only attacked Filch's cat, which was inconsistent with the legend. Although petrification is very powerful, the monster only dares to cause trouble to pets, so it doesn't seem to be very powerful. Because of these doubts, Hermione did not sleep well last night, and even her dreams were related to the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione's eyes lit up when she saw Sebastian. If you have any questions, you can ask the knowledgeable Professor Swan, who comes from an ancient pure-blood family and was born in Slytherin. Maybe he knows some news that ordinary people don't know. Hermione put down the bread in her hand, pulled Harry and Ronald to Sebastian. Professor Swan, can you tell us in detail what the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets is all about? Also, what exactly is the monster in the secret room? Hermione's voice was not too quiet and immediately attracted the attention of the students. The students who were nearby pricked up their ears, while those who were far away simply stopped eating and gathered around. They all wanted to hear the specific details of the secret room from the professor. Looking at the young wizards with curious faces, Sebastian cleared his throat. The legend is actually very simple. Thousands of years ago, 4 founders established this magic school and brought students with magical talents to the school for training. Gradually, some disagreements arose between them, and they quarreled fiercely over an issue. Slytherin insists on only recruiting children from magical families, that is, pure-blood wizards. He thinks that little muggle-born wizards are unreliable. However, the other 3 founders do not agree with his idea. They believe that all children with magical talents should be brought to Hogwarts for training. Slytherin left Hogwarts after a huge row with Gryffindor. Before leaving, Slytherin left a secret chamber in the castle. Legend has it that there is a terrible monster in the Chamber of Secrets. When the heir to the Chamber of Secrets appears, he will release it to purge those students who are unworthy of learning magic. Sebastian said meaningfully. As for the monster in the secret room, no one has ever known its true appearance. Hermione felt a little depressed after hearing Sebastian's explanation. She asked in confusion, Professor Swan, why do Slytherins hate muggle wizards so much? So much so that he's going to leave a monster behind to clean up the muggle-born students? Hate muggles. Sebastian pondered the words. Do you really think Slytherin is so narrow-minded? Looking at the little wizards who all looked in agreement, Sebastian spoke loudly. Let's analyze what Slytherin's motive was for leaving the Chamber of Secrets behind. The motive for leaving the secret room? What is there to analyze? Hasn't it been made clear? It's for the successor of the Chamber of Secrets to clean out the Muggle wizards. The young wizards looked at each other and felt that the professor had said something nonsense. Looking at the puzzled looks from the students, Sebastian smiled and said, If you want to analyze Slytherin's motives, you can't do without the social environment at the time. Ms. Granger, I remember you did very well in History of Magic last term. Then let me ask you, why did the 4 founders come up with the idea of establishing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Hermione answered without hesitation. The textbook says that in medieval Europe, magic was often seen as the power of the devil. Once the Muggles discover that you are a wizard, you will be brutally killed. Because of the witch hunt, many witches live in fear all day long. Under these circumstances, the 4 founders decided to create a safe environment where young wizards could learn and grow in peace, away from persecution. Yes, Sebastian nodded. In that era, the witch-hunting movement led by the church was very popular. Originally, there were court wizards in the royal families of various countries, but after theocracy completely overwhelmed imperial power, wizards were completely labeled as evil. That's because the existence of wizards is a complete blasphemy to theocracy. The truth is actually very simple for the Muggle Church. Light was brought by God, fire was brought by God, water was brought by God, and even the food we eat every day was given by God. They need to use the existence of God to control the beliefs of the lower-class Muggles. As a result, the wizards' magic completely shattered this theory, which was completely unacceptable to the church. So, the vigorous witch hunt began. In the face of witch hunts, adult witches still have the ability to resist and escape. However, for children, revealing their magical talent often means disaster. From childhood, Muggle children have been brainwashed that wizards are evil. So, in order to survive, after children show their magical talent, they will desperately suppress their magical abilities. Under such extremely repressed emotions, what is likely to happen in the little wizard's body? Hearing the professor's question, the crowd immediately responded, "Silent." "Yes," Sebastian nodded approvingly. "The Obscurus is an unstable, uncontrollable dark force. Many times, it would suddenly erupt, causing indiscriminate damage to the surroundings, and then disappear without a trace. The occurrence of these tragedies has made Muggles more convinced that wizards are the incarnation of the devil, and they will be more proactive in maintaining and promoting the witch hunt. So, the four founders stepped forward to bring shelter to wizards all over the world. And just like that, Hogwarts School came into being. You see, in the beginning, Slytherin had no objection to recruiting those Muggle students. The history of magic says that the disagreements among the founders occurred after Hogwarts was founded, and then more than 10 years later, Slytherin completely parted ways with the others and left Hogwarts. Think about it. What kind of situation caused Slytherin to think that Muggle wizards were unreliable and then oppose recruiting Muggle students? The little wizards frowned when they heard Professor Swan's question. All along, their impression of Slytherin was just an old lunatic who valued purebloods above all else, and they had never thought about what caused Slytherin to have such thoughts. What is the reason? Without waiting for the students to answer, Sebastian spoke leisurely. There is only one reason for such thoughts, and that is betrayal. Betray. When the students heard this word, they were very surprised. They couldn't understand why the betrayal happened. It's not so easy to change the ideas that are instilled in us since childhood, Sebastian continued. Plus, when Hogwarts was first built, there were always wandering wizards causing trouble. It can be said that the fighting never stopped. This makes some Muggle wizards still think that wizards are evil even when they come to Hogwarts. In those days, there was no Ministry of Magic, nor any healthy wizarding community. Wizards all lived scattered among Muggles. After graduation, young wizards still have to return to the Muggle world to live. That's when betrayal occurs. But Professor, a student asked in confusion, what good will betrayal do them? Let's put this into context with the teachings of the Muggle Church, Sebastian said with a smile. The Church says that fighting for God will cleanse you of your sins. Become a warrior of God, and you will no longer be a sinner. Under such circumstances, some weak-minded Muggle wizards will naturally want to throw themselves into the arms of the Church and become servants of God. Sebastian paused, then continued. There is another possibility. Since Hogwarts is a boarding school, the young wizards may not go home for many years. This is not so easy to explain. So, when enrolling students, they needed to cast a forgetfulness spell on the Muggles around the young wizards to make them ignore this abnormality. However, there are always times of negligence. At this time, the Church will threaten these Muggle wizards with the safety of their families. For the sake of their loved ones, they have no choice. Sebastian's voice was heavy. Once they betray, they will do their utmost to help the Church carry out its witch eradication campaign. Due to their familiarity with wizards, it is often these traitors who contribute the most to the movement to eradicate witches. Just think about it. One day, Slytherin discovered that the people who supported the anti-witch movement the most were students who graduated from Hogwarts. What kind of mood would he be in? If you were a Slytherin, what would you do? After hearing the professor's analysis, the students fell silent. No wonder Slytherin only trusts pure-blood wizards and is full of distrust towards Muggle wizards. After all, only pure-blood wizards would not choose to betray the wizarding community. If I put myself in Slytherin's shoes, I might be even more extreme than him. Unable to convince the other founders, Slytherin left a secret chamber behind. He wants to use the legend of this secret room to intimidate those little wizards with evil intentions. Sebastian sighed. That was a sad era. Several founders were adhering to their own ideas and trying to make a living for the wizarding world in their own way. But caught in the tide of the times, no one can tell what is right and what is wrong. They are all pioneers and can only grope their way forward. So, We should not stand on the moral high ground to judge the right and wrong of our predecessors. Sebastian changed the subject and spoke earnestly. It's completely different now. The church has completely declined. No one wants to become a so-called servant of God. Don't let the sorrow of the past become your sorrow now. Looking at the young wizards who were lost in thought, Sebastian clapped his hands to attract their attention. Don't worry too much about what happened yesterday. Next, I will lead the aura training class to resolve this matter with all our strength. After hearing Sebastian's words, the young wizards returned to their seats and continued their breakfast. But compared to before, everyone was much quieter. They ate and thought at the same time. It turns out that everyone has always viewed Slytherin too narrowly. Slytherin and Gryffindor were close friends before Hogwarts. According to Gryffindor's temperament, they would never choose a narrow-minded person as their friend. Also, if Slytherin was such a person, then the other three founders would never have founded Hogwarts School with him anyway. If they did not respect Slytherin's character, the other three could have abolished Slytherin House after Slytherin left and fundamentally eliminated his extreme ideas. But what did the Slytherins do after they left Hogwarts? Are you going to deal with those traitors? Seeing that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, the little wizards didn't think anymore, ate breakfast in a few bites, and went to class. Professor Swan is going to lead the aura training class to solve this case. The news spread to every corner of the school like the wind. The students in the aura training class are eager to try, as this is a rare opportunity for actual combat. Once this problem is solved, it will definitely add a highlight to their resume. If you perform well, you might even be accepted directly into the aura office. After all, it was Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, and the thought of it was exciting. After receiving Sebastian's temporary notice, the little guys gathered quickly and waited for Sebastian's instructions. When Sebastian walked into the classroom, a student immediately asked, "Professor Swan, please tell us what we should do." I'm sure everyone can't wait. Hearing this, the students all laughed and agreed. "Professor, no matter what task you ask us to do, we will ensure that we complete it beautifully." Everyone is in high spirits, Sebastian grinned. That's a good thing. If you want to be a good auror, you must learn how to solve crimes. Before assigning tasks, I would like everyone to use their brains and think about how you would proceed in the face of this case. I thought the professor would be able to lead the team, but it turns out that there is still an assessment required. A sixth-year student immediately raised his hand and answered, "Professor, Potter and his team were the first to arrive at the crime scene. I think we should start with Potter." Great idea. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all looked at Harry, the first suspect. No one knows the details of what happened last night. All we know is that Harry and his 4 companions were the first to arrive at the scene. From his point of view, they are highly suspicious. Facing everyone's gaze, Harry's face turned red instantly. This feeling of being suspected by everyone was really uncomfortable. Seeing Harry's embarrassment, Sebastian spoke up to help. After the professor's examination, Harry is not the murderer. Please trust the professor's judgment on this point, and please give Harry more trust. "Professor," a 7th-year student said, "in that case, could you please let Potter tell us the details of last night?" Sebastian nodded approvingly. "That's a good idea. If we want to solve the case, we must get the most authentic information." "Harry," Sebastian motioned to Harry, "don't be nervous. Tell everyone the details of last night. Put your brains together and see if you can come up with any clues." Hearing Sebastian's instructions, Harry stepped forward and described everything that happened last night in detail. "Hiss!" Everyone gasped. Harry actually heard a sound that no one else could hear. It's unknown. Everyone's expression changed, and their eyes were suddenly filled with sympathy when they looked at Harry. However, from what Harry said, there was nothing special about it except for the strange voice. What exactly is wrong? Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Sebastian prompted, "Think about it, everyone. How was Harry different from you last night?" "Different? He is the boy who lived. Besides this, what difference can there be?" Cedric suddenly had an idea and raised his hand to answer. "Professor, are you saying that Harry went to the ghost party last night, and we were all in the hall for the Halloween dinner?" Clever. As expected of the star of Badger Court, his mind is very flexible. Sebastian encouraged, And what else do you think of, Cedric? Harry and his friends followed the sound to the third floor, and then found the writing on the wall. That means the person who left the handwriting also appeared on the third floor. Cedric spoke more and more fluently. It's just that Harry and the others arrived a little late, so they didn't notice him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he spoke excitedly. Professor, it occurred to me that the person was probably the same as Harry and the others and did not attend the Halloween dinner last night. Cedric's words inspired the little wizards, and they all added. It's also possible that the man left the auditorium shortly after the dinner started. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have had time to run to the third floor and leave his mark. I would also like to add that the person may have arrived a little later than the dinner had started, so as to create an alibi. It's very likely. After all, before the banquet begins, the castle will be full of students. It will be difficult not to be discovered. There is also the possibility that the person who made the sound and the person who left the handwriting were two different people. That makes sense. After all, no one else heard the sound except Harry. Could it be that the person making the sound was not a human? Listening to the students' discussion, Sebastian smiled widely. Everyone's ideas are great, and now we have a clue. Next, everyone's task is to start investigating from last night's banquet and collect more clues related to the secret room. Sebastian smiled and said, if you want to become an elite orator, a very important skill is information gathering. You need to go to your classmates and ask more questions, not just to find out who didn't come to the party last night and who was late or left early. You also need to look for clues related to the secret room from the information provided by your classmates. Observe more, record more, think more, and then sort out the massive amount of information and select the useful parts. Everyone, please pay attention, Sebastian said in a more serious tone. When collecting information, please be careful about how you do it. Don't treat everyone as a suspect. Don't doubt someone just because he went to the bathroom during a party. Remember, you are not orators yet, and your classmates are not criminals, so don't think you are superior and interrogate others condescendingly. This is a huge and tedious task, and it's very likely that you won't get much useful information in the end. But don't be discouraged. You will definitely get plenty of exercise from this kind of visit and investigation. The students assign tasks to themselves and then discuss questions and precautions for a while before dispersing. The quiet investigation began. Harry had been feeling exhausted the last few days. In addition to investigating information about the Chamber of Secrets, he also had to undergo heavy Quidditch training. At the beginning of this school year, he passed the selection of the school Quidditch team and became the seeker of the school team. He was originally very happy. After all, not everyone could join the school Quidditch team in the second year. Before him, only Cedric had done this. However, not long after joining the school team, he regretted it. He even once doubted whether his decision to try out for the school Quidditch team was right or wrong. Vice Captain Wood is a veritable training maniac. In his eyes, whether it is windy or rainy, it is good weather for training. Captain Marcus has been promoted to 7th grade. He really wants to win the European Magic School's Quidditch Cup again before graduation. After Charlie graduated, Crumb of Durmstrang gradually showed his talent as the world's best seeker. Hogwarts seeker Roger Davis was no match for Crumb. When the chasers were unable to widen the gap, Durmstrang could be said to be invincible in Europe. Therefore, after Harry became the new seeker, both Marcus and Wood placed their hopes of winning on him. They were also extremely strict with Harry. As the match against Durmstrang was approaching, they would take time out in the next 2 days to call Harry to the Quidditch field for practice. In Wood's words, proper practice will help everyone get into the game faster. During today's training, Harry was so tired that he began to doubt his life and felt a little dazed. Harry, stop staring. Marcus yelled at Harry. Bludgers don't have eyes. If you want to deal with Crumb, you must learn how to block vision and dodge the bludgers as much as possible. You have to rely on your own flying skills to block vision. I can only help you practice dodging the bludgers. Come on, practice again. Harry shook his head violently, pulled himself together, and flew up quickly. As he flew, he paid attention to Marcus's movements. Marcus swung his bat and sent the bludger flying hard towards Harry. Harry silently calculated the distance. and when the bludger was about to hit him, he suddenly turned sideways and avoided the attack of the bludger. "Good hiding," Marcus praised. Seeing Harry's performance, Wood also echoed. "Keep up this level, Harry. We will definitely be able to crush Durmstrang this year." Before Harry could feel happy, he saw the bludger do a 180-degree turn like a boomerang and fly towards him again. He quickly ducked down and dodged the bludger's attack again. However, this time the bludger didn't fly very far before it changed direction again and flew towards Harry's head. "Marcus!" Harry shouted anxiously. "There seems to be something wrong with the bludger. Why is it chasing me all the time?" Seeing this scene, Marcus and Wood were both panicked. They had never seen a bludger chasing and attacking a person. This bludger seems to be cursed. Is there a traitor in Hogwarts? He wanted to get rid of the Hogwarts Seeker before the game, so that Durmstrang could easily win the game? No, protect Harry. We must not let the enemy's conspiracy succeed. Marcus chased after the bludger, trying to hit it away with his bat. Wood flew directly in front of Harry, trying to use his body to help Harry block the attack of the wandering ball. "Harry, don't panic, land first." As he spoke, Wood protected Harry and flew towards the ground side by side with him. After getting Wood's protection, Harry felt relieved and relaxed his vigilance against the bludger. "Fine, it's safe now." He looked at Wood and said gratefully, "Thank you, Wood. Your safety is also important, no need." Before he could finish his words, he heard Marcus roar, "Oliver! Harry, be careful." Harry's heart tightened, and he looked around suddenly. "The bludger is coming. Which direction?" "I didn't see it." Suddenly, he saw Wood yelling and raising his left hand, as if trying to stop something. Before he could react, the dark bludger spun out from under Wood's arm and headed straight towards him. "Broken. My vision has been blocked by the limit." Harry tried to turn his body, but it was too late, and the bludger hit him directly on the right arm. Snap! With a burning pain, Harry fell off his broom and landed heavily on the sandy court. In his dizziness, Harry heard the roars of Wood and Marcus. "Who the hell is that? B asterisk 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 D?" Quickly stopped the bludger. In a trance, Harry tried hard to open his eyes and saw the bludger getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. What's going on? Is this bludger going to smash itself to death on the court? Who on earth hates me so much? At the critical moment, a spell came from the side and hit the out-of-control bludger directly. Thunder explosion. As Hermione cast a spell, the bludger was blown into pieces, completely relieving Harry of the crisis. The players landed one after another, and together with Ronald and Hermione, surrounded Harry. Marcus and Wood looked murderous and glanced viciously at the suspicious people around them. It was clear that someone didn't want the Hogwarts team to win. Make way," a voice came from outside the crowd. "We are from the St. Mungo's training class. Let us in, we are professionals." Among the students watching the Quidditch training, in addition to Hermione, there were 2 sixth-year students from the Street Mungo training class. After seeing what happened to Harry, they rushed to the court, ready to show their talents. As they pushed through the crowd, they saw that Hermione had already finished her initial examination of Harry. "How is Potter, Miss Granger?" "It's not bad," Hermione said solemnly. "Harry's right arm is broken, but other than that he's not seriously hurt. However, we haven't learned the bone-setting charm yet. We must send Harry to the school infirmary for treatment." Hearing this, Harry, who had recovered from his shock, struggled to get up. However, just as he was about to take action, he was pushed to the ground by a student from St. Mungo's training class. "Potter, after a fracture, you must not move the injured part to avoid further damage. Lie down and let us take you over. Trust us, we are professionals. Wingardium Leviosa." As he spoke, he extended his wand and used a levitation spell to float Harry into the air. Harry was floating in the air, feeling a little flustered. "It's so embarrassing. If I float all the way back to the castle like this, everyone will definitely treat me like a monkey. Put me down, my legs are not injured, and I can walk by myself." "Harry," Hermione also tried to comfort him. "Senior is right. It is indeed not appropriate for you to move around now. Just hold on, you'll be cured soon." Resistance was futile, so Harry had no choice but to close his eyes and let himself be carried to the infirmary like a kite. Seeing more and more students gathered around, Harry quietly stretched out his left hand, pulled up his jersey, and covered his face. Why? It would be better to just faint from a fall. I'm tired. Destroy it. When the group arrived at the infirmary, Mia was already waiting there with the remaining St. Mungo's trainees. Madame Pomfrey took immediate action and drove the noisy little wizards out of the infirmary. Harry lay on the hospital bed, looking helplessly at the trainees who had formed a circle around him. What's going on? Didn't Hermione just say that a broken bone could be cured with just a bone-setting curse? Why did they surround me again? And each of them had a smile on their face, with anticipation in their eyes. Is he waiting for Aunt Mia to use him as a teaching aid and conduct on-site teaching? And you, Hermione, your expression is too obvious. At least restrain yourself and consider my feelings. Merlin, this feeling is so embarrassing. Otherwise, just cover your face. Just out of sight, out of mind. Mia looked at Harry with a distressed look, then frowned and spoke expressionlessly. Students, let's take this opportunity to learn the bone-setting spell. Pay attention to your facial expressions and be serious. Don't forget what I told you before. During the treatment process, you have to consider the patient's psychological endurance. Your expression can easily be mistaken by patients as gloating over someone else's misfortune. After hearing Mia's words, the students stopped smiling and became much more serious. Let's first look at today's patient. After being hit by the bludger, he fell from a high altitude and hit the ground. In this case, a full body check must be performed using a spell to confirm that the internal organs are not seriously damaged. Remember, this is very important. Mia's voice was a little serious. Many times, patients cannot immediately feel the damage to their internal organs. So, we therapists have to help patients eliminate this potential danger. That's how Hermione and the other two handled it just now. Very good. Mia looked at Hermione and the other two who brought Harry here and praised him softly. Next, we will officially start learning. Mia came to Harry's side and lectured the students. Broken bones are just a minor problem for wizards. They can be healed with a bone-setting spell. However, the difficulty of learning the bone-setting spell is not low. If you want to master this spell, you need to practice hard. The difficulty of this spell is that you must have a clear mind and a firm will when casting it. Otherwise, it is easy to cause secondary damage to the patient. Everyone, watch me demonstrate. With that, Mia raised her wand and focused it on Harry's injured arm. Her voice was firm but gentle. Bone restoration. Harry felt a warmth in his arm, accompanied by a soft blue light. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Harry tried to move his arm and found it was very flexible, as if he had no injury. So awesome. As expected, Aunt Mia. Just when Harry was feeling happy, he heard Mia giving instructions to the trainees. Everyone has seen my demonstration. Now it's time to practice. Practice? How to practice? I am the only patient in the infirmary. I'm not sure he's using me for training. Looking at the dozen or so trainees in the infirmary, Harry's face turned extremely pale. Should I break my arm again and let these students practice one by one? Isn't it said that this is an advanced spell that can easily cause secondary damage to the patient? What kind of torture is this? Before Harry could ask Mia for help, the trainees' actions completely dispelled his worries. I saw them skillfully take out some little white mice from cages, and then each of them started practicing with one. During this time, Mia took out an ointment and applied it to Harry's still slightly swollen right arm. Apply the ointment to reduce swelling. Your arm will be completely healed by tomorrow morning and won't delay your competition the day after tomorrow. Mia ruffled Harry's hair tenderly. Okay, go back and rest. At night, Harry, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt someone shaking him gently. Stop it, Ronald. I'm sleepy. Let's talk in the morning. He muttered incoherently. After feeling the other party still shaking him, Harry opened his eyes with great effort. Although the scene before him was blurry, he still recognized that the one shaking him was a house elf. Harry fumbled to put on his glasses and found that this was a house elf he didn't recognize at all. Unlike Jeff at Swan Manor, this elf is only wearing an old pillowcase. Who are you? Harry was a little confused because he had just woken up. He couldn't figure out why this strange elf was looking for him. "Sir, my name is Dobby," Dobby said anxiously. "There is no time to explain so much. Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts immediately." Dobby's eyes were filled with tears. Dobby is useless. Dobby has tried every possible way to stop Harry Potter from coming to Hogwarts. But the wizards around Harry Potter were too powerful. Dobby would be discovered by him every time he showed up. In the end, Harry Potter returned to Hogwarts. Dobby said as he took out a stack of letters and showed them to Harry. "You're the letter thief," Harry shouted suddenly. As soon as he said this, he subconsciously looked at his roommates' beds. Fortunately, everyone's bed curtains were closed tightly. Otherwise, the shout just now would definitely wake them up. Even so, Harry lowered his voice and said, "Give me back my letters. They're all written to me by my friends. Because of this letter thief, I almost had a falling out with my friends." Harry couldn't help but get angry at the thought. No, Harry Potter has to promise Dobby that he will leave Hogwarts immediately after getting the letter, and then Dobby will return the letter to you. "Don't even think about it," Harry said angrily. "Why should I leave Hogwarts? I want to go to school here. Besides, it's not the holidays now, so it's impossible for us to leave Hogwarts for a long time. Dobby can help and injure you badly enough so that you can leave Hogwarts and be admitted to St. Mungo's." Harry was stunned by Dobby's words. What an amazing train of thought. He actually beat himself to the point of being hospitalized. Does this little thing have a grudge against me? Suddenly, Harry remembered something, and he asked angrily, "Yesterday afternoon, it was you who was controlling the bludger. The purpose is to seriously injure me, right?" "Yes," Dobby groaned. "Dobby was useless. He only broke your arm but failed to seriously injure you." Dobby is very upset and has punished himself with an iron. The elf showed Harry his scarred fingers. However, Harry's mind was so filled with anger that he couldn't hear what the elf was saying. He grabbed the elf by the collar. "Why are you hurting me?" "To harm you," Dobby said timidly. Dobby is saving Harry Potter. Dobby is doing this for your own good, sir. The door to the Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. Harry Potter's life will be in danger if he stays in Hogwarts. Secret room? Hearing these familiar words, Harry regained some of his sanity. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Do you know who opened the secret room? You also know where the secret room is, right?" "Dobby can't tell," the elf screamed. "Leave Hogwarts, sir." Just as Harry was about to say something else, Ronald's bed curtains moved. Dobby froze for a moment. "Sir's friend is awake. Dobby must go." As it said this, it snapped its fingers and, after a slight popping sound, the whole person disappeared. Ronald's bed curtains were completely opened. He stood up and said dazedly, "Harry, you're still awake? Do you want to go to the bathroom together?" "No, Ronald. I just came back from the bathroom." Harry lied slightly. "It's late now. Let's not bother Ronald now. I'll tell you tomorrow if there's any news." Harry closed the bed curtains and silently calmed the anger in his heart. Is staying in Hogwarts life-threatening? Joke. There was Aunt Mia, there was Sebastian, there was Professor Snape, there was Professor McGonagall, and there was Headmaster Dumbledore. There is no safer place in the entire wizarding world than here. However, the elf just said that the secret room was opened again. This is a great clue. Interesting. It seems that the focus of the next investigation can be placed on this. Go to sleep first, and we'll talk about everything tomorrow. Nothing happened for the next 2 weeks. Perhaps it was because the heir had noticed the investigation of the Auror training class, or perhaps he had no intention of taking action for the time being. Hogwarts seemed calm as a whole. The only difference is that the students went to the dueling gym more often and practiced spells more diligently. After all, no matter what, the secret room was indeed opened, and the monster inside the secret room also appeared. Although it doesn't look powerful now, it just attacked Filch's cat. However, no one can tell what the monster's true strength is. According to the legend, that was a monster left behind by Slytherin himself. It was unacceptable that it had only this much strength. There is a speculation among the little wizards that 1,000 years have passed, and the monster is now weaker, so it can only attack some small animals now. The past 2 weeks have been calm. The monsters are just quietly recovering their strength. One day, the monster might appear again and stir up trouble. The young wizards thought very clearly that in this situation, improving their combat effectiveness was definitely the best option. On Friday's duel club, there were many young wizards practicing in pairs. Malfoy kept moving, struggling with Harry. Unlike Harry, Malfoy had neither attended Auror training nor tried out for the Quidditch team. He saved his time and devoted it all to practicing spells, gradually narrowing the gap between him and Harry. He was holding back his anger. He wanted to defeat Harry head-on this year, instead of defeating him by sneak attack using the misspell like he did last year. To achieve this goal, Malfoy practiced spells in his own manner during the summer vacation without stopping for a moment. To achieve this goal, he began to take the initiative to study the magic books at home, which made Lucius very happy, and he exclaimed that the Malfoy family had a successor. To achieve this goal, after school started, he gave up his favorite Quidditch and the opportunity to become a Quidditch player and instead devoted all his time to studying. As a true Slytherin, Malfoy has great ambitions in his heart. He wants to become the leader of Slytherin in the new era, and he wants to restore the glory of Slytherin. He wanted everyone to know that Draco Malfoy was never inferior to anyone in his life, even if the other person was the savior. He dodged spells and looked at Harry steadily. I just learned a spell recently, so I'll let Potter try out the power of this spell. After dodging a disarming charm from Harry, Malfoy raised his wand and yelled, "Get out of here!" In an instant, a giant black snake appeared out of nowhere and landed on the open space between the two people. It looked at Harry, raised its head, and swam towards Harry without any hesitation. It worked, and the snake was even bigger than the one I practiced with before. Malfoy was filled with pride. This was a spell he had practiced for a long time, a spell that could summon a giant snake. Hey, Potter, facing the attack from both the giant snake and me, I don't believe you won't be in a panic. Once you show a flaw, that's my chance to win. Faced with the attacking giant snake, Harry was indeed a little panicked for a moment. He couldn't make up his mind for a moment, whether to deal with the giant snake first or to face the giant snake's attack and directly defeat Malfoy. After just a moment's hesitation, Harry made up his mind to defeat Malfoy first and then deal with the giant snake in front of him. With his nimble feet, he dodged the attacks of the giant snake and Malfoy, and then fired spells at Malfoy with all his strength. However, the giant snake was also very flexible, and it could nimbly keep up with Harry no matter where he ran. Due to the interference of the giant snake, Harry's spells were far from accurate, which made him extremely irritated. Harry looked at the giant snake that was chasing him and yelled angrily, "Get out of here!" To his surprise, the giant snake was stunned for a moment and then really crawled to the side obediently. That's right. It seems like I could talk to snakes. In that case, can I order this giant snake to attack Malfoy? Thinking of this, Harry pointed at Malfoy and said to the giant snake in an inexplicable way, "Attack Malfoy." After hearing Harry's order, the giant snake was stunned again. After seeing Harry's gesture clearly, it actually followed Harry's instructions and attacked Malfoy. Success! Harry couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Hey, Malfoy, you're going to reap what you sow. However, it was strange that Malfoy looked so stunned and didn't even try to dodge the giant snake's attack. Harry was so focused that he didn't notice that the lively dueling hall became quiet when he shouted, "Get out." Everyone, like Malfoy, looked at him in shock, as if he were a monster. Just as the giant snake was about to arrive in front of Malfoy, suddenly, a spell flew from the side and hit the giant snake. In an instant, the giant snake turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. Snape walked over and looked at Harry with a complicated expression. As the teacher on duty at the duel club today, he was instructing several senior students in practicing the armor spell. Suddenly, a strange sound came into his ears. The voice was so cold that one could hardly help but shiver when hearing it. He never expected that the person who made this sound was Lily's son. Moreover, Harry actually controlled a snake with this sound. Parseltongue. As soon as this answer appeared, Snape's heart sank rapidly. He was confused. He didn't know what it meant that this talent appeared in Harry. After helping Malfoy out, he really wanted to ask Harry something. However, His clever mind became like paste at this moment, and he couldn't say a word. Seeing Snape appear, Harry calmed down and noticed the strangeness around him. Why is it so quiet? Why is everyone looking at themselves? Moreover, his eyes were filled with shock and fear, which was extremely strange. Harry felt that the atmosphere around him was a bit depressing, and he vaguely saw someone pointing at him. What happened? Did I just do something out of the ordinary? Before Harry could say anything, he saw Ronald and Hermione walk up to him, pulling him by his clothes and heading out of the dueling hall. Along the way, the little wizards all dodged to the side, as if they were afraid of being contaminated by something ominous. Watching Harry's back as he left, Malfoy felt confused. What's going on? Potter turned out to be the legendary Parseltongue. This is a talent that only people from that family have. Could it be that Potter's ancestors had Slytherin blood? It seems that the heir to the Chamber of Secrets that has been causing a lot of controversy recently is actually Potter. Merlin's pants. I'm afraid Slytherin's coffin will no longer be able to hold it down. He actually chose a genuine Gryffindor as his successor. Malfoy glanced at Snape, who had a complicated expression on his face, gritted his teeth, and chased after Harry and the others. Snape did not chase after him. He had to fulfill his duties as the professor on duty and ensure that the dueling club tonight went on smoothly. Under his command, the young wizards resumed training. However, compared to before, most of the little wizards became absent-minded. They huddled together, constantly discussing what had just happened. Snape was not in a very good mood either. With a sullen face, he kept walking around the dueling hall, scolding the students who were not practicing well. Are you dueling or having a tea party? Do you want me to prepare a few tables for you, with tea and desserts, so that you can have a good chat? This is what you call a duel. It's simply disgusting. The spell was cast so slowly, I thought you were doing chores. If you think this week's spell casting can survive a real duel, then I suggest you start preparing your suicide note now. Some senior students even felt that the familiar Professor Snape had returned. After the dueling club was over, Snape went straight to Sebastian's office and told him about what he had seen tonight. Snape had foreseen the predicament Harry would face, being accused of a crime he did not commit and being isolated by the entire school. He didn't want Harry to suffer these grievances, but unfortunately, he was not good at handling this kind of situation. Therefore, he urgently needed Sebastian's help to get Harry out of this predicament. Facing the worried Snape, Sebastian smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, Severus. I've got a plan. Tomorrow morning, you can wait and see my performance. After just one night, the students of Hogwarts reached a consensus. Harry Potter is the heir to the Chamber of Secrets. Everyone had no objection to this statement. After all, Parseltongue had appeared, and there was no better proof than this. The young wizards all agreed that it was Harry who opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the monster trapped inside. Then he directed and acted in a good play and deceived all his friends around him. Look, his friend Hermione Granger is still around him. Humph! This stupid girl hasn't even recognized the true face of Harry Potter yet, and is still foolishly defending the heir to the Chamber of Secrets. Didn't she understand that as a little muggle-born wizard, her situation was extremely dangerous? Some people have always said that she is the smartest student in the second grade, but now it seems that she is just SOSO. Harry sat at the dining table, concentrating on eating his breakfast. There was a large, empty space around him, with no one else except Hermione and Ronald. Harry felt extremely aggrieved about this situation. He wanted to stand up and argue loudly to everyone that he was not the heir of Slytherin and that he had not opened the Chamber of Secrets. However, Harry also knew that no one would believe him. They only believe what they see and hear. No matter how I explain myself, they will just think that I am just acting when I speak Parseltongue. Just when Harry was feeling depressed, a man came over and sat next to him. Seeing the newcomer, Hermione and Ronald quickly greeted him. Professor Swan. Morning, Sebastian responded with a smile. You guys continue eating. I came to discuss a business matter with Harry. Talk about business? Hermione and Ronald looked at each other. They really couldn't understand what the professor meant. The other little wizards were all shocked. Originally, they thought Professor Swan was here to call them a task. However, The professor's words really surprised everyone. They didn't even bother to eat. They all pricked up their ears to hear what Professor Swan would say. Harry looked at Sebastian aggrievedly. Professor Swan, please stop making fun of me. What business can we discuss? It's a big deal to discuss. Sebastian looked at Harry, as if to say, you kid isn't a treasure trove, and you don't even know it. Once the deal is done, you'll be able to earn a large sum of gold galleons every year. Gold galleons? This word seemed to have magic power, firmly attracting the attention of the little wizards. They were eager to know what Professor Swan saw in Harry. If possible, they also want to do business with professors. Seeing Harry's puzzled look, Sebastian didn't keep him in suspense. I'm attracted to your magical talent. Parseltongue. Parseltongue. Hearing this, Harry's heart suddenly tightened. Don't be ridiculous, Professor. What use can such an evil talent have? Evil. Sebastian frowned. Because you can talk to snakes with it, or because it's a Slytherin signature talent? Sebastian glanced at the young wizards present and explained with a smile. You have a deep misunderstanding of Parseltongue, just like you have a misunderstanding of Slytherin. Parseltongue is just a magical talent, or is just a very common one among many magical talents. Sebastian's voice rose slightly. There is no distinction between good and evil in magical talent. This is the gift God gives to everyone when you are born. Harry's eyes lit up at this novel statement, and just as he was about to say something, he heard Hermione ask a question. Professor Swan, do you mean to say that everyone has magical talent? Of course. Sebastian nodded affirmatively. Magic talent is a very mysterious thing. Except for people of the same bloodline, most people's magical talents are different. Many times, the manifestations of magical talent are very secretive and require wizards to explore carefully on their own. For example, Sebastian pointed at himself, my magical perception is just a little bit stronger than other people's. However, some magical talents are very obvious and can be seen at a glance. Like Parseltongue, even magical talent may be specific to the enhancement of a certain type of magic. For example, Sebastian looked at a young wizard in the crowd. I can see right now that Mr. Seamus Finnegan will have great success with spells related to explosions. Hearing this, the young wizards all looked at Seamus, and after thinking about his performance, they all smiled knowingly. Seamus, the explosive genius, it turns out that this is his magical talent. Sebastian looked at the students who were gradually gathering around him. To be honest, Parseltongue is just an ordinary language talent. It cannot increase the combat power of wizards. It's just that because of Slytherin, Parseltongue has been elevated to a level it doesn't belong to, making people mistakenly believe that it is a powerful, evil talent. If people hear a few times, they will learn Parseltongue directly. The only difference between this and a natural Parseltongue is that a learned Parseltongue cannot be passed down through the bloodline. Hearing this explanation, the little wizards nodded repeatedly. Like the professor said, everyone misunderstood Parseltongue, just like they misunderstood Slytherin before. It turns out that Parseltongue is just a language talent, and others can even learn it as a language. From this perspective, Parseltongue seems rather mediocre, even inferior to Seamus's explosives talent. After all, no one else can learn Simo's talent. Moreover, if Seamus wanted, he could use his talent for blasting to become a powerful combat wizard. Harry shook off his previous dejected look and asked Sebastian gratefully, Professor Swan, what do you like about Parseltongue? Do you want to learn it? If you want to learn, I can teach you anytime. No, Harry, Sebastian smiled and shook his head. I have no intention of learning Parseltongue. Harry looked confused. You're attracted to my Parseltongue, aren't you? Don't worry, Harry. Sebastian patted Harry's shoulder, stood up and faced all the young wizards with a smile. Students who have taken the Care of Magical Creatures class should all know that how to communicate with magical creatures correctly has always been a difficult problem. In order to better communicate with magical animals, some powerful wizards have learned the language of magical animals. For example, our headmaster Dumbledore is fluent in mermaid and goblin. Also, Mr. Newt Scamander, the master of magical beasts, knows quite a few languages. However, compared to the total number of wizards, the number of wizards who understand the language of magical animals is still too small. Sebastian changed the subject. In order to allow more wizards to communicate with magical creatures freely, Swan Alchemy established a development team. They are developing alchemical tools that can communicate with different magical animals. I have invited Mr. Newt Scamander to provide language guidance. Unfortunately, Mr. Scamander does not know the language of snakes. Harry, Sebastian looked at Harry. I would like to invite you to join Swan Alchemy and provide Parseltongue language support to this development team. There are many snakes among the magical animals, such as runes, horned water snakes, bird snakes, etc. Most snake-like magical animals have bad tempers. Every year, many wizards are injured by these snakes, especially those who keep magical animals. Once this alchemical tool for communicating with snakes is made, it will greatly reduce the chances of these wizards getting hurt. Given the scarcity of Parseltongue, Sebastian paused, looked at Harry, and said, I can let you invest in the technology. When the time comes, you will get a handsome share of the profits from every alchemical item you sell that can communicate with snakes. I wonder if you would. Willing. Of course. Harry nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. He would be willing to do so, even if he didn't receive a single copper canute. Everyone distanced themselves from me before because they thought my Parseltongue was evil. Now, after Sebastian's explanation, Parseltongue was completely clear to the crime and turned into a magical talent that could make money. It can even seek benefits for the entire magical community. Once the alchemical items that allow communication with snakes are on the market, the entire wizarding world will rediscover Parseltongue and understand that it is not an evil talent. Listening to the conversation between Professor Swan and Harry, the young wizards were extremely jealous and envied Harry's talent for Parseltongue. Damn it, why can't I speak Parseltongue? Otherwise, the gold galleons would have fallen on my head. Who would have thought that Parseltongue is not only not evil, but is actually a cash cow? Merlin, just with a magical talent, Harry Potter has achieved financial freedom. To be honest, I'm jealous. How can you be financially free? How many people in the entire magic world want to communicate with snakes? If the number is small, you can't make many gold galleons. You don't understand this, right? If the quantity sold is small, then the price will definitely be higher. In any case, you will make a profit. Once this product appears on the market, those snake magical animal breeders will go crazy and will buy one no matter how expensive it is. Even if I don't become a breeder, I would like to buy one for fun. Talking to a snake? How cool is that? I don't know what my magical talent is, and I don't know if my magical talent can bring me great wealth. The little wizards were talking to each other nonstop. Some young wizards could no longer suppress their inner excitement and surrounded Sebastian, asking one after another. Professor Swan, can you tell what my magical talent is? Professor Swan, can you help me test my magical talent? Professor Swan, I would also like to discuss business with you. Would you like to see if my magical talent is useful to you? The chattering of the little wizards made Sebastian's head explode. He raised his hands and pressed them down repeatedly and finally managed to quiet the little wizards down. Unfortunately, the magic world does not have a method to test magical talent, so you can only slowly discover your own magical talent. Seeing that the little wizards were about to quarrel again, Sebastian quickly added, there are a few methods that can help you refer to. If you come from a wizarding family, you can ask your parents if there are any recorded magical talents in your family. After all, generally speaking, magical talent can be inherited through blood. If there is no clear record, or if you come from a muggle family, you can observe what you are best at. If you are extremely good at something, or even a certain spell, it is very likely that it is your magical talent. In short, magical talents are varied, and everyone needs to observe more. The young wizards were not happy to hear Sebastian's vague words. They surrounded Sebastian eagerly and asked him about every detail of his magical talent. Sebastian was in a particularly good mood today. He simply sat next to Harry and happily answered the little wizard's questions one by one. In this lively atmosphere, a person in a black robe quietly left the hall and walked towards the potions office. Snape had a faint smile on his face. After seeing Sebastian's performance, his worries about Harry completely disappeared. Snape, in a good mood, decided to find Damocles to discuss the optimization plan for the Wolfsbane potion. Malfoy sat at the Slytherin table, eating breakfast with a complicated expression. At Hogwarts, he and Harry had always maintained a relationship of both friend and enemy. Ever since I found out yesterday that Harry was a Parseltongue, I have been silently worried about him. Unexpectedly, after just one night, this worry became unnecessary. Logically speaking, after the misunderstanding is resolved, one should be happy for the other person. Malfoy reached out his left hand and touched his chest. Why do I feel so bad? So congested. The topic of magical talent is getting more and more heated. Until the evening, the young wizards were still discussing their respective magical talents. Of course, everyone has reached a new consensus on Parseltongue. That is, Parseltongue is not evil, but a language talent that can bring wealth. However, there is a special existence that does not agree with this statement. In other words, after hearing this special being went straight into a rage. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, first-year Ginny Weasley finished washing up early and returned to bed. She carefully closed the bed curtains, isolating herself from the outside world. It is not dark inside the bed curtain, and soft light shines on the bed, creating a warm atmosphere. Ginny sat on the bed, found a comfortable position, took out an old-looking notebook, and placed it flat on her legs. Then she picked up a quill and began writing rapidly in her notebook, recording what she had seen and heard today. The tip of the quill slid across the paper, making a slight rustling sound that made her feel very reassured. Tom, remember what I told you about Harry Potter? He revealed his talent for Parseltongue yesterday, and was therefore considered the heir to Slytherin. Everyone said that he opened the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets and released the monster inside. Because of fear, everyone isolated Harry Potter. Seeing him being isolated, my heart was very sad. I really hope that I can become his friend, so that I can sit beside Harry Potter and comfort him openly like Ronald. When she finished writing these words, something magical happened. The words on the notebook suddenly began to disappear line by line, as if they were erased from the paper by an invisible force. Then, new handwriting quickly appeared on the paper. Unlike Ginny's handwriting, the new handwriting was very neat. Ginny, my best friend, you haven't talked to me lately. Can you tell me why? Ginny was stunned, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She hasn't been in touch with her good friend Tom since the Halloween dinner. She had no memory of what happened that night, and when she regained consciousness, her chest was covered in paint. She went back to change her clothes, and as soon as she returned to the third floor, she heard that the door of the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. The walls were covered with writing, and Filch's cat had been killed. Because she had lost her memory, Ginny couldn't tell whether she had done it or not. When she was feeling uneasy, Professor Swan announced that he would lead the Auror training class to investigate the matter. Because she was afraid of being suspected, she lived cautiously for the next 2 weeks and did not contact the friends in the notebook. Today, her idol Harry Potter was cleared of suspicion, and she was so happy that she couldn't help but share the news with her friend Tom. Seeing Tom's doubt, Ginny calmed herself down and explained in her notebook about Professor Swan's recent investigation into the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, don't worry. It seems that Professor Swan didn't find anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't let your idol Harry Potter suffer injustice. By the way, you just said that Harry Potter is also a Parseltongue. I didn't expect that he has the same magical talent as the great Slytherin. Since he has been isolated, he must be in need of company. I think you could just go and make friends with him. I believe he won't reject you. No need. Ginny picked up the quill and continued writing. Harry Potter has been cleared of suspicion. No one is afraid of Parseltongue anymore, because Professor Swan said that it is just an ordinary language magic talent. As long as you want to learn, everyone can learn it. There is nothing special about it. Ordinary talent. As if Ginny couldn't believe what she wrote, the handwriting on the notebook looked a little messy. There's nothing special about it? The writing on the notebook disappeared again, and new writing quickly appeared on the paper. Unlike the neat handwriting before, These words appeared sloppy and hasty, as if they were written in a hurry, and the letters were crooked. The words spread at an extremely fast speed, and in almost the blink of an eye, they filled up 2 entire pages. What a ridiculous statement to define Parseltongue as a common magical talent, when that is the talent that Slytherins are famous for. Ginny, don't be superstitious about the professors at school. You have no idea how shallow some professors can be. What they are best at is making big statements, which is just to cover up their ignorance. That Professor Swan couldn't have imagined how powerful Parseltongue is. The handwriting on the notebook was densely packed, all conveying the same meaning to Ginny. Professor Swan is an uneducated liar. Ginny, you must not believe anything he says. Looking at the intense words in the notebook, Ginny couldn't help but frown. To be honest, she quite agreed with Professor Swan's analysis, especially since it helped Harry clear himself of suspicion. She didn't understand why the usually gentle Tom suddenly became so excited, as if he was the one being slandered. However, Ginny didn't want to argue with Tom, so she picked up a pen and wrote in the blank space in her notebook. "It's getting late, Tom. I'm going to bed now. We'll talk next time." After finishing writing, Ginny put away the quill, placed the notebook next to her pillow, and fell into a sound sleep. After midnight, the notebook started flipping pages without anyone controlling it. Then, a few lines of handwriting appeared on the blank page. "Muggle Studies Professor. This kind of rubbish shouldn't be in Hogwarts. It seems that it is necessary to take action again and let this ridiculous professor be punished by the basilisk." The writing faded, Ginny unconsciously clutching the notebook tightly to her chest as the last trace of ink disappeared from the paper. Although her eyes were wide open, they were empty and out of focus, as if she was sleepwalking. Ginny gently pulled open the bed curtains, walked out of the dormitory barefoot and quietly, and began to wander in Hogwarts at night. The castle seemed especially quiet at night. Even the breeze seemed to be blowing cautiously. Ginny's footsteps were as light as feathers, making no sound. She seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, walking step by step towards the 3rd floor of the castle. Finally, she reached the door to the girls' bathroom and pushed it open. Inside the room, the damp and cold air mixed with the faint sound of dripping water made it seem particularly eerie. However, all this had no effect on Ginny. She walked straight to an ancient faucet, slowly raised her head, and opened her lips slightly, as if she was about to whisper something. At this moment, a red light flashed, and a powerful spell quickly hit her. Fainted, Ginny was hit by the spell and fell to one side. As she fell, she loosened her hands and let the notebook fall to the bathroom floor. The moment it touched the ground, another spell struck, firmly holding Ginny's body and letting her lie gently on the floor. Sebastian appeared at the bathroom door. He walked up with a smile, picked up the notebook on the ground, and said something softly. "You've finally lost your patience, Tom." Sebastian casually flipped through the seemingly ordinary old notebook and found that it was blank, without even a single word. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. As expected of the first Horcrux created by Voldemort, it is indeed unique. This intelligence and caution alone makes it far superior to other Horcruxes. He couldn't help but think of the Slytherin locket that Regulus had found. As soon as the Horcrux came into contact with its holder, it began to subtly influence the other person's mind, making the person suspicious, irritable, and gradually losing their reason. But this old notebook is completely different. It knows how to judge the situation and disguise itself as completely harmless before confirming that the outside world is safe. After Ginny was attacked, the young Voldemort in the notebook must be feeling anxious and wondering what was happening in the outside world. After all, if this notebook wants to sense the situation in the outside world, there are only 2 ways. One is to communicate directly with the holder through text. The other is like Ginny, who opened her soul to the notebook and was controlled by the Imperius curse, becoming a puppet of Voldemort. Then, use this puppet to sense everything in the outside world. Sebastian wanted to tease the young Voldemort in the notebook right now, but now was not the right time, and the girls' bathroom was not the right place. He casually put the notebook into the traceless stretch bag on his body, and then looked at Ginny lying on the ground. Sebastian extended his wand and checked the girl's health. It was discovered that apart from a slight loss of life, the little girl was in very good health. After a little thought, Sebastian understood the key. Including the time on Halloween, this should be only the second time Ginny was controlled by the notebook. The young Voldemort did not have time to drain Ginny's vitality to replenish his own. Looking at little Ginny, Sebastian decided to let her forget the existence of the notebook. The diary is of great importance, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. He pointed his wand at Ginny and flicked it. Oblige. Under Sebastian's delicate manipulation, Ginny's memory of the notebook completely disappeared. After checking that there were no mistakes, Sebastian waved his wand and made Ginny float behind him, leaving the bathroom and coming to the corridor outside. "Ms. Weasley, wake up." Ginny opened her eyes blearily and saw Sebastian, who was smiling. "Professor Swan? Ms. Weasley, why are you sleeping here?" Ginny rubbed her eyes, jumped up, and found herself sleeping in the corridor on the third floor. Ginny's face was full of panic. "Professor Swan, I don't know why I sleep here. I clearly remember that I went back to bed after washing up. Professor, I really didn't go on a night tour." "Don't be nervous, Miss Weasley," Sebastian soothed gently. "I believe you didn't go out at night. After all, no little wizard who goes out at night would sleep directly in the corridor. According to my guess, you're most likely sleepwalking." "Sleepwalking?" Ginny looked confused. "I don't seem to have the habit of sleepwalking. However, if it wasn't sleepwalking, then it couldn't explain why I was sleeping here. The ground is very cold. To avoid getting sick, drink this small bottle of potion. After you finish, I will take you back to the Gryffindor common room." Sebastian took out a small bottle of water that had been soaked in the Philosopher's Stone and handed it to Ginny, asking her to replenish her lost vitality. After hearing what Sebastian said, Ginny didn't think anymore and opened the bottle cap and started drinking obediently. After dropping Ginny off at the Gryffindor common room, Sebastian returned to his office. "The night is long, and I have no mood to sleep, so I will use this time to tease the young Voldemort in the notebook." He first took out his wand and pretended to use a few detection spells on the notebook. Then he spread his notebook out on the table and began writing with a shorthand quill. "Tom, Ginny has told me of your existence. What on earth are you? Answer me." These words only existed on the notebook for a moment before disappearing completely without leaving a trace. Afterwards, new words appeared on the paper. "I am Tom Riddle, a harmless memory, a memory that resides in this notebook." Young Voldemort was in a very bad mood. He had not expected that Ginny would be attacked just when she went hunting. The notebook also fell into this person's hands. Moreover, from what the other party said, Ginny had already fully informed the other party of her existence. "It seems that it's time to test my acting skills again. I used this special way to record my past life at Hogwarts. I know a lot of Hogwarts secrets, such as some terrible past events, some past events buried in history, and some past events that happened in this castle. Yo, this is playing the role of a charlatan, throwing out the bait and waiting for you to take the bait." Sebastian sneered and let the quill write automatically. "Oh, well, you know, write it down and let's see." "No problem, but before that, could you please tell me who you are? That's basic courtesy, isn't it?" "I'm Professor Swan, a graduate of Slytherin College, and I'm currently in charge of teaching Muggle studies." Seeing this, young Voldemort was a little surprised. It turned out to be this arrogant professor? What a coincidence! Moreover, this guy from Slytherin College would become a professor of Muggle studies. This is depravity. Ginny said that the professor was investigating the Chamber of Secrets. "I'm going to make a fool of you." "Got it. For this kind of guy who is eager for quick success and instant benefits, you can first stabilize him, and after gaining his trust, let him open the door of the secret room with his own hands. Let him die under the gaze of the basilisk. Let him understand with his life what a great gift Parseltongue is. I know some secret information about the Chamber of Secrets. Are you interested? When I was in 5th grade, the Chamber of Secrets was open once, and a young Muggle wizard was killed. I caught the guy who opened the secret room, and he was fired. However, because that guy was born in Gryffindor, He was protected by Professor Dumbledore and was not sent to Azkaban. Do you want to know who that person is? I can show you my memories. It's the same old thing again, nothing new. Sebastian smiled and let the shorthand quill write in the notebook. I don't want to know. I don't believe that Headmaster Dumbledore is such a person either. I'll go check with Headmaster Dumbledore tomorrow. If your information is not accurate, I will hand you over to him. After finishing, Sebastian closed the notebook with a smirk. Tom, you must be scared and anxious. Just endure it slowly. Young Voldemort was furious when he saw what Sebastian had written. How could there be such an idiot who doesn't even bother to look at the answer when it's right in front of him? He is indeed an extremely arrogant guy. I still have to look for Dumbledore. This won't do. If I really gave myself to Dumbledore, it would be the end. Before he could say anything else, Voldemort noticed that the notebook was closed. Is this the end? Come back soon. Let's talk a little more. Sebastian stuffed the notebook into his stretch bag, stretched, yawned loudly, then returned to bed and quickly fell asleep. On Sunday morning, when the early morning sun shone through the curtains into the room, he had already packed up and was ready to leave Hogwarts. He first returned to Swan Manor through the fireplace and had a delicious breakfast, then set off again to today's destination. After a dizzy moment of apparition, Sebastian appeared in a deserted valley. This valley is located deep in the Scottish Highlands, surrounded by steep mountain walls. The terrain is complex and dangerous, and it is almost isolated from the world. The valley is shrouded in a thin layer of mist all year round. When the sun shines through, the mist seems to be coated with a layer of gold, making it look peaceful and mysterious. In the center of the valley stands a small wooden house. The exterior of the wooden house is very simple, and its gray-brown wooden walls blend in with the surrounding natural environment, making it almost invisible. There's a stream flowing slowly in front of the door. The sound of gurgling water and birds singing interweave together, adding a bit of vitality to this hidden place. This seemingly ordinary cottage is actually a safe house carefully arranged by Sebastian. In order to protect the existence of this safe house, Sebastian invited Regulus to be the secret keeper and protected the house with a powerful Fidelius charm. This way, no one except Sebastian and Regulus could find the exact location of the cabin. Even if someone happened to pass by, they would be confused by the spell and mistakenly think that this was just an ordinary forest clearing. Sebastian pushed open the wooden door, and a stale smell filled the air. Because the cabin has been uninhabited for a long time, the air inside has become a little polluted. He frowned, waved his wand casually, and whispered, "Whirlwind sweeps away." In an instant, a fresh breeze flowed through the house, dispelling all the musty smell and dust. Looking around, the interior of the house was very simple, almost empty. In the middle of the empty room, 3 top-level alchemical safes were quietly placed, and apart from them, there was no other extra furniture. Sebastian walked over and checked the contents of the 3 safes. Rowena Ravenclaw's tiara, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, and Salazar Slytherin's locket. These were all Voldemort's Horcruxes. Compared to old laptops, they don't seem that honest. Every time he picked up a Horcrux, they began to make tempting invitations to Sebastian. "Wear me, and I will share with you the secret of eternal life. Do not leave me here, my friend. I will share more magical knowledge with you." You are such a fool. You will regret ignoring my invitation. Ignoring the words of the Horcruxes, after checking that everything was correct, Sebastian closed the door of the safe again, isolating it from all magical auras. An old-fashioned way of saying it. Nothing new at all. Now it seems that the notebook is indeed the most special and the wisest. Unlike these 3, who were just talking nonsense, Sebastian couldn't help but complain. "Just stay here. I still need to deal with your notebook, brother." Then he took out the 4th alchemical safe from the traceless extension bag and placed it next to the 3 safes. Then he took out the old notebook and weighed it gently in his hand. Without any hesitation, Sebastian put it directly into the 4th alchemical safe and locked it. "The 4th Horcrux has been collected. Young Voldemort, you will suffer here slowly." Sebastian counted in his head. The remaining Horcruxes are not easy to deal with. Helga Hufflepuff's gold cup is still in Gringotts. waiting for the right opportunity. The small piece of soul in Harry's body is harmless for the time being, but it is troublesome to take it out, so it is better to leave it on Harry for now. As for Nagini, she is still wandering in the forests of Albania and has not yet become Voldemort's Horcrux. We will have to wait until Voldemort is resurrected. After packing everything up, Sebastian bowed gently to the four safes. Goodbye, my lords of the Dark Lords. Enjoy this free time. After saying that, he left the cabin and closed the door completely. Sebastian, in a good mood, stood in front of the cabin and took a deep breath. The alarm in the school was completely lifted. Without the notebook causing trouble, the basilisk would never come out to harm the students again. From today on, he no longer had to sleep in Hogwarts, but could go home with Mia. However, the secret room and the basilisk still need to be dealt with. After all, the big talk has been made, and the students in the aura training class are also busy investigating. It would be too embarrassing if there were no results. So far, various clues have appeared almost completely, and it is time for students to deduce what the monster in the secret room is. Sebastian took in the surrounding scenery for a moment before operating back to Swan Manor. It's still early, so take a good nap. After a day's rest, Sebastian returned to the aura training class full of energy. After finishing today's training, Sebastian stood on the podium and asked with a smile, "It's been so long. What progress have you made in investigating the secret room?" After hearing this, the students' eyes lit up and they began to report their own investigation results. Sebastian listened carefully, then summarized. That is to say, on Halloween, more than 20 students were either late or left early or did not attend the dinner. "Yes, Professor," a seventh-year student said with embarrassment. "We have discussed this privately, but we still can't tell who among them is the successor to the Chamber of Secrets. There are too few clues." "It's okay. You've done great," Sebastian soothed gently. "As I've said before, there's a good chance we won't find out anything. But you have developed the ability to gather information and process it." The young wizards nodded in approval. Gathering information is not an easy task. On the one hand, they have to be careful about how they chat, so as not to alert others. On the other hand, the students' descriptions were all messy, and they had to repeatedly compare and verify based on the words of different students in order to extract truly useful and correct information from a large amount of redundant data. It has taken a lot of effort to achieve today's result. What other clues about the secret room have you discovered? Sebastian asked with a smile. The young wizards looked at each other in bewilderment. There were very few clues about the secret room. They didn't gain anything special. Looking at everyone's reactions, Harry hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand firmly. "Professor Swan, I found a special clue about the Chamber of Secrets." All of a sudden, everyone looked at Harry. "Special clues? So awesome. Is this the power of the Savior?" Facing everyone's gaze, Harry couldn't help but twitching his lips. He calmed himself down and continued. "I heard from a special source that the Chamber of Secrets was opened for the second time on Halloween." The students couldn't help but gasp when they heard Harry's words, making an outstanding contribution to global warming. "Open it for the second time? When was the first time? Who opened it the first time?" "This time it was Filch's cat that was attacked." "Who was attacked the first time?" "Potter, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us everything you know so we could discuss it together." The classroom was in chaos. The little wizards asked questions one after another. They had so many details they wanted to know. Facing everyone's questions, Harry looked helpless. This news was told to him by the elf Dobby last time, but because Ronald got up at night, the elf was frightened and disappeared. As for who opened it for the first time and when it was opened, I didn't have time to ask. In the past 2 weeks, Ronald, Hermione, and I have been looking for relevant information. But I didn't find any useful information, as if the school had completely covered up the matter. Harry spread his hands. "Unfortunately, my friends and I have investigated for a long time and found nothing. There is no record in the school history, and there is no book in the library that records this incident." "So?" The young wizards nodded in disappointment and then looked at Sebastian. Looking at the students' expectant eyes, Sebastian smiled slightly and decided to give them some hints. There are many ways to investigate. In addition to reading books, you can also get information by asking others. When the young wizards heard this, they immediately started talking about it. But no one knows. Who can we ask? You can expand your thinking. In addition to asking classmates and teachers, don't forget that there is a special existence in Hogwarts: ghosts. They have lived in Hogwarts for a long time. Perhaps you can find out something. The little wizard's eyes lit up. Ghost! How could I forget about this? Professor Swan has a very flexible mind. They acted right away. As soon as the get out of class was over, the little wizard started discussing and assigning the tasks. Harry was assigned to nearly headless Nick. Cedric was assigned to the fat friar of Hufflepuff. In the Gryffindor Tower. Hello, Nick. Harry found the almost headless Nick and asked, I want to ask you something. Oh, Harry. Nick bowed his head slightly, his head almost rolling down as he moved. Of course. What is it that bothers my Gryffindor pride so much? Harry scratched his head and considered his words. Do you know the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts? It is said that it was opened a long time ago. Nick's tone was somewhat hollow. Secret chamber? Oh, that's a terrible rumor. To be honest, I don't know much about the secret chamber. Rumor has it that it was built by Slytherin himself, but I have never seen it in person, and I don't know when it was ever opened. Harry was a little disappointed, but he thought about it. The opening of the secret room caused a sensation throughout the school. Then the last time the secret room was opened, there should have been quite a stir. So he changed his angle and asked, Nick, do you remember any major events that happened in Hogwarts in the past few decades? After hearing this, Nick looked thoughtful. Oh, your question reminds me that there's indeed something that impressed me deeply. About 50 years ago, a Gryffindor student was expelled. Besides, his wand was broken. This had quite a big impact at the time. You know, Hogwarts rarely expelled students. Harry's eyes widened. Expelled? Why? Do you know who that student was? Nick nodded and shook his head again. I don't remember his name, but that student is now the warden of the Forbidden Forest. As for the reason for the expulsion, Nick whispered. The situation was very complicated at the time, and there were rumors that he was responsible for the death of a student. However, he has always maintained that he is innocent. I don't know the details. The warden of the Forbidden Forest? That's Hagrid. Harry was shocked beyond words when he thought of this. He just couldn't believe that Hagrid would cause the death of a student. Could it be that he was the one who opened the secret room and released the monster inside? But it didn't make sense. If that was the case, Headmaster Dumbledore wouldn't have let him be the Forbidden Forest warden. Harry's mind was in a mess. He nodded. Although his heart was heavy, he understood that this was the most valuable clue he had obtained so far. Thank you, Nick, Harry said sincerely. It means a lot to me. Nothing. Nick smiled slightly, his head nearly falling off again. If you need more help, feel free to come see me. Watching Nick drift away, Harry sorted out the information he had just received in his mind. It seems that I have to find Hagrid in person to find out that I in the Auror training class. Everyone actively exchanged the latest information they had collected. I found out that the first time the Chamber of Secrets was opened was 50 years ago. I also found out that a senior named Tom Riddle caught the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets, and he received the school's Special Contribution Award because of it. I also got a clue. The student captured by Senior Riddle seems to be the current Forbidden Forest warden, Hagrid, but I haven't confirmed the authenticity of this clue yet. Hearing this, Harry immediately defended Hagrid. I have confirmed that it was not Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets. He was wrongly accused. He kept an eight-eyed spider, and people at the time thought the eight-eyed spider was a monster in the secret room, so Hagrid was fired. Harry couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the eight-eyed spider that was bigger than the carriage. I found the eight-eyed spider and confirmed it. It said that the monster in the secret room is the eight-eyed spider's natural enemy. Hearing this, Cedric added, I also think that the monster in the secret room is not an eight-eyed spider. With the help of the fat friar, I found a student who was killed by the monster in the secret room, Crying Myrtle. She said she died because she saw a pair of yellow eyes, but she didn't see what kind of monster it was. Feeling that the time was right, Sebastian clapped his hands to attract the student's attention. Very good. After everyone's efforts, the clues are now very clear. It's very clear what kind of monster is in the secret room. Sebastian asked encouragingly, glancing around. Has any of you figured out what that monster is? Has the monster in the secret room been identified? The young wizards were cheered up and immediately started thinking and sorting out the clues that everyone had given. Cedric just said that Moaning Myrtle lost her life because she saw a pair of yellow eyes. Potter also said that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is the natural enemy of the eight-eyed spider. There is definitely a connection between the two. Cedric's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and asked, Professor, I want to confirm something with you. Is Harry's parcel tongue related to this monster? Sebastian nodded approvingly. Yes. The sound Harry heard was made by this monster. Hearing the professor's confirmation, the young wizards were moved. It seems that the monster in the secret room is a snake. This also explains why Harry was the only one who heard the strange noise on Halloween. Professor Swan, I figured it out, Harry said excitedly. Why the sound I heard came from inside the wall. That's because the snake is moving around through the pipes of the castle. Hearing Harry's words, Cedric hit his head in annoyance. So stupid. When Harry revealed his parcel tongue, he should have thought that the monster was a snake. After all, it was strange that only Harry could hear it. Moreover, the symbol of Slytherin House is a snake, and Slytherin himself was a parcel tongue speaker. It made perfect sense that he left a snake as the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. Why didn't I think of linking these conditions together? It's really too slow. Now, the clues have been locked on to the snake-like magical creature. It would be too unreasonable if the monster in the secret room cannot be found. Thinking of this, Cedric took out a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and began flipping through it frantically. After a long moment, he raised his head and looked at Sebastian. Professor, I suspect that the creature in the chamber is a basilisk. Combining the 2 points of being a magical snake and a natural enemy of the eight-eyed spider. Only the basilisk meets all the requirements. But, Cedric hesitated. Theoretically, the basilisk's eyes can kill people. So why was Filch's cat petrified? I see. Harry's mind raced. Filch's cat probably didn't look the basilisk in the eye. There was a lot of water on the ground in the hallway when we found it that day. Mrs. Norris probably saw the basilisk's eyes through the reflection on the water, so it didn't die. Snap, snap, snap. Sebastian clapped his hands and spoke to everyone with a big smile on his face. Everyone's clues are very accurate, and Cedric and Harry's reasoning is excellent. The monster in the chamber is indeed a basilisk. Congratulations! Through your unremitting efforts, you have solved this 1,000-year-old mystery. I see that many students don't know what a basilisk is. I will use transfiguration to show you. Seeing some young wizards looking confused, Sebastian stretched out his wand and pointed it at the desk in front of him. In an instant, the desk began to tremble, twist, and deform as if its essence was being reshaped. The tabletop made a low, clicking sound, as if its bones were slowly stretching. The students around held their breath as they saw the wood grain of the table constantly flowing and changing, gradually transforming into dark scales. Gradually, the desk turned into a giant snake monster, and its huge body almost filled the entire classroom. The basilisk's huge yellow eyes slowly scanned the classroom. The students felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to their foreheads, and they all began to panic. Don't look into his eyes, or you'll die. Professor, don't kill us. Run away. Don't panic, Sebastian's voice sounded. This is just a basilisk transformed from a lectern. It only has the appearance of a basilisk, so there is no need to be afraid. Hearing this, the little wizards plucked up their courage and looked excitedly at the big guy in front of them. As the young wizard observed the basilisk, Sebastian explained slowly. The basilisk is a XXXXX level magical creature, first created by the despicable Herpo. Adult basilisks are extremely large and can grow up to 50 feet long. The natural lifespan of a basilisk is over 900 years, and the basilisk in the secret room has lived for 1,000 years. The basilisk is very dangerous. In addition to its deadly gaze, its fangs and huge size are also very deadly. Also, it has thick scales on its body, so its magic resistance is very high, just like a dragon. Many spells cast on it will be directly bounced off. Therefore, when encountering a basilisk, many wizards can only run for their lives. Since the basilisk is extremely deadly, we cannot allow this basilisk to run wild in Hogwarts. The next goal is to find the secret room and get rid of the snake monster. Looking at the excited eyes of the little wizards, Sebastian asked another question. So, have you ever thought about where the entrance to the secret room is? The entrance to the secret room? The little wizards started thinking and expressed their opinions. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is unclear, but Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets must be under the Black Lake. After all, Slytherin's common room is under the Black Lake, so his Chamber of Secrets must be hidden deeper. It's actually very simple. The basilisk moves around through the pipes in the wall. We should be able to find the secret room by finding any pipe entrance. That's true, but the pipes in the wall are interconnected. We have no way of knowing which direction leads to the entrance to the secret room. Sebastian watched the students' discussion with a smile, and after a long while he gave a prompt. Everyone overlooked a detail. Think about it. There's one thing in common between the last time the secret room was opened and this time. What do they have in common? Upon hearing this reminder, Harry immediately raised his hand. Professor, Cedric said that Moaning Myrtle saw the basilisk killed in the bathroom on the 3rd floor. And on Halloween night, we found Filch's cat outside that bathroom, and there were words on the wall. Does this mean that there's an entrance to the secret room in that bathroom? Harry's eyes sparkled. He had never felt his mind working so fast before. He was very sure that his reasoning was correct, and there was definitely something wrong with that bathroom. The young wizards agreed with Harry's inference very much. They looked at Sebastian with eager eyes. Practice makes perfect. Sebastian waved his hand. If we want to know the truth, let's go check that bathroom together. The group walked towards the 3rd floor in a mighty procession. When they reached the bathroom door, Sebastian stopped. According to his magical perception, there was no sign of life in the bathroom, but the little wizards who followed him did not know this information. For the sake of his own reputation, Sebastian decided to play it safe. After all, in Hogwarts, if the speed of knowledge spreading is 1, then the speed of rumor spreading is definitely more than 100. Along the way, some students have noticed the movements of the Auror training class. When they saw Sebastian and the others coming out of the bathroom, they stood in the distance and watched, pointing and talking. Sebastian knew very well that if no measures were taken, the news would spread throughout the school within an afternoon. Rumors like Professor Swan took his students into the women's restroom. Thinking of this, Sebastian cleared his throat and spoke loudly to the students in the Auror training class. This is a nearly abandoned bathroom. Generally speaking, no students come here except Moaning Myrtle. However, we still need to be careful to avoid embarrassing situations. He looked at the 2 senior female students and said softly, "Please go in and check if there are any students using this bathroom." Don't worry, the professor assures that there is no basilisk in there right now. The 2 girls looked at each other, grasped their wands tightly, and went into the bathroom. Soon, the bathroom door opened again, and the 2 girls appeared in everyone's sight again. "Professor Swan, there's no one inside. You can come in." Hearing this, Sebastian no longer had any doubts and led the students of the training class into the bathroom. The little wizards who were watching also wanted to follow to see what was going on, but the bathroom door had been locked from the inside. Now, they could no longer suppress their curiosity and started discussing it. "I just heard the professor mention the basilisk. Do you know what it is? Why did you go into this bathroom to look for it?" "I'm not sure, but I heard that the students in the Auror training class have been looking for clues related to the Chamber of Secrets recently. Do you think this basilisk could be the monster in the Chamber of Secrets?" "Is that outrageous? There's a monster in a secret room. Why didn't you say the secret room is in this bathroom?" "It's not impossible. Otherwise, why would all the Auror training class be mobilized? It's ridiculous. If the secret room is really in the bathroom, I like to perform a handstand and eat shit for everyone. Ignore him and don't satisfy his pica." Different from the noisy outside the bathroom, inside the bathroom, the little wizards were quietly looking for any clues. Myrtle floated in the air, looking down in confusion, and said, What are you looking for? There's so many people all of a sudden. I'm not used to it. Hearing the voice, Cedric's eyes lit up and he waved to Myrtle. Myrtle, you said before that you lost your life because you saw a pair of yellow eyes. Then do you still remember where you saw those eyes? Hearing this, Myrtle's eyes lit up and she happily floated in front of Cedric and circled around him. I remember you, Cedric. Thank you for remembering my story. Hearing the conversation between the two, the little wizards gathered around and looked at Myrtle eagerly, expecting her to say something special. Myrtle lit up when she saw so many people interested. She lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "Yes, I did see a pair of huge yellow eyes at the time. After seeing those eyes, I felt like I was floating, and then I became what I am now." As for the location of the eyes, Myrtle pointed to the sink in the middle of the bathroom. It's probably right there. Hearing this, the little wizards rushed over and began to examine the sink carefully from top to bottom. "Thank you for your help, Miss Warren." Sebastian looked at Myrtle and said with a smile, "Your information is very useful. We will soon be able to catch the owner of those yellow eyes." Before he finished speaking, a student called out, "Professor, there's a little snake carved on the side of a faucet. I think this is the symbol of Slytherin. There is never any water in this faucet." Seeing the students turning the faucet, Myrtle floated by and reminded them. Now, the little wizards became interested and took out their wands to try it out. "Show yourself quickly. Allaho hole open." Seeing that everyone's attempts were fruitless, Harry walked forward and said to Sebastian, "Professor, I want to try using parcel tongue." After receiving Sebastian's signal, Harry walked to the faucet and said to it, "Turn it on." "Harry, you're speaking human language," the young wizards reminded one after another. "It is different from what we heard in the dueling hall that day. It is not parcel tongue." So, Harry calmed down and stared at the small snake relief on the faucet, forcing himself to imagine it as a real snake. His lips moved slightly, and a low, strange hissing sound came out of his mouth, echoing in the bathroom. "Open." With a strange hissing sound, the faucet flashed a white light and slowly began to rotate. The surrounding tiles also twisted, as if pushed by an irresistible force, making a slight friction sound between them. The center of the wash basin began to split. The stones squeezed and rotated against each other, gradually forming a dark, adult-sized circular hole. The little wizards' heartbeats quickened, and they held their breath, looking cautiously into the cave entrance. The entrance of the cave was quietly open, and one could not see the end at a glance. It was like a huge mouth, waiting to devour any creature that dared to approach. A damp and rotten smell came from the cave entrance, making people feel cold in their hearts. Gulp! The little wizards swallowed in unison. They looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. The entrance to the secret room was found just like that. Immediately, they all became excited, and some little wizards even jumped up on the spot for joy. Merlin's flowery shorts. The mystery that has been passed down for thousands of years was finally solved thanks to everyone's efforts. "We are really awesome. Stand still with your hands on your hips." They couldn't hold back any longer and suggested this to Sebastian. "Professor, what are you waiting for? Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is right downstairs. Let's go down quickly." To the young wizard's disappointment, Sebastian directly rejected their suggestion. "Unfortunately, your expedition ends here due to the existence of the basilisk. The basilisk is still too dangerous for you. However, I still want to congratulate you all. Congratulations on finding the entrance to the secret room and solving the 1,000-year-old mystery. I believe that in the newly compiled history of Hogwarts, a separate page will be open to record this historic moment. I promise your names will be on it," Sebastian said, pointing to two seventh-year students. Please get Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape here. Next, it will be up to the professors themselves to take action." The first to arrive was Snape, still wearing his trademark black robes, as usual. He greeted Sebastian expressionlessly, then stood at the entrance of the pipe, staring into the dark hole. Unlike his expression, his heart was not so calm. To be honest, he never thought that Sebastian could really lead the students to find the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. That's a mystery that has been around for thousands of years. If it were that simple, it would have been discovered long ago. Snape glanced at Sebastian, muttering to himself, "This stinky swan is really capable. I don't know what to show off next." Snape had already sensed that Sebastian had invited various media outlets to report on this matter extensively. Just then, Professor McGonagall arrived and said with a look of shock on her face, "Sebastian, is this the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets? What do you need me to do for you?" Sebastian greeted him. "Professor McGonagall, there are more and more students watching outside. Please maintain order here and prevent students from jumping into this hole out of curiosity. As for the Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin, let Severus and I, two Slytherin professors, handle it." As he said this, he invited Snape. "Severus, would you like to go and take a look together?" Snape did not comment, but took the lead and jumped into the pipe. "Oh, this impatient person." Sebastian followed closely and jumped into the cave, using a levitation spell to control himself and slowly fall down. After going around in circles, they finally arrived at a flat surface. It was pitch black all around. Snape cast a fluorescent spell and kept looking around. He said in a calm tone, "I didn't expect that there is such a place under the Hogwarts castle. This place should be under the Black Lake. It's at least several miles deep. No wonder the previous people have never found the secret room." Sebastian cleaned himself up with a quick shot. "The real secret room should still be ahead. Let's go quickly and deal with it so that we don't delay going back to eat." Looking at the dark tunnel in front of him, Sebastian gently opened the traceless stretch bag and took out many magic lamps from it. As he gently waved his wand, the lamps flew forward in the direction of the tunnel, as if they had received some kind of command. Every few meters, the lights automatically attach to the top of the tunnel and hang there steadily. The magic lamps lit up one by one, emitting soft white light, quickly dispelling the darkness around. Every inch of the wall in the tunnel was revealed in the light. The originally gloomy atmosphere suddenly disappeared without a trace, and there was no trace of secrets left. Very well prepared. Snape couldn't help but complain. How can we explore underground without being fully prepared?" Sebastian smiled. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Snape curled his lips slightly and walked forward. "This stinky swan is showing off again. Ignore him and see how he can have the nerve to perform a one-man show." The two walked along the tunnel, and suddenly Snape stopped, his eyes attracted by a huge shed skin. The shed skin was a light green color and covered with scales. Each scale was glowing. It was obviously the mark left by a huge snake. Snape walked closer and examined the shed skin carefully with a frown on his face. "This is the shed skin of a basilisk. It seems that this basilisk is much larger than I imagined." "Sebastian, logically speaking, no matter how huge the basilisk is, it can't pose any threat to you. Why did you call me?" "You're the head of Slytherin," Sebastian said gleefully, nudging Snape with his elbow. "How can we explore Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets without you?" "How about it, brother? You are very considerate. Besides, it would be boring for me to come down here alone. Someone has to be a witness. After much thought, I think you're the most suitable person in the entire Hogwarts. Who else can I choose but you?" As he spoke, Sebastian put the basilisk shed skin into the traceless stretch bag. "This is top-grade alchemical material. It can't be wasted. Once we catch the basilisk, I'll let you take some materials from it." "Oh," Snape said with a look of surprise. "You're going to kill the basilisk?" "Kill him." Sebastian looked at Snape in surprise, as if he were looking at a prodigal son. Snape understood Sebastian's look immediately. Veins popped out on his forehead. He was about to say something when Sebastian interrupted him. "You have an incredible financial mind. This is probably the only basilisk in existence. It would be a huge waste if we just killed it. Come on, let me teach you what sustainable development is." Ignoring Snape's sullen expression, Sebastian continued. "The basilisk has been under Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years, and it hasn't had a good life for a few days. You can see that the road is full of bones of small animals. It is estimated that it has never had enough to eat. I'm going to take it away and let it live comfortably for a few days. In exchange, it wouldn't be too much to take some venom, blood, and snake skins regularly. Snape sneered. If it were a few decades earlier, a fellow like you would have been hung from a lamppost. Stop talking nonsense, Sebastian said disdainfully. Just tell me if you want to get some venom and blood regularly. The two men taunted each other until they came to a stone wall with several snakes entwined with each other carved on it. Please, Professor Swan, Snape said. Looking like he was watching a show, please ask the potions professor to open his eyes and show us how to open this wall. You want to laugh at me? No way. Sebastian walked forward and imitated Harry's hissing at some of the snake sculptures. As Snape looked on in surprise, the snake sculpture on the wall began to twist, and the stone wall slowly opened and disappeared. Just as Sebastian was about to go in, Snape called him, Sebastian, the basilisk's eyes are very deadly. Have you figured out how to deal with it? It's easy. I can handle it with my eyes closed. Sebastian smiled confidently. Don't forget my magical talent. Severus, stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. As he spoke, Sebastian closed his eyes and walked inside, relying on his powerful magical perception. As he walked, he released his magic into the room, announcing his presence to the basilisk lurking in the darkness. Sensing this powerful breath, the basilisk immediately woke up from the depths of the secret room. Enemy kill! Its huge body began to wriggle, taking an offensive stance, and swam toward Sebastian. However, just as the basilisk swam a few meters, two rays of magic light flew through the air and accurately hid its deadly eyes. A disease curse. The intense pain caused the basilisk to let out a deafening roar, and then it instinctively closed its eyes, and its huge body twisted in pain in the secret room. At this moment, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped, the coldness surged like a tide, and a trace of white frost quickly covered the basilisk's entire body. In the blink of an eye, the huge creature was tightly wrapped by a thick layer of ice, forming a huge ice sculpture, with only the huge snake head exposed outside. He used magic to stick the blindfold firmly over the basilisk's eyes, fitting it tightly without leaving any gaps, completely isolating the basilisk from visual contact with the outside world. Then, hundreds of bottles of water of life and death flew out from his traceless stretch bag, aimed at the basilisk's huge mouth, and poured into its throat without a drop left. After a series of smooth little combos, the basilisk was forced into hibernation mode by Sebastian. Sebastian opened his eyes and circled the basilisk with satisfaction. Then he came out of the chamber and waved to Snape. Severus, come on, it's time to harvest. Let's find the heritage left by Slytherin together.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.